Our MC gets thrown into a world where women are strong and rule everything, while men are weak and passive. Here, girls just take what they want, chase guys openly, and don't take no for an answer. Jang Hao tries his best to keep his ground, but it's kind of tricky when your stepsister is hot as hell and clearly has a crush on you. And it only gets worse when he goes to school and his classmates are all mad about him. It seems like they all want only one thing from him, but he's determined to save it. You may guess at work it will be different, but nope, his lady boss is same as everyone else. They all want him because he's not the same as others. He's the most manly man in this female world. The goddess who dragged our MC into this mess tells him one thing. If he wants to go back to Earth, he has to be a real masculine man in this hardcore feminist world. Sounds simple, except here, masculinity is almost extinct. So his mission is to change this messed up world and show everyone how a real man behave like. As for our MC, he used to be just an office worm everyone steps on. One night after work, he looks up and sees a blood moon hanging in the sky. And the next thing he knows, everything goes black. When he wakes up, he's in a completely different place. And worse, he's now a pretty boy wearing pink pajamas. While he's still trying to figure out who he is and what the hell happened, the door suddenly bursts open. A man who seems to be his father storms in and tells him to hurry up. They're going shopping with a friend named Yi Long. The name hits him instantly. Yi Long used to be a massive, tattooed muscle monster. Panicking, the MC immediately throws off the pajamas and rushes out, because the last thing he wants is to keep that guy waiting. But when he gets close to Yi Long, he is shocked, because the man standing in front of him is not even a complete man anymore. He is even girlier than Hao himself. When his dad sees them together, he instantly starts complimenting Yi Long, saying that he is exactly how a proper man should be. That is when Zhang Hao goes on the internet and starts to see the truth. The world leaders in history are filled with conquests of women, while men are only used as housekeepers. In this world, a man's body is not as strong as a woman's, and their endurance is not good. Men are expected to raise the children, and the women do all the physical labor. For some reason, the preference for women above men has created a huge gap in numbers between them. All men are treated like babies. When they grow older, they take up hobbies that women used to have, such as makeup, while at the same time, they have to fight off thugs with bad intentions toward them. Zhang Hao has only been in this new world for a few hours, and already he has had enough. Literally, merely after a few hours of landing in this strange world, Zhang Hao has had enough. He takes his friend Yi Long with him and says that they are going to get back their manliness. Yi Long thinks that his best friend has lost his mind, but he still goes along with him. When they arrive at a tattoo parlor, they realize that only girls are present, and all of them are judging the two for having tattoos on their delicate manly bodies. Zhang Hao cannot take it anymore. He tries to take a picture to show that he is a real man, and the moment he shows a strip of his body, all the girls around them go crazy and start getting excited. When he gets back home, he realizes that his house has also not been spared from this new torture. His sister, Zhang Qianqin, is a complete bombshell, and even he feels confused because he cannot understand how such a woman could be living in his home. That is when he realizes that his dad's new wife has an older daughter. He quickly resets his thoughts, telling himself he must have forgotten, and Haoji casually says that her brother is a little shy, but she keeps a strange eye on him that makes him uneasy. When Zhang Hao returns to his room, he realizes that today has been exhausting. He has been dressed in nice clothes, forced into makeup, harassed by thugs, and on top of it all, his dad and Yi Long have both become sissies. He throws a temper tantrum, but before he can calm down, his stepsister barges in. She pushes him onto his back to make him behave, and then she hugs him tightly. Pressed up against her chest, Zhang Hao realizes that even if this world is upside down, it might still have its own perks. At night, Zhang Hao is sleeping like a sleeping beauty when he hears something softly call his name. When he wakes up, he realizes that a girl is standing in his room, and he instantly starts screeching. The girl calmly asks him to remember her, because she is the one who brought him here. Zhang Hao suddenly realizes that she is the blood moon who was calling his name that night. He instantly gets up close to her face, and demands to know why she brought him to this world. The girl introduces herself as the goddess of the blood moon, and she tells him that she was only following his own words. He once said that he wanted to stop being a virgin but could not, so she brought him here where his problem is now solved. She points out that there are many girls in this world who already seem to like him. Zhang Hao starts freaking out, but the blood moon goddess continues to explain. She says that he can go back to his world, but only after he completes a task. In his old life, he always bragged that he was a real man. He only ever looked at beauty on the outside, but he was incapable of evolving himself. A real man should be able to work for it. It is not like a man cannot open a water tap with his bare hands. So in this world filled with strong females, he will have to truly become a real man. Only then will there be a way to return. If he cannot do that, then he will have to find a way to fit in this world. That thought is not acceptable to Zhang Hao, but before he can argue, the moon goddess disappears and leaves him alone with more questions. He wonders what it really means to become a real man, and what exactly he has to do. The next day, when he wakes up, he first thinks that everything was only a strange dream, but when he sees her scarf lying in his room, he realizes that the mission is real, and he must complete it. He starts thinking about what a real man even means in a world ruled by women, but he knows absolutely nothing about that. He is sure of only one thing, and that is that he himself is a bit of a sissy. So whatever this mission turns out to be, he has to start learning more about this new world in order to tackle the challenges properly. Later on, he opens a biology book to study how the naughty process works in this place. He realizes that in this world, women are so strong and dominant that men have no choice but to be submissive under their command. Jang Hao does not like that dynamic at all. He wants to return to his own world where everything feels normal to him. At the same time, he also wants to begin his own research about the strange astronomical event that took place that night. There might be a chance that it was only some kind of magnetic anomaly, but for that, he knows he can only trust himself. He will need to research deeply, and maybe he could even ask a freelancer to work for him. The problem is that he is just a high school student without a penny to his name, and there is no way he has the money to hire any kind of expert. The only option he has for now is to find some money first. When he leaves his room, he finds his hot stepsister standing in the kitchen, and for a few seconds, he simply enjoys the view in front of him. While Jang Hao is getting ready, he realizes that he actually has a pretty handsome face. It is just that his features are a bit feminine, but even so, he feels pretty good about the way he looks. It is the first time that he is going to school since he came to this strange new world. When he steps outside, he sees his dad literally being groped by his stepmother, while his stepsister Qin waits for him at the door. Any bit of respect that Jang Hao had left for his dad disappears instantly, and he quickly leaves the house, not wanting to stay there for even another moment. His idea of leaving the sissy life behind does not work out the way he hoped, because the moment he meets his best friend Yilong, he sees that Yilong is as feminine as they come. Yilong is busy talking about the new lipstick he got, which happens to be the new trend of the year. Jang Hao tells him to have a little bit of decorum, and that is when he notices that he has actually hurt Yilong's feelings. Jang Hao quickly says not to mind his language, because what he really wants is to be a real man. Yilong cannot even understand what Jang Hao means by that. But before he can press him for an answer, he notices something and warns Jang Hao that they should leave quickly, because some perverts are watching them. And just like that, a fat girl is hiding behind the pillars, ogling at all the boys with wide eyes. The whole thing looks funny to Jang Hao, who thinks Yilong is only exaggerating. He insists that there is nothing to be scared of, because the two of them are grown men. They should not be afraid of a girl hiding behind pillars. But Yilong does not agree, and he says that they should not take any chances. He pulls at Jang Hao's arm and tries to take him away. Before Jang Hao can argue, the pervert takes another step toward them, and Yilong bolts. He runs so fast that Jang Hao has no time to even catch his breath, and the two of them are already far away, trying to calm themselves down. Yilong is stressed because he thinks his makeup is going to get ruined, but Jang Hao is focused on something else entirely. He is studying in business school at Elliston, and all the girls around him are the ones who do physical labor such as sports. He thinks for a moment that his family must be quite rich, because this school is clearly expensive, and it is filled with students who come from money. Jang Hao begins to observe the dynamics in his class, and he quickly notices how different this world is. Men are so weak here that they cannot even open their own water bottles. They rely on the girls to do it for them, and the girls do it without any effort at all. Jang Hao refuses to accept that, so he steps in with confidence and says that he can open the water bottle. He grabs it in his hand, determined to prove himself, but no matter how much he twists and turns, the bottle does not open. Eventually, with his pride already bruised, he hands the bottle back to the girl and accepts defeat. The humiliation stings, but it does not end there. The moment the girls see him struggling, more of them crowd around him. They start haggling him, asking him to try opening their bottles too, and in return, they want the chance to talk to him. Jang Hao feels suffocated. He falls to the ground, annoyed and overwhelmed, while the crowd of girls keeps pushing closer. Yilong quickly rushes to his side. He waves his hands at everyone and tells them to leave Jang Hao alone, saying that he is sick and needs some space. The crowd finally begins to move back, but Jang Hao does not even hear most of it. His mind is somewhere else entirely. He is only thinking about the progress he has made in becoming a real man, and right now, the answer feels painfully clear. It is 0. Jang Hao needs a moment alone, so he leaves to go to the bathroom by himself. However, Yilong calls after him and asks if he can join. Jang Hao quickly marches away, annoyed, because he thinks he does not need someone acting like a chaperone just to go to the bathroom. But as it turns out, Yilong is right. When Jang Hao enters the bathroom, a group of girls follows him inside, and they begin to harass him. They crowd around him and talk loudly about all of his perky features. Jang Hao feels cornered, and every word they say makes him even more uncomfortable. He thinks to himself that he cannot take it anymore. If things continue like this, there is no way he will be able to complete the mission. He knows that he is cute, but he also knows that he is far too weak to truly find a place for himself in this world. Jang Hao decides that he needs to find a new place to train, so he looks up kung fu classes. He thinks that it will be good for him to build some muscles for now, and he feels motivated. He moves with focus and concentration until suddenly he realizes that a girl has crept up behind him. It is Yuan Yuan, his classmate who always sits next to him, and Zhang Hao immediately gets freaked out. He tells her not to sneak up on people like that, but she laughs and replies that he was so engrossed in his lesson that he did not see or hear her coming. Yuan Yuan then tilts her head and asks if he is texting a girl that he likes. Before he can respond, she leans impossibly close to his face, and Zhang Hao starts to blush in embarrassment. He quickly asks her to back off a little, but Yuan Yuan grabs his hand instead. She says that he has very soft and silky white hands, and Zhang Hao freaks out even more. Everyone knows that in this world women are always bold, and they can touch a man's hand as if it is nothing. Zhang Hao pulls his hand back and asks her to have some manners. His words hurt Yuan Yuan's feelings, and she looks at him with sad eyes. She says that he used to be a little different than before, but in his own mind, Zhang Hao knows that he has always been the same. Yuan Yuan tries to change the mood and says that if he is tired, she can give him a massage. Zhang Hao panics and tries to push her away, but at that moment he realizes just how strong she really is. He does not have the physical strength to fight her, and that only makes him feel weaker. He struggles until suddenly, by sheer luck, the classroom door opens. The English teacher, Mrs. Ma, walks in and tells the class to settle in their seats. Zhang Hao feels relieved as he sits down and opens the book. The words on the page surprise him. He realizes that he can understand everything clearly. He hasn't been to school in a long time, and before coming to this world he was always the worst at English. But here the contents of the book are simple for him to understand. For the first time since arriving, Zhang Hao feels like he has finally found a perk of living in this feminist world. He is intelligent here. Filled with sudden confidence, Zhang Hao raises his hand high and asks the professor to pick him. He wants everyone to see his knowledge, and he wants to prove that he is not useless. But when it is finally his turn to speak, his face turns white as a sheet. The words refuse to come out. Even the professor pauses and says that he looks sick and might need to visit the nurse. Zhang Hao looks around and realizes that the whole class is staring at him. Every pair of eyes is locked on him, and his chest feels tight. The girls begin whispering to each other, talking about how he is acting quite differently. The more they talk, the more embarrassed he feels. He lowers his head and wishes that the earth would swallow him whole, or that he could simply wake up back at home. Later that day, Zhang Hao and Yilong are walking together when Yilong notices how tired Zhang Hao looks. Zhang Hao admits that he just did not sleep well, but the truth is he is drained from everything, especially from all the women who surround him every day. They keep asking if he did something to them, and sometimes he even gets groped in the hallway. On top of that, the outcast boys, who are not as attractive, try to frame Zhang Hao for bullying even when he has done nothing wrong. For Zhang Hao, school feels more stressful than anything else, and he secretly wishes he could just stay home. As he is walking, a girl suddenly steps in front of him and says she has something to confess. She hands him a gift and tells him she has liked him for a while, and now she wants to date him. Zhang Hao cannot believe how bold the women are in this world, acting like boys and confessing first. He politely refuses her, though even Yilong cannot understand how Zhang Hao can resist such a tempting offer. Later, while they are thinking about food, Zhang Hao notices something odd. Every other boy eats so little. Yilong tells him that boys have always been like this, and he even orders cucumbers without rice, saying he is on a diet. Zhang Hao cannot understand how men can eat like birds. Since he wants to build muscles and grow stronger, he decides to ask for a large portion. When he confidently tells the cafeteria auntie to serve him the biggest plate of pork and rice, Yilong panics, warning him that he will gain weight. But Zhang Hao sees it as one more step toward becoming stronger. All the boys nearby whisper that Zhang Hao is going to get fat and ugly soon, while a few bullies watch from a distance, ready to tease him. Zhang Hao eats without manners, eating like a regular boy would, while Yilong stares at him in shock, wondering what happened to his best friend. That is when Liu Feng, a third year from class 5, walks up to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao does not recognize him at first, but Feng reminds him that they are in the same class. He asks why Zhang Hao looks so thick all of a sudden, and he tries to show that he is in the same popular league as Zhang Hao. Feng brags about himself, calling himself the biggest player, and then smirks, saying that Zhang Hao looks greasy. Zhang Hao is tired of hearing him and snaps back, telling Feng to check his own eyes because they look perfectly fine. He throws in another insult, which makes Feng shed crocodile tears, and soon all the girls rush to comfort him, calling Zhang Hao a mean boy for picking on poor Feng. Feng smiles through his fake tears, pleased that the girls seem to be on his side. But then a bold girl steps forward. She declares that Feng should leave her precious Zhang Hao alone, because Zhang Hao can eat whatever he wants, and no one has the right to control his habits. Zhang Hao thinks that another beautiful girl has arrived in his life and wreaks havoc. Feng still refuses to leave, so Zhang Hao finally looks him in the eye and speaks in a firm, commanding tone. He says that the master is eating and Feng should leave. The words strike the table like thunder, and Yilong nearly falls out of his seat, almost in shock, because his best friend is suddenly speaking so harshly to another boy. But the new purple-haired girl only gazes at Zhang Hao with admiration, thinking he has just made himself even more charming. Feng, however, stomps away with his group of mean girls trailing behind him. His followers rush to comfort him, telling him not to feel jealous or upset, reminding him that he is still more popular than Zhang Hao and that everyone else thinks Zhang Hao is going to get fat anyway. On the other side, Zhang Hao turns his attention to the purple-haired girl. She seems kind, but he has no idea who she is, so he asks Yilong. Yilong tells him that her name is Zhaoling. She is the senior captain of the college basketball team, and she even sits beside him in class. That makes Zhang Hao realize something strange. Every seat around him seems to be filled by powerful girls. Zhaoling leans toward Yilong and asks if he has tried the Heroes vs. League game she gave him earlier. Yilong admits that it is too hard for him and he has not managed to play well. Zhang Hao cuts in right away, surprising everyone, saying that it is the 5 vs. 5 tower demolition game. Yilong nearly drops his chopsticks. He cannot believe his best friend actually played, because last time Zhang Hao insisted he was not interested in any of these so-called girl games. Zhang Hao pauses and thinks. In this strange inverted world, of course there would be a league game, and naturally it is popular among the girls. Zhao Ling encourages him to give it a real try, even if there are no men competing at the top level. Zhang Hao finishes his food, stands up, and casually says that he already tested it and thinks it is fine to play, but now he wants to head back to class. He leaves without even thanking Zhao Ling. To cover his rough manners, Yilong quickly fills in the silence, while Zhao Ling secretly wonders when this hot boy will finally accept her feelings. Later in class, Zhang Hao sits quietly and starts piecing things together in his head. If the Hero X League game has no high-ranking male players, then that must mean the real leaders of his world, men like Dasher and Uzi, are not playing here. That thought sparks a new plan. He decides he must make time to meet them in person. And as that idea grows, an even heavier question weighs on him. What does it mean to be a real man in this twisted and upside-down world? Zhang Hao's attention drifts and lands on a lonely girl sitting by the window, quietly playing by herself. When Yilong finally looks up from his phone, he tells Zhang Hao that she is Mingyue Hua, the new transfer student. Zhang Hao immediately asks if Yilong is in love with her, and judging by how quickly Yilong gets defensive, Zhang Hao feels certain he has hit the mark. Yilong stammers that Yue Hua does not like to talk, but then admits he thinks she is pretty cute and that he already knows plenty about her. To Zhang Hao, that is all the proof he needs. He firmly believes Yilong is in love. With that thought, Zhang Hao suddenly stands up and declares that Yilong should definitely go talk to her. He marches over to Yue Hua's desk with full confidence, announcing that Yilong needs to put himself out there. Yilong tries to stop him, but it is already too late. Zhang Hao is in front of Yue Hua, introducing himself with a smile. Yue Hua quietly replies that she just transferred here, and Zhang Hao notices right away that something about her feels different. Unlike the other girls who practically throw themselves at him in this strange world, Yue Hua seems withdrawn, almost lost in her own thoughts. Zhang Hao introduces Yilong, but Yilong squeaks out nervously that Yue Hua probably does not want to talk. He fumbles over his words and urges Zhang Hao to leave. Zhang Hao, however, refuses to give up so easily. He leans in and asks if Yue Hua is reading an English book, or if maybe she just does not feel like talking to them. Yue Hua looks down and answers honestly. She says she simply does not know what to say. Zhang Hao realizes at once that she is not uninterested. She is just painfully shy. So Zhang Hao does what comes naturally to him. He extends his hand and tells her they should be friends. He wants her to feel comfortable enough to talk to him whenever she wants. The moment feels small, but to Zhang Hao it is a victory. Real men, he thinks, never turn a blind eye when a girl feels like she has to handle everything alone. Just then, Yuan bursts in with her usual loud voice, demanding to know what Zhang Hao is doing with the new transfer student. Zhang Hao almost sighs. Yuan is always too talkative, but that sparks an idea. He grins and says she should definitely be friends with Yue Hua, using her endless energy and social skills to make Yue Hua feel welcome. Without hesitation, he nudges them closer together and asks her to do it for him. Yuan beams and agrees. As Zhang Hao heads back toward his seat, Yue Hua glances up at him. She mouths a quiet thank you, soft but full of meaning. Zhang Hao walks away feeling satisfied, and for the first time, he admits something to himself. Maybe, just maybe, he is already 50% closer to becoming a real man and closer to getting the hell out of the world. A while later, Zhang Hao sits in his room listening to heavy metal. He tells himself that a real man should always stick to rock and roll. Suddenly, his sister Qin walks in and asks what he is doing. Zhang Hao nearly jumps out of his seat because she is wearing almost nothing, and the sight catches him completely off guard. He quickly replies that he is just listening to music. Qin steps closer, her movements soft and deliberate, and she says she wants to listen too. Zhang Hao cannot help but think that there are certain advantages to having a goddess for a sister, and he admits to himself that he loves every one of them. Qin sits down right next to him, so close their bodies are practically touching. She takes one of the earbuds and teases that he must really like rock and roll, that he is different from the other boys. The words please Zhang Hao more than he wants to admit. Then Chin adds something else. She tells him he is very attractive. Jang Hao freezes. He does not know how to respond, and he wonders if something might be wrong with his new stepsister. At the same time, he convinces himself this must be a test, a challenge to see if he has true masculinity. In his mind, an angel whispers that a real man must resist temptation, or else he will fall into sin. But then a devil answers back. A real man, it argues, has to do what he has to do when the moment comes, especially when a lady is the one asking. That would not even make him a sinner. The inner conflict eats away at him until Jang Hao finally pushes Chin back, but in doing so he stumbles and falls right on top of her. For a moment, they are face to face, close enough for Jang Hao to wonder if this is what it feels like to be a real man. His sanity weakens, the temptation is unbearable, and he feels ready to give in. Then it happens. A sudden flash floods his mind of a girl from somewhere else telling him that he belongs to her, that he is not going anywhere. Jang Hao jerks upright in confusion, breaking away from Chin. His face goes pale and even Chin notices. She asks if he is sick, if maybe he has anemia. Jang Hao forces a weak smile and lies that he just wants to rest. Inside, he knows he barely managed to resist. Without missing a beat, Chin hugs him, pressing his head gently against her chest, and she tells him to take care of himself for his sister's sake. Jang Hao admits to himself that Chin is kind, though he also wonders if she hides bitter feelings beneath the kindness. Trying to change the subject, Jang Hao blurts out that he wants to cut his hair shorter, and he asks what she thinks. Chin smiles and answers truthfully. She tells him she will love him no matter what, and that he should do whatever makes him happy. Her words stay with him. Jang Hao realizes again how strange this closeness feels with his sister, but he pushes the thought aside. What matters more is tomorrow. Tomorrow he will cut his hair. Tomorrow he will change his appearance. Because tomorrow marks the beginning of a new era. Jang Hao walks into the salon, and a woman greets him with a bright smile. She asks if he has come to find his inner beauty. Jang Hao shakes his head and says he is not interested in that kind of thing. The hairdresser tilts her head and asks what design he is looking for. Jang Hao replies that he just wants a hairstyle that feels comfortable to wear. The answer surprises her. She has never heard a request like that before. In her mind, she decides that boys these days never say what they really mean. If he asks for something simple, he must secretly want something fantastic. With that thought, she gets to work. Her scissors move quickly, and after a while she finishes with a proud smile. Jang Hao looks in the mirror, and for a moment he cannot believe it. The cut is sharp, clean, and it highlights his face better than he ever expected. He admits to himself that this is the best haircut he has ever had. The hairdresser watches him and begins to blush. She says she does not even want him to pay. Instead, she suggests he could be a model for her salon. Jang Hao feels uneasy with the offer. He does not want to accept kindness he has not earned. She continues to flirt with him, and before he leaves, she slips him her card, telling him he can come back anytime. Jang Hao steps outside in disbelief, thinking he must really look handsome if he cannot even stop a woman from falling for him. Back at home, he keeps looking in the mirror. He cannot deny it. The haircut is perfect, and he feels like a new man in this world. He opens his wardrobe to find clothes that match his new style, but what he sees makes him frown. Everything inside is bright and colorful, with bows on nearly every piece. None of it feels right for a man who wants to carry himself with confidence. Jang Hao shakes his head. If he is truly going to step into a new era, he knows what must be done, and these clothes have to go, and soon. Jang Hao's father soon arrives with the groceries, and his stepmother asks Jang Hao to go help him. But the moment his father sees the new look on his precious son, he explodes. He screams at Jang Hao, demanding to know why he cut his hair so short. He insists that men do not wear their hair like that. He wants to storm off and give the hairdresser bad reviews, and he complains that no one will ever want to marry Jang Hao now. Jang Hao cannot believe that he needs to ask for permission from his father just to get a haircut. The scolding does not end there. His father even takes off his shoe and starts hitting him. Jang Hao runs across the room, shouting that this is domestic violence and his father should never strike his handsome face. Just then, Chin barges in, asking what is going on. Jang Hao stumbles and collides with her chest. She steadies him with a smile before turning to their father. Calmly, she tells him to take it easy, reminding him that his health will only get worse if he keeps stressing over small things. She takes a closer look at Jang Hao's haircut and feels a little uneasy because his hair is very short. But to protect her little brother, she lies and says he looks good. She adds that he asked for her permission yesterday, so their father has no reason to be upset. Jang Hao's father still cannot shake his anger. He storms off, muttering that he will go make dinner, but it is clear he is still seething inside. Jang Hao thanks his sister for stepping in and saving him from his father's beating. Chin smiles and says honestly that she is his sister, and of course she will always protect him. Then she tells him to come to her room because she wants to show him something. Jang Hao feels excited, thinking he is finally going to see a typical teenage girl's room filled with girly decorations. But when he steps inside, he freezes. Kin's room is not girly at all. It is cold and neat, almost like a doctor's operation theater. Chin walks over to her desk and picks up a small box. She explains that when they first moved, she did not have time to prepare a gift for him, but now she is ready to give it. She opens the box, revealing 2 diamond earrings. Jang Hao stares in shock and says they must be too expensive. Chinkin shakes her head and tells him she will do anything to make him happy. For the first time, Jang Hao feels what it means to have a sister, and he tells himself that he loves this new life. But back in his room, his thoughts begin to turn. He wonders just how much those diamonds cost. If she gave him something so valuable, then he needs to return the favor with a gift of his own. But after paying for his haircut, he has no money left. At that moment, his phone lights up with a message from Yilong. Yilong tells him he just finished writing a new novel and Jang Hao should read it. Jang Hao suddenly gets an idea. If Yilong can write novels, then he can too. It could be his way to earn money quickly. He decides to write stories about brave male heroes and powerful military queens. With that thought, he sits down to work. Jang Hao opens a blank page and types the title of his new book. He calls it A Real Woman in a World of Men. He leans back in his chair with a confident smile, convinced it will be the next bestseller. The next day at school, Jang Hao's phone buzzes. He checks it and sees a notification from the website where he uploaded his novel. To his surprise, it says his story has already passed the signature request, and now he needs to take the initiative to contact the editor. He realizes the review process is faster than he expected. From now on, he can earn daily fees for every update. It feels like his plan is finally working, and he is on track to make some money. Jang Hao thinks this calls for a celebration. He decides to buy himself ice cream. The problem is, he only has $1 left. With that, all he can afford is a popsicle. He heads toward the store, but as soon as he sees it, he freezes. The place looks familiar. Suddenly, his memories rush back. In his past life, this is the very store where he first met his sister Amy. Ami had been in her last year of high school back then. She was small but strong. She was the daughter of Uncle Kim, who owned the shop right next to Jang Hao's house, and because of that, their families had always been close. Ami was kind and cheerful. She often told Jang Hao she would buy him lunch, and at that time, he thought that must be what falling in love for the first time feels like. Jang Hao used to visit Ami often after school. Sometimes he just stared at her from a distance, unable to look away. One day, he finally built up enough courage to confess his feelings. But Ami only laughed nervously and told him she liked boys her own age, not someone as young as him. That day, Jang Hao faced rejection. Still, he did not give up. He swore he would train hard, grow stronger, and one day become a man who could protect Ami. That was his promise in his past life. But now, things are different. In this new world, he is admired not for his strength, but for his beauty. And with that thought, Jang Hao decides that this time, he will succeed. This time, he is sure he can win Ami's heart. When Jang Hao reaches the store, he hears raised voices. Ami is arguing with her father. She says she just wants to save enough money to get married, but does not want to work hard. Her father tells her that life does not work that way. He reminds her that the daughters of other families are even older than she is, yet they continue to study and work harder than she does. Xiaohe hesitates. He thinks maybe it is best to avoid whoever is arguing. But then Ami walks in. The moment he sees her face, his heart skips. To him, she is still as beautiful as ever. For a second, he almost forgets the argument he overheard. Then his eyes move to the rest of her. He freezes. Ami is much bigger than he remembers. The shock nearly makes him run. Before he can turn away, Ami notices him. She looks straight at him and asks if he has done something strange to his hair. Jang Hao collapses to the ground in fear. His body shakes and tears fall as he begs her not to come closer. Yet, even as he cries, her face draws him in. Her beauty tempts him, and the only words he can force out are a plea for his beautiful Ami to come back, the one he remembers from before. Sister Ami makes Jang Hao sit down on a chair like he is a hero being held hostage. She brings him slices of watermelon and says that it has been a long time since he came over to visit her. She tells him not to be shy, but Jang Hao is trembling inside and fears for his life. He nervously says that he does not need to eat and only wants to leave. Ami gets excited and begins pushing him up and down on the chair. She does it with so much strength that the chair breaks beneath him. She gasps and asks in shock if he is okay, as if she was not the one who just hurt him. Jang Hao quickly jumps out of her reach. He says he is fine and that he just remembered something important he has to do. Without waiting another second, he makes his escape. As Ami calls after him and asks for his number, Jang Hao is already gone from the shop. Back at home, he sits down and thinks. It feels like a shame to him that someone as beautiful as Amy is also built like a King Kong. But at the same time, he admits that he wants to be like that as well. Only then will he be called a real man. That is why he tells himself he must start taking kung fu classes soon. The problem is that the last time he checked, those classes cost a lot of money. He also still needs to buy a gift for his sister Chin Chin and clear the mess in his closet. His to-do list is growing while his pockets stay empty. He thinks that if he could just win the lottery, all of his problems would be solved at once. As he thinks this, someone interrupts him. Jang Hao looks up and sees Chin Chin at home. She is upside down against the wall, doing yoga. The sight catches him off guard and makes him curious. He realizes that even the girls of this world practice yoga. but Chin explains that she only started because she was bored with the gym. She wanted to try exercises that are usually done by men. Xiaoho no Diaz and thinks it makes sense. In this upside-down world, why would there be any good thing that stays the same? Qinxian asks Zhang Hao to do yoga with her because, in her words, it is a disadvantage that he has a thin and weak body. She says that every girl will end up harassing him. Zhang Hao freezes for a moment, because he suddenly realizes that he really is weak compared to his sister. His pride takes a hit, and his male ego refuses to stay quiet. So he grabs her wrist and challenges her to an arm wrestling match, determined to prove her wrong. Qin laughs, amused at how strange he is acting. Still, she agrees to the challenge. They both decide that the loser must give something to the winner. The match begins, and Qin barely tries, while Zhang Hao uses every ounce of his strength. He grits his teeth and declares that this is not just a game of arm wrestling. His dignity is on the line. In his mind, he compares himself to men of another era who had to endure far worse. They lived quietly, hiding parts of themselves, yet still carried their honor as men until the end. But here he is, being treated like a fragile girl who cannot do anything. His frustration grows when Qin starts to tease him, saying he is not playing badly for a little boy. Zhang Hao's arm begins to ache, but he refuses to give up. His pride as a man demands that he keep fighting. Yet, to end his suffering, Qin finally uses her full strength and defeats him in an instant. She then smiles kindly and tells him that he actually did really well. Zhang Hao sighs and accepts once again that he is weak in this world. He asks Qin if there is anything she wants to do with him now that he lost. Qin presses his hand against her cheek and says that she wants to know what it feels like to use someone's thigh as a pillow. Zhang Hao cannot even imagine doing that, but when he looks at her strong legs, shaped from yoga and workouts, he decides to play along. He sits down and says it is no problem. Yet instead of him resting on her thighs, Qin rests her head on his. Zhang Hao stares at her in shock, because in his mind, this is supposed to be the girl's position, not his. Qin closes her eyes and says that his legs are just as smooth as she thought they would be. She asks if she can stay like this a little longer. Seeing how innocent she looks while asking, Zhang Hao nods and tells her she can stay as long as she wants, because in the end, he is a man who keeps his word, and he is a man who will do everything that is asked and expected of him. A few days later, Zhang Hao sits in full writing mode, wearing his glasses, when his phone buzzes. He looks up, surprised at who would text him on a weekend. It is Yuan, inviting him to an amusement park because she is going with Yue Hua. She has already asked his best friend Yilong to pick him up. Since it is not really an invitation, Zhang Hao knows he has no choice but to get ready. Just then, Zhang Hao hears Yilong's voice, and he is already at the door with his little sister. Zhang Hao had wanted a quiet day alone with his thoughts, but now he has to deal with company. When he goes to greet them, the little girl suddenly jumps on him. Zhang Hao is confused because he has never seen her before. He asks Yilong who she is, and Yilong almost cries, saying that his best friend has forgotten about his own sister. She is Yilong's 6-year-old sister, Li Ling. Yilong pulls her off Zhang Hao like Velcro and explains that she only met him when she was 4 years old, so of course Zhang Hao does not remember her now. But what Yilong does not know is that Zhang Hao genuinely does not remember her, because in his previous life, Yilong never had a sister. Zhang Hao asks him to wait in his room for a moment, but as he turns around he suddenly feels someone pinch him. There is no doubt it is Li Ling. Zhang Hao has no interest in going to the amusement park. He thinks it is boring. Yilong insists that is not true. He reminds him that Yue Hua will be there, and she can help him relax. Besides, Zhang Hao has been working non-stop for days and needs a break. While the two boys argue, Li Ling explores the room, looking at everything with wide eyes. She already has a little crush on Zhang Hao. Finally, Zhang Hao stands up and says they will go to the haunted house, but first he needs to change. He remembers the promise he made to Yue Hua that he would help her like a real man, and a man does not break his word. He puts on his manliest Zhang Haoet, while Yilong urges him to hurry. He does not want to make Yue Hua and Yuan wait any longer. Soon enough, they arrive at the amusement park. Yuan looks at Li Ling and immediately asks whose child she is. Li Ling lies without hesitation, saying she came from Zhang Hao's house. Once again, Yilong pulls her back and explains the truth, that she is his sister who begged to come along, and he only agreed so he could keep an eye on her. Yuan compliments Zhang Hao on his style and says he looks much better like this. She then nudges Yue Hua, waiting for her to say something. Zhang Hao laughs nervously, unsure of what to expect. Finally, Yue Hua speaks up and says he does look good and handsome. Zhang Hao smiles, pats her head gently, and tells her that she has a lovely voice, so she should talk more often. With that, Yue Hua takes the lead and guides everyone toward the haunted house. The haunted house turns out to be actually haunted, and as expected, Yilong clings to Zhang Hao, saying that he is too scared, and they should just go for some kiddie rides. Zhang Hao cannot believe that a man would be so frightened by a haunted house. He tells him it is no big deal. Even Li Ling shakes her head, thinking that her brother is a wuss. Yuan then suggests that since there are too many of them, they should split into two groups. She quickly says that she and Zhang Hao will be in one group and the others in another. She then turns to Li Ling and tells her to protect the boys well because it is a woman's duty. Li Ling immediately throws a tantrum, insisting that she wants to stay in a group with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao steps in and firmly tells her to behave and go with her brother. He adds that she does not need to worry about him because he will be fine the whole time. Wen Yuan feels disappointed because she wanted to stay with Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao outsmarts her. From the way she acts, it looks like being in her group would only make his life difficult. Compared to that, Li Ling is clearly the better option. Zhang Hao then sends Yuan Yuan's group ahead to scout the way, telling her that he and Li Ling will follow a few minutes later. Wen Yuan is upset and also a little scared, but when Zhang Hao asks about it, her pride as a woman takes over. She quickly says that women cannot be afraid, and that she will protect Yi Long and his little sister. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao and Li Ling finally decide it is their turn to go. Zhang Hao promises her that he will protect her because she is his sunflower, and Li Ling has no choice but to quietly agree. When they enter the haunted house, they are immediately met with the sound of everyone else screaming. Hearing all the screams inside, Zhang Hao realizes that Yuan Yuan is not as brave as she tells everyone. He then turns to Yue Hua and asks if she is afraid. The girl shyly nods her head, which feels unusual in this world where girls are usually more confident. Zhang Hao tells her there is nothing wrong with being scared, and if she feels afraid, she can always hug him. But that much contact is too much for her, so she only reaches out and lightly holds his sleeve. Zhang Hao, like a hero, ignores every monster that tries to scare them and keeps moving forward. The haunted house is bigger than expected, and after walking for 10 minutes, Zhang Hao feels something is wrong. When he turns, he notices that Yue Hua is no longer behind him. Realizing she must be lost, he quickly goes back to search for her. After looking around, he finally finds her hiding inside a cupboard. He asks why she is sitting there, and she admits that she got lost and hid in the dresser to protect herself. Zhang Hao cannot help but laugh softly at her timidness, calling her a little bird, and tells her not to be afraid because he has come to get her out. Yue Hua feels a sense of relief. She realizes that she can trust Zhang Hao because he is the first person to treat her with kindness. When they finally leave the haunted house, Yi Long is shivering from fear, saying that he will never step into a haunted house again. Even his 6-year-old sister shakes her head and calls him an embarrassment. When Zhang Hao and Yue Hua return, Yi Long bursts into tears of joy, grateful that everyone is safe. Wen Yuan then asks why the two of them took so long inside and if they did something fun. Zhang Hao flicks her on the head to shut down her teasing. As Yue Hua walks toward them, Zhang Hao notices that something is not right. She is sweating and panting, and before he can react, she collapses into his arms. Only then does Zhang Hao realize that Yue Hua has fainted. Yi Long, as always, starts to panic. He says they need to call the police, but he cannot find his phone. Even Yuan Yuan gets flustered and quickly starts dialing for an ambulance. Zhang Hao tells them not to worry and says he will take care of it. He lifts Yue Hua carefully, carries her to a nearby bench, and gently lays her down. Yi Long nervously asks what they should do, saying she might need CPR. Then he realizes that would make Zhang Hao her first kiss. Wen Yuan does not like that idea at all and blurts out that she can just call 911 instead. Zhang Hao stays calm and tells them to get some lunch and water while he tries something simple to wake her up. He rests Yue Hua's head in his lap and pinches her cheek lightly. After a moment, Yue Hua slowly opens her eyes and asks why he is pulling her ear. Zhang Hao chuckles and explains that she fainted, and he only wanted to see if she would wake up with a small trick. Yue Hua admits softly that she was scared, but says she feels better now. Zhang Hao tells her not to push herself into haunted houses again if she does not feel comfortable. Yue Hua no dies but then murmurs that she just wants to sleep. Zhang Hao worries she might be fainting again, but when he hears her snore, he realizes she has simply drifted off. He looks down at her resting peacefully and thinks to himself that she is the calmest and kindest girl he has met in this world, even with her quirky ways. A while later, Yue Hua finally wakes up. Everyone gathers around and asks how she feels, and Zhang Hao, more concerned than the rest, asks if something is bothering her. Yuan Yuan, who only wants to enjoy the amusement park, impatiently asks if they are still going to continue. Zhang Hao shakes his head and says they have had enough excitement for one day. He suggests they head home so Yue Hua can rest. But when Zhang Hao stands up, Yue Hua suddenly takes his hand and quietly says they can go together. He pauses, then lets her hold on. They start walking hand in hand, and Yue Hua, still shy, clings to him in her own way. Wen Yuan watches with envy, crying on the inside because she too wants to know what it feels like to hold a man's silky smooth hand. It is something she has always dreamed of. On the way to drop Yue Hua at her house, the walk takes longer than expected. Yuan Yuan and Yi Long both comment that Yue Hua seems to live quite far away, maybe even in a rural area, and they wonder how inconvenient it must be for her to come to school every day. Zhang Hao frowns and tells them not to be so condescending. When they finally arrive, Yuan Yuan's jaw nearly drops to the ground. Standing before them is not a simple home but a massive mansion. As they take in the sight, a butler hurries out, bows, and announces that the lady of the house has returned. He says the Lord had specifically ordered her not to leave the estate and asks how she could have gone out without permission. The rest of the group can only stand frozen, struggling to believe that their quiet and shy friend has been living in a mansion all this time. They sit inside the mansion, surrounded by walls and tables that look as if they are plated with gold. The same butler who was scolding Yue Hua only minutes ago now serves them tea and coffee, and it is not ordinary at all. Everything looks rich, imported, and carefully prepared. The butler explains that the tea is infused with Tianshan water, while the cakes have been flown in by a special chef for the new guests. After serving, he announces in a formal tone that Yue Hua will now go to her room to change, so her friends should excuse her. Yue Hua says nothing in reply. She does not defend herself or object. She only nods and leaves quietly. Everyone else is left stunned, unable to believe that their quiet and shy friend comes from such an influential family. No one would have guessed that Yue Hua is a millionaire. Zhang Hao, however, stays as calm as ever and tells them to relax. Even so, he admits to himself that it feels strange to realize that a transfer student he had casually helped turned out to be so important. Meanwhile, the butler continues to scold Yue Hua. He says she behaved out of line, left without permission, and did not even allow her bodyguard to follow her. He adds that her father was very worried and will not allow her to go out again. Yue Hua stops in her tracks and asks if her father called and how her mother is doing. The butler replies that her father did call, but he did not answer any questions and seems to still be busy. Yue Hua grips her skirt tightly and mutters that he is always too busy to answer her calls. The butler tries to defend him, saying the Lord has too much business to handle, but he sent her a gift that is already on its way. It is a model of her favorite tank. Yue Hua shows no excitement. What she wants is not gifts or expensive toys, but love and affection from her father. Even the butler, despite his formal tone, looks as if he feels sorry for her. A while later, Yilong looks up at the stairs and sees Yue Hua coming out of her room in a magnificent dress. His eyes light up, because his crush looks even prettier at home. Even Zhang Hao notices the change. He thinks that while she does look cute, compared to when she was with them, she now seems like a lifeless doll. Zhang Hao asks if she is okay. Yue Hua quietly replies that her father did not call her back again, but Zhang Hao does not have enough information to know what that really means. She then asks him to come to her room because she wants to give him something. Zhang Hao is confused, but he follows her anyway. When he steps inside, he is shocked. In a world where women are usually very masculine, her room looks soft and feminine, even more than his sister's. Curious, Zhang Hao asks if her father said something that upset her, or if she was punished for going out with them. In this world, fathers are like male mothers, but it seems that in this villa, the only people living with Yue Hua are the nanny, the workers, and the housekeeper. There is no father or mother here. She admits that her dad was good to her before, but now he is always busy. Zhang Hao then asks about her mother. Yue Hua explains that her mother is even busier and that it has always just been her alone in this house. This shocks Zhang Hao, who realizes how lonely her life has been. Her mother is the mayor and never has time to come home, while her father is always traveling to earn money for the family. The housekeeper once told her that everyone loved her, but to Yue Hua that feels like a distant memory. She has grown up without any affection or attention from her parents. Zhang Hao pats her head gently and tells her she can call him anytime if she feels lonely. He reminds her that she can also reach out to Yuan Yuan and Yi Long, because they are all friends now. Yue Hua smiles at the gesture, then takes his hand and pulls him toward her closet. She insists that she needs to show him something. When she opens the door, it reveals a collection of guns and tanks. She takes one gun and hands it to Zhang Hao, saying that it is her most precious model, but from now on it belongs to him. Zhang Hao immediately refuses, saying his father would be furious if he ever brought a gun home. But Yue Hua insists. She tells him it is the most precious thing she has ever owned, and even the butler reminds him that friends give each other gifts. She says she wants to be his friend for life. Zhang Hao understands the meaning behind her words. He tells her they do not need a gun to be true friends, because their bond is real without it. Hearing this, Yue Hua throws her arms around him and hugs him tightly. She says they will be together for the rest of their lives and will never be separated. After spending the whole afternoon at Yue Hua's house, everyone leaves and Zhang Hao says they will meet again at school soon. Yue Hua looks forward to it, and when Zhang Hao and Yi Long walk back home, Yi Long cannot stop talking about how luxurious Yue Hua's house is. He keeps saying how good she looked in her new dress, and he feels like buying something new to wear, maybe something foreign. Zhang Hao replies that Yi Long already has plenty of hair to style and should not waste more money on it. Then Zhang Hao suddenly remembers that if his friend really wants to buy clothes, it is the perfect chance for him as well. He has wanted to throw away his pink clothes with bows for a long time, and now he can finally replace them. Excited, he says they will go shopping first thing tomorrow morning. At the shopping mall, Yi Long asks what the occasion is. Zhang Hao explains that he just wants to upgrade his wardrobe a little. He has some extra money from his part-time job and wants to shop without any time limit. Yi Long puts on his best shopping mood and helps Zhang Hao pick the best items he can find. Jang Hao spends a fortune on his new wardrobe and thinks this must be how girls feel when they go wild on a shopping spree. After a while, Yilong gets hungry and suggests they should eat. They walk to the nearest restaurant, and while ordering, Jang Hao notices someone whispering about him, calling him handsome. He turns his attention toward them, and even Yilong looks confused. But Jang Hao brushes it off, saying it is nothing bad, and they should focus on their meal. Still, he cannot shake the feeling that he is being watched. While he eats, a random girl secretly takes his photo. She gushes to her friend that she found a very handsome man at the restaurant, someone she wants to marry and have kids with. She uploads his picture online. A little later, Jang Hao's instincts tell him to wear a cap. When Yilong asks why, Jang Hao replies that he needs to keep a low profile because of his looks. Yilong does not feel jealous of his beauty. Instead, he agrees that Jang Hao should be careful, because the internet celebrity Zhang Zong always says people need to stay alert since perverts are everywhere. Jang Hao is right to be cautious, because unknown to him, he is already trending online as the incomparable beauty of the restaurant. Many girls on the internet are thirsting over him, begging for his number so they can talk to him. Meanwhile, a brunette sees his picture. The moment she notices that it was uploaded by Ling Ling, she screams in excitement because she knows the girl. This means she has a chance to get closer to Jang Hao. After coming back home, Jang Hao slouches on the sofa and says he is tired from all the shopping. Still, he thinks it is worth it because now he can finally throw away his horrible old clothes. Suddenly his phone rings, and it is his best friend calling again. Jang Hao wonders why he cannot leave him alone since they just met a while ago. When he connects the call, Yilong screams that Jang Hao is famous and trending online. Jang Hao has no idea what he means, so Yilong explains that the photo taken of him at the fast food restaurant has gone viral. He tells Jang Hao to open a vlog because he is already in the top 5 searches. Meanwhile, his sister Ling Ling is fuming because she believes those pictures should have been hers to keep. Jang Hao finally opens the app and sees that he is number 4 in the rankings. He scrolls through endless comments where women call him hot and stunning. Some even say he should join the entertainment industry because he is that handsome. The restaurant itself has posted a comment saying they are honored that the most beautiful man in the world came to eat there. Jang Hao is floored. He cannot believe his eyes. Still, he convinces himself that it is an exaggeration, and that in a few days the hype will fade. He decides to relax by watching a live game, but dirty ads suddenly pop up on his screen, and he quickly deletes them. Thankfully, the gaming section looks more normal. His favorite game is still there, although now the presenter is a girl. He figures that should not matter as long as she can play. That is when an idea strikes him. Since he is an adult, maybe he can start his own live broadcast. With his skills, it would be easier than working as a writer. Just as he considers this, his sister Chin Chin walks in. She says she spent the entire day at the research institute, and yet she even heard that her little brother has suddenly become an internet sensation. Jang Hao feels embarrassed, realizing she knows too. Chin Chin asks if he went out with Yilong today. He thinks she might be angry, but he admits that he did go with Yilong because they both wanted new clothes, so they decided to shop together. She steps impossibly close, trapping him in place, and her expression turns serious. She asks if anyone bothered him. Jang Hao hesitates but finally answers that nothing like that happened, and if it ever does, he is confident that he can protect himself. Chin Chin thinks Jang Hao is too naive. She tells him that the women of this world are far scarier than he can imagine. As she speaks, she gently caresses him and reminds him that he is the only son their father has. If something happens to him, she could never explain it to their parents. She warns him that if a strange woman ever bothers him again, he must tell her right away. He should also let her know when and where he is going out. Chin Chin leans in so close that if Jang Hao looks down, he is certain he would be pressed against her chest. After a long pause, she finally steps back and turns to leave. But then she stops and says there is one last thing. Without asking, she takes his phone, and for some reason, this makes Jang Hao feel nervous. The next day, a group of women gather outside Jang Hao's school. Hidden in the bushes, he listens as they talk about where he suddenly disappeared. They say he must be hiding nearby and they need to find him, because it is rare to see such a beautiful man these days. Jang Hao hears every word and his nerves start to rise. He has no idea what is going on. He quickly takes out his phone and calls Yilong for help. But before Jang Hao can say anything, Yilong immediately tells him to stay at home and not come to school. There are too many people there because of yesterday's news. Now that everyone knows Jang Hao is a student at this school, the crowd has gathered on this side to surround him and get a piece of him. Jang Hao can hardly believe his luck anymore. All he wanted was some quiet time and a chance to get out of this world. Instead, it feels like everyone wants to bite him. Yilong advises him to take the day off and avoid the chaos. Besides, there are already plenty of people at school who dislike him, and now he has everyone's attention. Jang Hao runs out of the place as fast as he can and lets his sister Chin Chin know. He asks her to get permission from their father to help convince him to skip school. Even she tells him to go home and not worry about anything else. At home, he is so bored that he has nothing to do. He decides to take the opportunity to study and practice live broadcasting. Since he is 18 years old, he feels he should be able to make money by playing games instead of working part-time. Besides, he used to be the king of the game in his old life. He enters his beloved game and realizes that all the characters have changed, but the rules are the same. That will not be a problem for him. Within a few minutes, he is getting quadra-kills and pentakills against other players, and he thinks that he still has it. The feeling of being strong is not bad. He likes being fast and skilled. When he sees the small icon button in the game, he realizes that he has not lost his ability. He wants to play again and again. He spends his whole afternoon playing, and when he finally gets tired, he realizes that he is almost ready. He decides that he will try to start a live broadcast that night. After dinner, his mother and father are busy together on the couch when he excuses himself and says that he is going to his room. His sister Chin Chin is watching him closely. Jang Hao starts his first live broadcast and admits that he is a little nervous. He goes into the summer beach game and notices something strange about the player he is matched with. That player follows him everywhere, trying to catch him. The player then asks him if he used Swordsman Lethal to finish him off. Jang Hao, tired of being stalked in the game, quickly takes out the character that was following him. Right after that, he gets a message from the same person asking if he really used Swordsman Lethal to defeat her. On the other side, it is a girl. She is a nerd who plays the game, and she tries to excuse her loss by saying she just had a bad view. She insists that a player of that level should not be able to beat her unless he is using hacks. She says she is the master of games, and if she cannot win, then she should just sell her computer and quit. Other players start digging into Jang Hao's character, trying to figure out who he really is. But since esports do not show gender, no one can tell if he is a boy or a girl. Still, the girl he defeated refuses to accept cheaters. She says there are too many people these days who use fake documents just to pass themselves off as idols so they can join the game. The group chat is full of complaints, and Jang Hao is reading everything. He wonders why everyone is talking badly about him when he has not done anything wrong. Players begin sending him requests to join their team, but Jang Hao declines every single one. He says that he only plays solo. The others immediately label him arrogant. They say he is unbearable as a boy, and they all swear they are going to teach him a lesson. They claim that next time he will not dare step into a girl's game pretending to be a guy. Even the same player he defeated earlier challenges him again. Jang Hao accepts the challenge without hesitation. Using his speed, he takes her down instantly. This time she realizes that she is dealing with someone on a different level. She quickly tells her fans not to attack him, suggesting he is probably just a guy who is new to the game and does not understand how serious hacks are taken. Jang Hao, meanwhile, admits that maybe she is right, maybe the other side is good. But then he notices something that makes him pause. The small icon at the top of the screen shows that his live stream has suddenly exploded with viewers. They are flooding the chat, asking him to show his face. Some even threaten to report him if he refuses. Many say they think he is just a kid, so they want proof. Jang Hao switches on his mic and speaks in his real voice. He tells them clearly that he is a man and that he is the one playing the game. But the girls still do not believe him. They laugh it off, saying no man could play video games the way he does. Jang Hao then asks them how they even found his live stream in the first place, because he has not used any hacks. He adds that if they do not believe him, they can always come and face him directly in the game. Suddenly the chat changes. Someone requests that he show his hands on camera. They all want to see what kind of player he really is. Jang Hao watches his viewer count shoot up to 3.7 million. He realizes the gaming moderators have already added his stream to the main feed. For the first time, he feels excited. So he turns on his camera and shows his hands, saying there is nothing more to prove. The chat explodes instantly. Viewers begin spamming hearts for his hands, saying they look beautiful. The girl he defeated earlier sighs and admits that if she had known she was playing against someone like him, she would have tried to befriend him instead of fighting him. Comments pour in about his veiny hands, and Jang Hao cannot believe what people find appealing. The second round is about to begin, so Jang Hao closes the chat since all the messages are slowing his game down. At the same time, inside a large enterprise building, a mysterious girl sits in front of her screen, watching his live stream with sharp interest. She quickly realizes that this new streamer is already drawing massive attention, and if the company signs him, he will become a valuable asset and a steady source of revenue. After streaming for a while, Jang Hao finally bids everyone farewell. He thanks them, saying that this was his very first live broadcast, and he is grateful for the support each one of them gave him. But the girls in the stream refuse to let him go. They beg him to stay longer, saying 2 hours is not nearly enough. Some even joke that he should ask his mother to check under his bed, because that is how much they adore him. Jang Hao finds it all very strange, so he shuts down his computer right away. He decides that tomorrow he will stream again at 8 o'clock, probably for 2 hours, so he needs to rest and wake up early to be ready. Since it is already past 10, he heads to bed, thinking that tomorrow he will also decide whether it is safe to go back to school. The next day, Jang Hao meets his best friend Yi Long at an ice cream shop. He asks if there are still girls following him around the school. Yi Long says there are fewer than yesterday, but that might be because Jang Hao did not show up, so some of them grew frustrated and left. Still, a few are camping outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Jiang Hao hopes they will not be there when he goes back tomorrow. Yilong then asks what Jiang Hao has been up to lately. Jiang Hao says he wrote a few novels and even did some broadcasts. This makes Yilong's eyes widen. He almost screams, demanding to know when Jiang Hao started streaming and why he never heard about it. He even jokes that since Jiang Hao is good at everything, he must also be great at streaming. Jiang Hao quickly tells him to shut up before anyone hears. He tips his hat lower to hide his face and explains that he only started recently and has not signed any contract. Just then, Jiang Hao receives a message from a well-known streaming company. They invite him to contact their administrators and discuss signing a contract. Yilong notices Jiang Hao's expression and asks what happened. Jiang Hao explains that the platform wants him to sign with them because his streams have become popular. Yilong gets excited, saying it is great news and Jiang Hao should sign right away. He insists that with Jiang Hao's talent and appearance, he will definitely succeed and become one of the most famous men in the country. He laughs, imagining that once Jiang Hao becomes a celebrity and earns a fortune, he will be able to buy anything he wants. For Yilong, that dream alone feels like living in a fever fantasy. Jiang Hao argues that right now he is just a student, and if live streaming ever affects his studies, then he will quit without hesitation. He also says that if he becomes an internet celebrity, he doubts he will have any privacy. He knows he would be harassed both online and in real life, and those are the last things he wants. Yilong tries to convince him, saying he can always wear a mask. According to him, it is a great way to get attention, and fans would follow him and even send him gifts if he sang or danced. But Jiang Hao quickly sets another boundary. He says he can go live and entertain people without showing his face, but he refuses to sing and dance just to beg for gifts. For now, Jiang Hao says he has to leave, so the two of them part ways. What they do not realize is that a pair of girls have been stalking Jiang Hao from a distance. When they reach an alleyway, Jiang Hao notices someone following them. He suddenly tells Yilong that he has to stop by the supermarket and that he can go alone from here. Yilong does not suspect anything, so he leaves Jiang Hao behind. Once Yilong disappears, Jiang Hao looks around the empty alley. He calmly announces that there is no need to hide anymore, and that whoever is following him can show themselves. That is when a gangster steps out of the shadows. She grins at him and says she is lucky that someone like him wandered into her area. Calling him a handsome boy, she offers to take care of him. Jiang Hao stares back coldly and asks who the hell she even is to talk to him like that. The second hand of the gangster group speaks up and asks how Jiang Hao could not know who Sister Lu Xin is. She says Lu Xin owns all the streets in the area. Jiang Hao calmly replies that he does not know anyone named Liu Xin who owns the streets, and even if she did, he is not interested in her at all, so she should stop talking nonsense. The second hand steps closer and asks if the kid wants to die, because no one speaks to Liu Xin like that. But before she can continue, Lu Xin herself steps in. Instead of thanking her follower, she punches the girl in the face and tells her not to be rude to her beautiful little pet. Lu Xin looks at Jiang Hao and says he has a lot of personality, and she likes that. She says the internet was right about him, that he is a handsome man, and she has already decided to make him hers. Lu Xin then explains that her people were not trying to offend him, and maybe he misunderstood. But what really matters is that she wants him to become her boyfriend. In return, she says she will give him 10,000 yen every month as a salary. Jiang Hao immediately thinks the amount is far too small. At the same time, he knows many men would consider it a dream to be taken in by a wealthy woman. He admits to himself that Liu Xin is beautiful and strong, with a toned figure and even visible abs. But then he asks himself if being a man means depending on someone else. The thought does not sit right with him, so he rejects her offer and tells her to leave. As Jiang Hao turns to go, Liu Xin calls out again. She says that nowadays it is normal for boys to be adopted by older women, and she can raise the money if he is not satisfied with the first price. She warns him to think carefully before refusing, because if he says no again, she will have to use force. She pulls out a pocket knife, spinning it around her fingers, and says she would hate to ruin such a beautiful face. She holds the knife close to him as a threat, the blade only inches from his skin. Jiang Hao does not flinch. Because he knows kung fu, he quickly grabs her wrist and twists it. The knife slips from her hand and clatters to the ground. Jiang Hao tightens his stance and thinks to himself that he has finally found someone he can use to practice his kung fu. Jiang Hao slams his elbow into Lu Xin's chest, sending her stumbling backward as she clutches her heart. She curses under her breath, but before she can recover, a kick comes flying toward his face. Jiang Hao ducks away just in time and bolts across the floor. He snatches the knife from the ground and turns back, this time pointing the blade at the gangsters. He warns them to leave him alone. One of Liu Xin's minions steps forward and says the kid really wants to fight. But Liu Xin raises her hand and orders them all to stay back. She says she wants to tame this wild cat herself. Rolling up her sleeve, she steps toward him with a confident smile. Jiang Hao steadies his breathing, thinking that women in this world hold a natural advantage, so if he wants to win, he must find another way. He grips the knife and swings it again and again, forcing Liu Xin to step back. With his free hand, he pulls out his phone and dials the police. He warns her that if she does not stop, he will give them her name. Lu Xin freezes, realizing that Zhang Hao is not only skilled but also clever. She lowers her guard and steps away, deciding to let it go. Her followers look at her in shock, unable to believe that their fierce leader is letting the boy walk free. But Lu Xin smirks and tells them that sometimes patience is needed, especially when it comes to handsome ones. She asks Zhang Hao for his name. He answers, introducing himself, but quickly reminds her to stay away because the call is still active. Lu Xin bites her lip and says she will remember him, her eyes lingering with temptation. While Zhang Hao is fighting, one of Lu Xin's minions secretly takes a picture of him in action and uploads it to the internet. The image begins to spread quickly. Far away, inside a powerful corporation, a woman sits at the head of the table. Her name is Ms. Wei, and her presence fills the room with tension. The employees below her present their findings, saying they have discovered a strong candidate. The president listens carefully, then orders them to sign him right away, confident that the boy will become a huge success. Ms. Wei sits in her office, a cigarette in her hand, and wonders why she has to deal with recruiting. She thinks that bringing in new people is more like a job for a headhunter, not for her. But then she asks herself, why should she even worry about this in the first place? Her second-in-command agrees, but reminds her that this is a direct order from the president. The president wanted to introduce the new boy and even asked to speak with him in person. Ms. Wei frowns and asks if her mother ever gets tired of chasing fresh faces. She mutters if her mother really wants to find herself a younger man to play the role of father. Then she asks to see the pictures. The assistant hands them over, and of course it is Zhang Hao's photo while he is fighting. Ms. Wei studies it carefully. She notes that he still looks like a high school student, but his presence and personality stand out. She thinks that if they shape him the right way, he can become a huge success for the company. She orders her assistant to investigate Zhang Hao and bring her a full report that afternoon. After they leave, Ms. Wei walks to the window and gazes at the city below. For a moment, she wonders about the boy who has managed to capture her attention. That boy, of course, is Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, Zhang Hao is playing basketball. Yilong stands nearby, clearly annoyed. When Zhang Hao sneezes, Yilong tells him that if he has a cold, he should not play. He says Zhang Hao should just cheer from the stands, since basketball is a sport for the girls anyway. Zhang Hao shakes his head and says he does not have a cold. It was just a sneeze, and basketball is not only for girls. He grabs the ball and makes a straight shot into the basket. As he jumps, part of his shirt lifts, and one girl watching from a distance catches her breath. She feels like she has just seen something beautiful. Zhang Hao lands and proves his point, showing that boys can also shine at basketball. Yilong sighs because he is not the only one cheering. A whole crowd of girls are shouting Zhang Hao's name, their voices rising for the best player on the court. Later on, Yilong speaks with Yuehua. He says it is strange how Zhang Hao has become famous almost overnight. Yuehua agrees that it is unusual, but she also says that as long as Zhang Hao is happy, that is what matters. Yilong nods, admitting that Zhang Hao is so cool that even Qin Qin, the shyest girl in school, is smitten with him. Not far away, Feng sits with his minion. He sneers and says that Zhang Hao only enjoys attracting attention from girls. He wonders why no one sees his true nature. Feng claims Zhang Hao is nothing but an arrogant boy pretending to be pure. His minion replies that the girls are blinded by his face and do not understand what kind of person he really is. He warns Feng that they must not let their guard down. At the same time, a girl hides behind one of the pillars. She secretly takes photos of Zhang Hao, whispering to herself that Sister Lu Xin promised her money even for blurry pictures. She thinks these shots will work for her plan. Zhang Hao suddenly turns his head and looks in her direction, but when he sees nothing, he shrugs it off. He thinks he must be imagining things and returns to the game. The stalker lowers her camera and grins. She is sure she can get $200 for these photos, and in her mind, cheating Zhang Hao's only friends will be worth it. At the school entrance, Zhang Hao and Yuehua say goodbye. Zhang Hao pats her head and tells her that they will meet again very soon. Yuehua smiles and the moment feels gentle and warm. Yilong, not wanting to be left out, clings to Zhang Hao's arm and says that Zhang Hao should also give him a proper farewell. Zhang Hao just laughs it off, pushes him lightly away, and treats him like a friend in his own casual way. But then Zhang Hao suddenly stops. His eyes shift toward the bushes, and he notices the faint glint of a camera lens. Someone is taking pictures of him. Yilong does not see it, but Zhang Hao's senses are already sharp and alert. He narrows his eyes and mutters that it is probably nothing, yet he cannot shake the uneasy feeling that he is being watched. For a moment, a thought crosses his mind. Could the one behind the camera be his own sister, Qin Qin? Zhang Hao finally trusts his hunch and walks toward the tree where a girl is hiding. She panics and starts rambling that she was not doing anything wrong. Zhang Hao looks angry, his voice sharp, but at the same time he feels a little relieved that the person hiding there is not his sister, Qin Qin. He demands her phone, saying he wants to check if she was recording him or not. The girl defends herself, insisting she was only taking a landscape photo. But Zhang Hao is not fooled. He shows her the video she had been secretly filming of him. Cornered, the girl finally admits that she was inspired by Sister Lu Xin, who convinced them to do this. According to her, they can sell photos for $200 each as long as the person's face is clear. Jiang Hao cannot believe that Liu Xin is still pulling strings behind the scenes. The girl explains nervously that Liu Xin is the real head of the area. Jiang Hao tells her that he understands, but if she deletes the pictures, she is free to go. She quickly does as he says, then runs off, thinking that this is Liu Xin's problem now, and she has to find a way to handle it herself. On Saturday, Jiang Hao goes to the mall with Yilong. Yilong is excited and asks if Jiang Hao has already signed a contract with the streaming company. Jiang Hao knows Diaz and says he did. And not only that, he managed to set his own conditions, and surprisingly, the company agreed. The first thing Jiang Hao demanded was to get back the gifts from his earlier streams. Now he needs Yilong's help to decide which ones to keep and which ones to return. Yilong gets thrilled because, after all, who does not like free gifts? He even teases Jiang Hao, asking if a special girl sent him something. At the same time, he feels a bit betrayed that Jiang Hao had not told him earlier. But when Jiang Hao explains, Yilong realizes that he just wants to buy a gift for his sister as a way of returning the favor for the earrings she gave him. Yilong then pressed for details about the conditions Jiang Hao set with the company. Jiang Hao explains clearly. He will not show his face if he does not want to. He can create content other than gameplay, but only if he chooses. He will not attend offline events unless he agrees. His live streams will run 2 hours daily, extended to 5 on weekends, but with at least 1 day off each week. And most importantly, he will always know beforehand if the company expects him to do anything outside of gaming. Above all else, his face will remain private. Yilong is impressed and tells Jiang Hao that he really is an amazing negotiator. He believes the company gave in only because Jiang Hao is already one of their most famous streamers. Hearing that, Jiang Hao blushes slightly, embarrassed by the praise. But like always, wherever Jiang Hao goes, he shines in the crowd. Even at the mall, Feng and her group of mean girls are watching him. They mock him, calling him the #1 beauty of the school, yet at the same time labeling him a prude who somehow always gets mixed up with perverted girls. To them, it makes him look dumb, like a bimbo. One of Feng's minions sneers, saying that if they were as beautiful as Jiang Hao, they would never waste it on impure things like he does. They complain that they despise people who use their looks to get away with shameless behavior. Another minion, trying to stir the pot, turns to her sister Feng and says she should vent their anger by dragging everyone to the beauty salon next door to check out new lipsticks. But Feng smirks, waving the idea away. She explains that her father recently handed her a generous amount of spending money so she could easily buy her minions' lipsticks herself. After all, they cost nothing to her. The girls cheer for her generosity, hanging on her every word. Then Feng leans in, her voice dropping to something colder. As a test of their loyalty, she orders them to teach Jiang Hao a lesson. Excited, the minions vow they'll make him cry. Their brilliant plan? To catch him off guard, snap unflattering photos, and plaster them online so the whole school can see how ugly he really is. Feng adds a warning. They should find somewhere private, away from watchful eyes, otherwise they'll risk getting caught. She grins, imagining the humiliation. Her plan is sinister, meant to ruin his reputation. The irony, of course, is that no matter how hard they try, it's impossible to make Jiang Hao look ugly. He's just too effortlessly handsome. Jiang Hao buys something really expensive for his sister, and Yilong comments that he must be a really good brother, because spending over $1,000 on such a costly belt shows how much he cares. Jiang Hao then admits that ever since he registered on the live stream platform, his daily pay has been more than enough. He explains that Chin even gave him real diamond earrings, so it only made sense for him to give her something of equal value. Yilong cannot believe what he hears. Real diamond earrings. He insists on seeing them right away. The two of them talk as they head toward the bathroom, unaware that Feng and her minions are secretly trailing behind. The girls see this as their chance to bully Jiang Hao and capture embarrassing photos. Feng, however, removes herself from the situation and tells her minions to follow the boys inside while she keeps watch outside. In truth, she is worried that if Jiang Hao sees her in the bathroom, he might spread a rumor that she is stalking him. Her minions are too clueless to understand her hesitation, so they carry on with the plan. Inside, Jiang Hao steps out of the stall while Yilong is busy fixing his appearance. Jiang Hao casually tells him to stop using that perfume, since it makes him smell like he is trying to advertise it. At that exact moment, two of Feng's minions burst into the men's bathroom. One of them tries to bump into Jiang Hao, but he trips and nearly falls face first. Jiang Hao reacts quickly, grabbing him by the collar and asking what he is doing. The other minion immediately shouts that Jiang Hao pushed him on purpose and demands that he watch where he is going. Yilong, already irritated, jumps in to defend his friend. He says it is obvious that the guy tripped on his own, and that Jiang Hao never pushed anyone. But instead of admitting fault, the fallen minion charges straight toward Yilong in anger. Jiang Hao steps forward at the last moment, stopping him in his tracks, and warns him to keep his hands to himself. He says if anyone dares to lay a hand on his friend, then that must mean he has a death wish. The minion tries to defend himself, but his voice is shaky. He insists that he did not hit anyone and repeats that he has no death wish. Still, his words sound weak. because Zhang Hao looks completely fearless. Zhang Hao tells them to step aside and move out of the way. But instead of backing down, the minion makes one last attempt to provoke him. He spits in Zhang Hao's direction and calls him disgusting. Zhang Hao dodges the spit at the last moment, his patience finally running out. He pulls back his fist and punches the minion square in the face, warning him not to think he will hold back just because they are girls. The second minion shrieks that Zhang Hao hit her friend. Yilong, already annoyed, rolls up his sleeves and steps forward. In seconds, the two minions launch at each other in a messy, hair-pulling fight that even makes Zhang Hao cringe. Watching them scratch and scream is embarrassing, so Zhang Hao decides to step in and show them what a real fight looks like. He quickly teaches both of them a lesson. The strikes land fast, sharp, and controlled, like a perfect software update no one can keep up with. When it's over, Zhang Hao tells them to mind their own business next time. One of the minions holds her face and yells that Zhang Hao is going to regret hitting her. She threatens to call her partner and have him deal with Zhang Hao. But Zhang Hao stands tall, completely unfazed, and makes it clear he is not afraid of empty threats. Outside the shopping center, Zhang Hao and Yilong are walking when Shuqi returns with her partner. She immediately starts complaining, pointing at Zhang Hao and snitching that he was the one who attacked them. Shuqi's partner, a tall and muscular girl, stares at Zhang Hao with clear disgust. The minion lies as well, saying they were cornered in the bathroom and had no way to escape. Feng, as always, removes herself from the situation. She says she is going to the bathroom first and tells her minions to proceed with the beating. One of them suggests she should stay and take photos of Zhang Hao, but Feng is not foolish. She decides to keep a safe distance, pulling out her phone and preparing to capture every angle. Her plan is simple. She will upload the photos to the school forum and let everyone see Zhang Hao's face when he becomes the center of attention in the worst way possible. Shuqi continues her act, squeezing out crocodile tears to make herself look like the victim. Zhang Hao, however, does not hesitate. With no fear in his eyes, he asks what these wimps are doing coming back. Yilong, more cautious, reminds him that they were the ones who started it and that he and Zhang Hao only defended themselves. Zhang Hao is not defensive at all. Instead, he looks thrilled, almost excited, and tells them if they have something to say, then they should just say it instead of wasting everyone's time. But then something unexpected happens. The buff partner looks at Zhang Hao for the first time, and her expression changes completely. At that moment, she falls for him. Her girlfriend Shuqi notices and bursts into anger, screaming at her for staring so shamelessly. The buff girl, however, remains calm. She admits it does not matter what happened, because her girlfriend was the one who struck Zhang Hao first, and no matter what, it was her fault. The buff girl turns back to Zhang Hao and without hesitation asks for an apology on behalf of her girlfriend. She says they should forget about the incident and move on. Her partner cannot believe what she is hearing. To be betrayed like this, and in such a humiliating way, makes her furious. She asks if her girlfriend is in love with Zhang Hao, but the buff girl avoids answering, leaving the question hanging. Zhang Hao finally steps in with his usual bluntness. He tells them that if they are having marital problems, they should take it somewhere else. He asks them to get out of the way so he and Yilong can continue on their way without more drama. Shuqi cannot believe what she is hearing from her own girlfriend, but her first girlfriend quickly snaps and threatens her, saying that if she does not shut her mouth, she will put her in a bag and throw her into a river. After that harsh warning, she suddenly changes her tone and turns to Zhang Hao. She says there may have been a misunderstanding a moment ago and suggests they just exchange numbers. She even offers to give him a gift as an apology. Feng, who has been watching from the side, is already recording the entire scene. She plans to upload the video online, framing Zhang Hao as a homewrecker to destroy his reputation. She zooms in and out, waiting for the perfect angle to make him look bad. At the same time, not far from them, a luxurious car pulls up to the shopping center. Inside sits Miss Wei, reviewing the second quarter earnings with her usual focus. But when she lifts her eyes for a moment, she notices someone standing directly in front of her car. It is Zhang Hao. Feng is so busy recording the video that she does not notice a mob of gangsters walking right behind her. Out of nowhere, Liu Xin places her hand on Feng's shoulder and asks who she is filming. Feng begins to stutter, saying it is nothing important. But when Liu Xin looks at the phone, she immediately realizes what Feng was doing. Feng had been taking pictures of her beloved boyfriend. Liu Xin stays calm, but her words are sharp. She asks Feng if she has a death wish, daring to film her man in the same frame as another woman. Without hesitation, Liu Xin lifts Feng up by the throat. Feng gives a weak reply, saying she was wrong and never intended to cause harm. She knows Liu Xin is the head of the area and understands that Zhang Hao could never afford to cross someone like her. Liu Xin then tells Feng that if that is true, she had better come with her to meet her boyfriend. As Liu Xin steps forward with Feng in her grip, even the buff girl starts to sweat, wondering why Feng would ever be with someone so dangerous. Liu Xin walks straight up to Zhang Hao and speaks directly to him. She says that even though only 2 days have passed, she has missed him more than she can admit. Zhang Hao, however, shows no reaction at all. Even Yilong looks uneasy around Liu Xin, but Zhang Hao only wants the situation to end because one after another, his female-obsessed admirers keep appearing outside the mall. Zhang Hao turns to leave, but Lu Xin stops him with what she calls a token of good faith. To win him over, she reveals that Feng was the one filming him, and then pushes Feng to the ground, saying she is a gift for him to deal with however he wants. Zhang Hao does not fall for it and bluntly asks what Lu Xin really wants from him. Lu Xin flicks her finger, and her minions rush away, making Zhang Hao think she is about to start another fight. Instead, they return carrying a large bouquet of flowers. Lu Xin holds it out to him, and in a surprisingly gentle voice, she asks if he will go out with her, saying that she likes him very much. Lu Xin promises that she will give Zhang Hao whatever he wants if he agrees to be her boyfriend. Zhang Hao thinks to himself that she is just a pervert who keeps proposing to him again and again. He once again politely tells her that he is not interested, he does not want to go out with her, and she should just leave because he is in a hurry and needs to go. Even then, Lu Xin asks him to at least take the flowers. Zhang Hao finds it ironic because the first time they met she pulled out a knife, and now she is offering him flowers with a kind smile. He thinks this is manipulation at its finest. Zhang Hao tells her again that since he does not want to be her boyfriend, he also does not want the flowers. He reminds her that earlier in the alley she threatened to kill him, so it is better for both of them to forget everything, act like they do not know each other, and leave. If not, he will have no choice but to call the police. Lu Xin's minions are shocked that Zhang Hao dares to speak to her so bluntly, but Lu Xin tells them to step aside and not interrupt the conversation with her man. Yilong nervously asks if Lu Xin is planning to kill anyone, and her attention finally shifts toward him. She looks at him closely and recognizes him as Zhang Hao's best friend. Zhang Hao immediately asks if Lu Xin has also been investigating his friends. She calmly replies that it is only natural for her to worry about the people close to her boyfriend. She adds that some of her own friends seem to like Zhang Hao and his friends, and even she cannot stop those girls from becoming obsessed with him. Zhang Hao realizes her words carry a hidden warning. Behind her innocent tone, she is clearly threatening him through Yilong. Zhang Hao's tone suddenly shifts the conversation, and he tells Lu Xin that they can always forget about everything. He asks what else she even wants from him. But Lu Xin refuses to forget about her love. She tells him she wants to hear the L word, then asks if he would like to go out with her for a few drinks at the bar. Zhang Hao pulls his face away from her hand and asks her for the address. Lu Xin smiles and says to meet her at 7 o'clock at the Lights Up restaurant on the west side. She promises she will be waiting there. She even calls him honey, which makes Zhang Hao cringe, but he tells her he will be there on time. Later, Yilong pulls Zhang Hao aside and says that the woman clearly looked like a gangster. Everyone with her had tattoos, so does Zhang Hao really want to be alone with someone like that? He says Zhang Hao will be vulnerable, but Yilong repeats that he can always call the police. Zhang Hao explains that it is not that simple. None of them have written criminal records, so the police would not be able to do much. And if they provoke her and make her angry, she could make their lives miserable. Zhang Hao finally says that as a sacrifice, he will go see Lu Xin tonight. He tells Yilong not to worry because he has been practicing kung fu lately, so they will not be able to harm him. Instead, Yilong should be the one who stays careful. Hearing these words, Yilong starts crying, as if his best friend is about to sacrifice himself in a burning pit of fire. At that moment, someone else arrives. It is Miss Wei's assistant. She tells Zhang Hao that the CEO would like to see him, and that he should come along for his own sake. Zhang Hao realizes once again how inconvenient this reverse harem has become. He feels sick and tired of girls chasing him and harassing him 24/7. He asks who the CEO even is. Right then, bodyguards surround him, and Zhang Hao has no idea how to respond. He thinks he never imagined so many people would pressure him all at once. He sends Yilong home and says he will call him if he needs anything. Then Zhang Hao follows the assistant to the headquarters. When he arrives, a very powerful and dominating woman greets him. The air feels tense even for Zhang Hao. She introduces herself as Wei Nan, CEO of Fenghong Media Group. She marches straight up to him and says, as a matter of fact, that his first stream was a huge success. According to her, there is no one else in the world streaming like him. Wei Nan then hands Zhang Hao a contract, telling him to sign it and promising that she will make him a star. But it is not that simple, and the demand shocks Zhang Hao. When he looks through the contract, he realizes that the one he already has is far better. He apologizes and says it is all a misunderstanding. He explains that he does not want to be a star, nor does he want to be famous. He adds that he is in a hurry to get home for dinner, so he will be leaving now. Just as he turns to go, the assistant stops him and asks him not to be rude. She reminds him that someone like the CEO rarely takes the time to meet a person face to face, and that Wei Nan graciously asked to talk to him personally. Zhang Hao does not accept this. He calmly uses his kung fu to remove her hand from his arm and tells her again that he does not need a contract. He heads toward the boundary, but then he pulls the woman forward, and she falls face first onto the floor. Wei Nan sees this and realizes that Zhang Hao can actually defend himself. With that, she charges at him, moving fast to land a blow. Zhang Hao blocks her punches and even tries to land one of his own, but she dodges it quickly. She comments that it feels unreal for a high school kid to know kung fu at this level, and she admits that it is impressive. Zhang Hao answers that while he is grateful for her words, he still cannot accept Wei Nan's offer. She tells him not to rush into saying no, because there is nothing in the world she cannot have. She assures him that she will give him more time to think about it. With that, Wei Nan orders her assistant to take him home, and Zhang Hao realizes that she is not someone who will be easy to deal with. Back at home, Zhang Hao sends out a text to voice recorder, razor, and pepper spray to prepare for his big date. After that, he messages Yi Long, telling him that if he does not call by 8:30, then Yi Long should contact the police. Zhang Hao knows that tonight he has to find a way to clear things up with Lu Xin, otherwise his peace will be in danger. He arrives at the bar, and as soon as he walks inside, a girl greets him, saying their boss has been waiting. He asks her to take him over, and soon he sees Lu Xin sitting on a sofa like a queen, while two attendants stand by her side. The receptionist introduces Zhang Hao, and without wasting time, Zhang Hao says he only came tonight to make things clear. He tells Lu Xin that from now on they should act like they never met, because it is better for both of them if she does not know him, and he does not know her. Lu Xin does not look amused. She thinks his request is difficult. She stands, holding a glass of wine in one hand, and makes him an offer. She says that if he satisfies her just once, for one night, she will stop bothering him. The receptionist even tries to tease him a little, asking how he likes the offer. Zhang Hao only shakes his head. He says that he knew she would say something like this, so he is going to call the police. Lu Xin laughs at him, saying that calling the police is an immature move, and there is nothing wrong with them finding some love in one another. Even her assistant joins in, saying that he should not resist. She warns him that if he does, then they will pin him down for Lu Xin, and after that, they will post his pictures on the internet. She smirks and tells him to stop acting so bratty. Zhang Hao cannot believe her boldness. She keeps speaking, thinking that he must be afraid, and tells him again to follow Sister Lu Xin's orders. Zhang Hao only thinks that he has never heard anyone say such twisted things. Luckily, the recorder in his pocket is still running. Lu Xin then reveals that the assistant is actually her younger sister. She smiles and asks if Zhang Hao would like to spend the night with just her, or if he would prefer someone else to join. Suddenly, Lu Xin's sister pulls a knife on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao glares at her and asks how she dares to pull a knife, and if they really plan to kill him if he resists. But Zhang Hao also came prepared. He quickly pulls the pepper spray from his pocket and sprays it into their eyes. All the girls start crying from the sting, and one of them tries to attack, but as Lu Xin's sister is busy grabbing at her eyes, Zhang Hao snatches the knife from her hand. He presses it to her throat and warns her not to move, or he will cut her. Zhang Hao then turns to Lu Xin and says once again to let him go, otherwise she will be the one in trouble. Lu Xin only laughs and calls him a brave boy. Zhang Hao holds Lu Xin's sister as bait and makes his way out of the bar. He warns that if Lu Xin dares to send another woman after him, she will see blood in the streets, and bringing in the police will do her no good. Lu Xin, however, only looks amused, thinking she has plenty of time to play with him. But then she gets a text from her sister's phone. Zhang Hao has already asked for the picture to be sent to him. He reminds Lu Xin that he recorded everything they just said, and warns that if they provoke him or hurt his friend, he will send it all to the police. This irritates Lu Xin, who never thought Zhang Hao could be this cunning. On the other hand, one of Wei Nan's workers has been keeping a close eye on Zhang Hao. She reports back to Wei Nan, telling her that Zhang Hao is safe. A few days later, Zhang Hao is at school, still thinking about what happened. 2 days ago he threatened Lu Xin and her gang, but he does not know if it worked. If she keeps acting like a psychopath, then he will have to come up with something else. While he is lost in thought, he overhears a group of girls talking nearby. They whisper about Lu Xin, saying that she seems to have been fixed. The atmosphere in the area feels different, and everyone says that a new boss is going to be revealed this afternoon. The girl asks how a sudden takeover can happen without any warning. Another girl replies that she heard the Feng Hong group stepped in because there was a serious harassment problem in the area. They decided Lu Xin no longer fit the group's objectives, so they called for her replacement. Zhang Hao listens and frowns. He cannot understand what the Feng Hong group has to do with this. The name sounds familiar, and then it hits him. It is Nan's company. But even then, he cannot connect the dots. What relationship could Nan possibly have with Lu Xin? Later that day, after school, Zhang Hao heads home. As soon as he enters, he finds his sister Qin Qin waiting for him, all dressed up, and she smiles while saying she has cooked for him. Zhang Hao instantly asks about their parents, wanting to know if they are the only ones at home. Qin Qin replies that both of them had to work late and will not be back until much later tonight. That means Zhang Hao and Qin Qin will be alone together. For some reason, this excites him. In his old life, in the old world, a man and a woman alone at home always meant trouble waiting to happen. Qin Qin snaps him out of his dirty thoughts, asking what is wrong with him. Zhang Hao gets nervous and quickly says it is nothing, that they should just eat. But deep down, he knows those thoughts are wrong. He tells himself to come to his senses. She is his sister, even if there is no blood relation. On the other hand, Qin Qin already seems to know exactly what is running through his head. After they finish dinner, Chin asks Jung Hao to go to his room and work on his homework, reminding him that later he has to stream for hours. She says she will handle the dishes. Jung Hao asks if she is sure she does not need his help, and that is when she gently touches his hand. She tells him she does not want her precious Jang Hao's hands to get irritated by the detergent. Jang Hao feels nervous at all this attention but nods, saying he understands. He knows his sister is beautiful and virtuous, the very image of a perfect woman. In his old world, he would have wished for such a wife. He never realized that having an older sister like her could be so difficult. Around 7 o'clock, he logs in for his livestream. He greets everyone warmly and reminds them of the rules, making it clear once again that he will not show his face. 2 hours pass before Chin returns. She tells him to shut down the computer and get some rest. But Jang Hao is already done with the stream, showing that he has been responsible. Chin smiles and says he must be exhausted after the broadcast. She offers to give him a massage to help him relax, yet the way she sits on his bed makes it feel like an invitation to something else. Jang Hao grows nervous and tells her it is not necessary. He suggests she should rest instead, but Chin pulls him closer, saying Jang Hao is sweet for worrying about her, which is exactly why they should rest together. She leans in and starts playfully biting his head. Jang Hao notices how soft and gentle she feels, but he also reminds himself that this is wrong. They are family, and family should care for one another, not cross such lines. For some reason, this moment makes Chin think about her younger self and the first time she saw Jang Hao as a baby. Her eyes grow wet with tears. Jang Hao is startled and asks what is wrong and why she is crying. Jang Hao nervously begins to ramble, trying to explain himself, but deep down he knows he has not done anything wrong. Still, he cannot shake the uncertainty. Chin gently consoles him, telling him that she is crying because she is happy. She says it is an honor to be his sister and to be part of his family. Just saying it out loud makes her feel content with her life. Jang Hao is touched. His sister loves him so much that she feels grateful to the point of tears. For him, this is something new, something he did not have before. At least now he feels like he has a complete family, and his father is not alone anymore. Jang Hao allows himself to be consoled, and in that moment, he silently vows that as long as he remains in this world, he will protect his family and do whatever it takes to keep them happy. He then reassures Chin, telling her that they still have a long time to live together and that their family will always be happy. Chin blushes at his words. She admits that she does not cry easily and that this time was just an accident. She turns her head in embarrassment, but Jang Hao calmly tells her there is nothing to be ashamed of. He thanks her for treating him as if he were her real brother. Meanwhile, Chin thinks quietly to herself that perhaps they were destined to become a real family all along. Chin then asks Jang Hao to lay down with her, and soon the two of them are lying so close that Jang Hao nervously asks if she wants them to sleep together. Chin smiles and explains that she only thought he might be afraid to sleep alone since their parents are away, so she wants to give him company. Besides, she admits that she has always wanted the chance to sleep right next to him, so she is happy that the chance has finally come. Jang Hao hesitates and asks what she means by that, but his own thoughts betray him as he notices how attractive she looks lying beside him. Chin changes the subject and asks what kind of girls Jang Hao likes. He replies nervously that he just likes pretty girls. Chin presses further, asking if he prefers his women rough or gentle, and whether there are any students in his class like that. Jang Hao begins to think, and Yuehua comes to his mind. Maybe she is someone he might like. She is kind and pretty, though quiet and not very talkative. Chin notices him drifting into thought and grows frustrated. She tells him that he is still in high school, so it is better not to fall in love too soon because it will only end in heartbreak. She says she worries about him, because with his looks, women might do all sorts of bad things to him. Jang Hao answers softly that she should not worry too much. Her embrace is so warm and comforting that he feels himself drifting into sleep. When he wakes up, however, he realizes he is not lying on Chin at all. He is resting on his own pillow, and it all feels like a strange dream. Confused, Jang Hao goes downstairs, calling out and asking if Chin is there. For a moment he even mixes up her name with Liu Xin and then Yuehua, before finally settling back to Chin. But when he opens her door, he realizes she must have gone to the lab again. He notices her shelf of novels and thinks she would not mind if he borrowed one to read. His eyes catch a book about a female empress titled The Strongest Empress and the Invincible Goddess. But then another book catches his attention. It tells the story of a boy and his sister in a secret relationship, filled with scenes far too intimate for him to ignore. Jang Hao blushes, stunned at what kind of book this is, and wonders if Chin really does have such thoughts about him. But almost immediately he shakes his head and pushes the idea away, telling himself his sister is not like that. Suddenly his head begins to pound. Another vision flashes before his eyes. He sees the same brunette with glasses standing before him, and two boys crying at her side. She is screaming something at Jang Hao, but her voice is muffled, and he cannot hear a word. He stares, confused and shaken, with no idea what these visions are supposed to mean. The next day, like always, Jang Hao is streaming, but this time he cuts the live short. His mood is off, and even he knows the stream is terrible. He cannot focus because his mind keeps circling back to that novel he found, wondering if Chin really does have romantic feelings for him. On top of that, the visions keep returning, leaving him confused and uneasy. When the stream ends, he notices his followers have dropped. The audience's energy is not the same, and enthusiasm has died down. It frustrates him, because making money this way is already stressful, and now the pressure feels heavier. Soon after, a message appears on his screen. It says that his recent streams are starting to stabilize, but the growth rate has slowed down. The system recommends that he contact the administrator, who can give him advice on how to increase his popularity. Zhang Hao frowns. He knows that meeting the administrator may not be a good thing for him. The next day, the same message pops up again. And then the next, day after day, the notification keeps appearing without fail. Zhang Hao grows tired of it, but no matter what he does, the system will not leave him alone. Zhang Hao then receives a text from his admin, asking why he has not logged in yet for his stream. He replies angrily that he does not want to. The admin quickly tells him not to say things like that because his fans are waiting for his return, and they would be glad to see him perform again. When the admin suggests that he should dance or show his face to make them happy, Zhang Hao firmly reminds her that when he signed the contract, he made it clear he would only stream if he wanted to. The admin says she is not forcing him, only giving suggestions. She promises to send him more proposals, telling him not to worry and to take his time. Still, she reminds him that in 2 days they will be having a meeting. Zhang Hao dismisses her, saying he will do many things, but will never reveal his identity. Meanwhile, the admin is in a good mood, excited that she is going out on a date with a handsome boy, while Zhang Hao just thinks of the whole thing as a hassle. When he looks at other men on the platform begging for gifts from viewers, he vows to himself that he would rather lose all his savings than ever do something like that. He decides to look at the document his admin sent him. The first option suggests he makes short videos, preferably dancing in them. The second option is to cosplay as a Greek god. The third is to record himself while working out. As Zhang Hao expected, all the suggestions sound ridiculous, and he has no interest in selling his dignity for the audience. 3 days later, Zhang Hao goes to a coffee shop with Yilong. Yilong comments that Zhang Hao has become so popular that even the administrator came personally to meet him. Zhang Hao shrugs, saying he does not care much. The administrator, Song Qing, greets them warmly as Zhang Hao introduces Yilong. Then Zhang Hao tells her that he has looked at the 3 options, but the truth is, he is not interested in any of them. Song Qing smiles, saying she already guessed he would not like the first 2 options, but she thinks the last one is worth considering. She sets down her coffee mug, crosses the small distance between them, and points out that she has noticed him practicing exercises to build his chest. Since he refuses to show his face, she suggests streaming his workouts while wearing a mask. That way, he would not reveal his identity, but the audience could still enjoy his figure. She adds that viewers would love it, and it would set him apart from other streamers. Exercising while streaming is not only practical and easy, she explains, but it also lets him earn money while staying fit. Even Yilong admits that her idea sounds reasonable. Zhang Hao thinks about it and realizes that if he works out on camera, he will not have to reveal too much skin. Besides, it could inspire other men to exercise and regain their strength, and maybe even change how women see them. He nods in agreement, saying that from tomorrow, he will start streaming 2 to 3 days a week, half an hour each time, exercising with his mask on. Back at home, Zhang Hao's father unleashes his wrath on him. He roars that there is no way he will ever allow Zhang Hao to stream with his chest or face exposed. His tone is so harsh and commanding that he looks every bit the tyrant while delivering the warning. Zhang Hao's father, Mr. Zhang, starts wrestling with him, saying that he was already kind enough to let him broadcast his games live, but now there is no way he will let him wear tight training clothes and show them off. He refuses to allow it. Father and son are both caught up in their struggle when Chen arrives. She interrupts them and says that she thinks Zhang Hao is right. They should let him try first, and she will supervise him so he does not do anything inappropriate. If anything happens, she will tell him to shut the stream down. Mr. Zhang grumbles that Chen spoils him too much, and his son already keeps him busy enough. Still, he leaves the room. Zhang Hao turns to Chen and thanks her. He admits that if she had not stepped in, he would have ended up in a huge argument with their father. Chen waves his thanks away and tells him to save it. She says she will be keeping an eye on him no matter what, since some people online can be a real pain, and she does not want her younger brother to be harassed. Later, Zhang Hao sets up his streaming devices in his room. He greets his viewers and says that today they have a special program. Since he has been urged many times to show his face, he will, but his main focus is on the importance of exercising. He explains that improving cardiovascular capacity with aerobic training is something everyone should try. He recommends jogging to start, and adds that they should also work their joints carefully to avoid injury. He mentions that he has been practicing before starting this program, and now he is ready to begin. Zhang Hao begins to run. Immediately, the chat floods with reactions. Viewers go wild over him. Many start calling him their male deity, and they gush over how every muscle he moves looks like pure art. Zhang Hao notices that the live stream is getting more crowded by the minute. He realizes that people are not only interested in fitness, but also in watching him perform. Meanwhile, the girls in the chat are thinking that he might be the hottest man they have ever seen. Some women even start lusting over their screens so badly that their marriages begin to suffer. Watching from the sidelines, Aisha smirks to herself. She had known all along that one day Zhang Hao would conquer the whole platform. During the stream, one viewer throws out a challenge. If Zhang Hao keeps running for 15 minutes straight, she will send him 2 rocket launchers. Zhang Hao accepts without hesitation. He laughs to himself, thinking that this is nothing, and promises to show them what a real man can do in his world. 30 minutes later, Zhang Hao is still going strong. On the other hand, Chen Qin watches his live stream with mixed feelings. She sees how many people are watching him train and feels a sting of envy. She tells herself that he is no longer a child. He is growing up, and one day soon he will move away from her. After a while, Zhang Hao finishes his training session. He asks everyone to follow him so that he can teach them more about how to train like he does. He says he is going to take a shower and then return for another live session. Just then, Chen Qin steps into the room and asks if he feels tired. She reminds him that it must have been very difficult to train while also streaming. She suggests that he should make these training streams less frequent in the future. Seeing her concern, Zhang Hao looks distressed for a moment, but he reassures her, saying that he usually works out on his own, so this was nothing new for him. At least now he is getting paid for it. Xianxin hands him a towel. Then she suddenly slaps him on the backside and tells him to hurry up and take a shower before he catches a cold. Zhang Hao freezes in shock. He cannot believe what she just did, and wonders if she has been drinking. He quickly forces the dirty thoughts out of his mind, and convinces himself that she must only be trying to be nice to him. At night, Chen Qin pays Zhang Hao another visit while he sleeps. She quietly sits beside his bed, her thoughts heavy. She tells herself that if they had slipped up earlier, something bad could have happened. Her mind drifts back to when they were children. She remembers the times she would hand him flowers, small moments that felt innocent then, but now feel distant. She studies his face as he rests. Chen Qin leans closer, her eyes fixed on his lips. The moment stretches, her heart racing, but then Zhang Hao stirs in his sleep. He turns his head away, his expression shifting slightly as if caught in a dream. Chen Qin freezes, watching closely, realizing what she was about to do. A few years ago, when Zhang Hao was just a little baby, someone came up to him and asked if he didn't have anyone to play with. She said they could play together. That girl turned out to be Chen Qin, and ever since that day, the two of them had been inseparable. Chen Qin would fight bullies for him, always standing in his corner. She was so strong that Zhang Hao sometimes felt afraid of her, even though she only fought for his sake. But Chen Qin was a kid too, and she could not handle rejection. She would grab him by the collar and remind him that they agreed to be together forever. She told him not to be afraid, and demanded that he come to her house later. When Zhang Hao wakes up, he is suddenly not a kid anymore. He does not even remember the dream. He thinks it must have been something silly. Since it is a school day, he better get up, or else he will be late again. But then he senses someone nearby. As he turns his head, he realizes his sister is literally sleeping beside him, and he never even noticed. Zhang Hao lets out a scream. Chen Qin's eyes flutter open, and she greets him with a calm good morning. She tells him to get ready for school, or else he will be late. Zhang Hao nervously asks if she really slept in his bed. Chen Qin stretches and says she came to check on him last night. He looked so cute while sleeping that she could not help lying down next to him. Zhang Hao wants to tell her that she is being kind of creepy, but instead he swallows it and says he is going to get ready before he runs late. Chen Qin then tells him not to worry, because soon she will buy a new car and drive him to school herself. Later, Zhang Hao looks at a kung fu poster from his class on his phone. Ye Hua sees it and casually says she knows how to do that too. Zhang Hao asks when she learned something like this, and she explains that she saw it when she was a child. She adds that she can fight really well. Zhang Hao is impressed because Yue Hua already handles guns like a pro, and now she reveals she also knows kung fu. Yue Hua confesses that her grandmother was a soldier, and that inspired her to become one in the future so she can protect her country. Zhang Hao tells her that he believes in her, and he is sure she will achieve it. Then he asks if she can teach him some fighting skills, so he can learn from her too. Since it is still early, they decide to go behind the courtyard. Yue Hua smiles and says that if it is just the two of them, she will gladly accept, although Zhang Hao secretly thinks it might feel a little inappropriate. Zhang Hao suggests that they spar first so he can see her fighting style. Both of them get into position. With the speed of lightning, Yue Hua strikes first. Before Zhang Hao can even understand what is happening, she grabs him and pushes him straight to the ground. He has no defense against her strength. Yue Hua pins him down with ease, and as she sits on top of him, Zhang Hao realizes he is completely lost. Without even fighting back, Zhang Hao says that he surrenders, and Yue Hua asks if she can have a reward. Before Zhang Hao can realize what she means, she bends down and starts sucking on his ear, and a strange sensation runs through him. He moans her name, but when he becomes aware of what is happening, his face turns red. He wonders how someone so shy can act this boldly. When Yue Hua pulls back, she asks if he liked it. Zhang Hao cannot believe she would even ask something like that. Of course he liked it, because who could resist something like that? But he cannot understand why she would suddenly do it. She is shy, yet what she just did was overwhelming. Zhang Hao hides his face in his palm while Yuehua shifts nervously, worried that she may have done something wrong. Since she is still sitting on top of him, Zhang Hao asks her to move, not wanting to touch her in such a close and awkward position. Once they sit properly, he asks why she did it and who taught her something like that. Zhang Hao refuses to believe that someone so pure could think of such a thing. But Yuehua explains that no one taught her directly. She only learned from the videos Anastasia has been sending her. Zhang Hao immediately suspects those videos are inappropriate, and when he asks to see them, his suspicion is confirmed. Anastasia is a pervert, and if this continues, she will turn Yuehua into one as well. Yuehua says that Anastasia told her these things are good, because this is how men and women communicate. She then nervously asks if she did something wrong. Zhang Hao does not want to discourage or embarrass her, so he gently explains that this is not how people normally talk. Couples do things like this, but they cannot. He makes it clear that she should not do it with him or with anyone else, because they are only friends. He reminds her that such things are only for couples and tells her not to kiss him like that in the future. As they prepare to go to class, Yuehua suddenly stops him and asks when they can be a couple. Zhang Hao asks if she even knows what it means to have a girlfriend. From her clueless look, it is clear she does not. Zhang Hao tells her that they will only talk about becoming a couple when she actually understands what it means. But his answer lingers in her head. Yuehua keeps thinking about what she did and how much she liked it, so she continues to pop up around Zhang Hao, asking if they can communicate now. Zhang Hao spends the whole day dodging her, and soon even Yilong notices. He asks Zhang Hao what is going on, since Yuehua has been acting strange. Zhang Hao brushes it off and says she is becoming like the other girls who keep bothering him just because he is handsome. Meanwhile, Leo watches from the balcony. He wonders why someone like Yuehua, who comes from a wealthy family, would fall for Zhang Hao. But before he can think much further, another corporate-looking girl approaches Zhang Hao and pulls him aside. As the camera catches the moment, she smirks. In her mind, a new plan is already forming, and she believes she finally has proof to paint Zhang Hao as a creep and a womanizer. Zhang Hao and Nan's assistant wait near the spot where couples usually hang out, and Zhang Hao tells her to hurry because it feels embarrassing to stand there. She apologizes and admits that she had a bad attitude the last time they met. She says she is here to apologize in person, and also because Nan wants to see him. Zhang Hao shakes his head and says that no matter how much Nan pressures him, his answer will not change. He tells her not to waste his time and to move on. The assistant explains that she is only following orders, and it will be very hard for her to return to the office without him. She practically begs him to reconsider and at least take the call on her phone. Zhang Hao feels a little soft-hearted and agrees. He knows the CEO is powerful, and right now he cannot win against her, so he accepts the call. Nan's voice comes through, and Zhang Hao does not waste a second. He tells her his thoughts are the same as before. He will not work for her, and her time is too valuable to waste on him. But Nan does not waste time either. She tells him she knows exactly what he wants. She says Zhang Hao wants to be as powerful as a woman. Zhang Hao falls silent at her words. Nan goes on and says that he hates being seen as weak. She has seen many eyes in her life, but when she looked into him during their fight, she saw a fighting spirit. She tells him she likes that spirit and warns him to think carefully, because this could decide his future. Then she ends the call. Zhang Hao stands still for a moment, realizing that Nan is not only powerful, but also cunning. She knows how to hit people at their weak spot and hide her true game. He decides he will meet her and sets a date and time. On the other side, Nan is satisfied because her guess was right. She predicted correctly that Zhang Hao would give in. The next day, a sleek car pulls up at the school gate, drawing everyone's attention. Students crowd around, whispering and staring. Then Zhang Hao steps out of the car, calmly thinking that it is a bright sunny day. Qian Qian is the one who bought the car, and now she has taken up the job of dropping him off. She even fixes his hair at the gate before leaving. She tells him she will come back later to pick him up. As she drives away, Zhang Hao sighs. He notices Qian Qian has been getting more and more worried about him, and if it continues like this, he is not sure how much longer he can handle it. After lunch, the school is buzzing. Students scroll through their phones, and as Zhang Hao walks down the hallway, whispers spread quickly around him. All the girls talk about Zhang Hao, saying that he breaks hearts left and right and is a sugar baby to most girls. Yilong starts to notice that something feels wrong, because ever since yesterday people keep whispering about Zhang Hao. Everyone seems to avoid both of them, but neither Zhang Hao nor Yilong can figure out why. The feeling follows them into class, where a boy walks around collecting homework from each desk. When he stops at Zhang Hao's desk and sees it empty, he smirks. He taunts Zhang Hao, saying he must not have had the time to write his homework because he was too busy with his steamy novels. He adds that people like Zhang Hao only hustle so that beautiful women can feed them. Zhang Hao pulls a notebook out of his bag and sets it on the desk. He looks at the boy and says that if he is just jealous of his pretty face, then he should admit it. The boy, clearly irritated, denies it. He says he could never do what Zhang Hao does, and then throws in a sharp insult. He insinuates that Zhang Hao is nothing more than a whore, claiming he is better than him at everything, both in school and with women. The tension rises until Yi Long steps forward. He stands by Zhang Hao's side and tells the boy to stop bothering his best friend. But instead of backing down, the boy smirks again and reveals the real reason for his taunts. He says that rumors have been spreading, rumors that Zhang Hao has a secret relationship with a woman who often visits him at the college entrance. He adds that there are even photos floating around, showing Zhang Hao with different women at different times, which only proves that he must be a sugar baby for all these women. Yi Long quickly fires back, saying no one in their right mind would believe such nonsense. But then he pulls out his phone and checks the school discussion forum. His eyes widened. Dozens of students are already talking about Zhang Hao. Girls are openly calling him a sugar baby, and the photos are right there for everyone to see. In one of them, Zhang Hao is simply talking to his sister Qian Qin, but the picture is twisted out of context. Yi Long gets defensive right away. He says it is obvious that people are only trying to tear Zhang Hao down because they cannot handle him. He insists that the truth will come out. But the situation takes another turn when someone from the administration office steps into the classroom. They call Zhang Hao's name and ask him to come with them. Zhang Hao follows and is led into the administrator's office. The administrator sits him down and tells him that by now he must already know what people are saying about him on the forums. He explains that the rumors are spreading fast and have started to damage the school's reputation. He warns Zhang Hao that this is no small matter because the images and stories also involve several women whose reputations are now being questioned as well. He advises Zhang Hao to resolve his disputes quickly, because if this continues, it will be very difficult for the school to protect its image or contain the fallout. Zhang Hao has a no-nonsense attitude, and he demands that an investigation take place to hold people responsible for posting the information. While the administrators prepare to do that, he decides to wait for his sister to arrive. Soon, Qian Qin walks in, and she unleashes havoc on the administration. Her voice carries so strongly that students outside the room gather to listen. The administrator insists it was all a misunderstanding, but Qian Qin is furious because her brother had to endure relentless bullying caused by that so-called mistake. She turns to Zhang Hao, apologizes, and promises to explain everything to his classmates to clear the air. Zhang Hao shakes his head and tells her to go back to her work. He says not to worry about him because he will handle it himself, and she has already done enough. When Zhang Hao returns to the classroom, Mia asks if everything is all right. She explains that as soon as he left, Yi Long grew anxious and went outside to look for him after receiving a call from Feng's group. Zhang Hao suddenly feels uneasy, realizing that Yi Long has been gone for a while and still has not come back. Meanwhile, poor Yi Long is trapped in the bathroom. It is empty and abandoned, and even his phone has no signal. He feels as if he has been kidnapped. Feng and his minions lured him in, locked him inside, and now all he can do is wait for help to arrive. At the same time, Zhang Hao and his friends search the entire school, asking everyone if they have seen Yi Long. One of the girls reports back. She says she spoke with a classmate from class 3, and he mentioned seeing Yi Long near the toilets at the back of the courtyard. Feng and some boys were also there. Zhang Hao instantly understands. Feng's grudge against him is so strong that he is now bullying his friends. With that, Zhang Hao makes his way to the toilets. Inside, Yi Long is losing hope when he suddenly hears the calm voice of his best friend. He cries out in relief, tears streaming down his face, because he truly believed he would never escape. All he wants is to go home. Yehua tells him to step aside. Then with a single powerful kick, she smashes the door into pieces. Even the boys nearby are shocked by her strength. Zhang Hao rushes to hug his best friend and asks if Feng and his minions are responsible. Yi Long explains that not only did they lock him up, but they also poured milk on him. He says they must report the incident to a teacher, but Zhang Hao disagrees. He tells him not to worry because once classes end, he will help him take revenge. True to his word, after school Yuehua corners Feng. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Feng turns to Zhang Hao and demands to know how he can sink so low as to beat up his own classmates. But even after all of Feng's pleading, Zhang Hao does not flinch. He tells him that there is no reason Feng should only care about himself because his sister already came to the school and cleared up the rumors he spread on the forum. The boy he bullied and locked in the bathroom is here as well, and Feng is probably too foolish to realize that security cameras at the back of the yard recorded everything he did. Because of that, and only out of mercy, Zhang Hao gives him two options. The first is to admit to the lies he posted. If he refuses, Zhang Hao will show the videos to everyone. The second option is to ignore his offer, in which case Zhang Hao will hand the videos to the administration, and Feng will face expulsion. Feng freezes, torn between the choices, and quickly decides that the first option is safer. He apologizes weakly, but Zhang Hao cuts him off. Zhang Hao tells him there is one last thing he must remember. If he dares to bother him again, Zhang Hao will kill him. After a while, Yi Long asks how certain Zhang Hao is that Feng will not betray them and cause more trouble in the future. Zhang Hao replies that Feng is not that stupid. He is a senior, and if he tries anything again, Zhang Hao will take the videos to the teacher, which will bring harsh punishment and possibly get him expelled. With that, Zhang Hao says the day is over and it is time to go home. Yilong leaves, leaving Zhang Hao and Yue Hua together. Zhang Hao suddenly remembers something and asks Yue Hua if she has heard of Nan. Yue Hua answers that Nan is the head of the Wei family and that she is very powerful. Zhang Hao then asks if Nan is stronger than her family. Yue Hua admits she does not know and says they probably hold the same power. Zhang Hao pauses as he realizes the wealth and influence Yue Hua and her family must have. But he also knows that Nan is not someone who gives up easily. If she sets her sights on him, he will have to face her sooner or later. That is why he decides to take control of the situation now and arrange a meeting with her. Nan wakes up in her luxurious house, but she is not satisfied. It has been 3 days since she last spoke with Zhang Hao, and she cannot believe that he still has not contacted her. She felt a spark the last time they talked on the phone, and she was certain he would call. Now she is deeply disappointed, and she drifts into thought. Her assistant enters the home office and tells her that a client wants to set up a meeting at the Sage House. Nana agrees and asks her to prepare for it. Meanwhile, Chen Qin brings her stepbrother Zhang Hao to the Sage House as well. The elegant setting makes him nervous, but Chen Qin explains that he has had a hard day at school, so she wants to treat him and remind him that she always has his back. Zhang Hao feels touched by her kindness. Chen Qin blushes, bats her eyelashes, and tells him they should head inside. She looks stunning today, but Zhang Hao is too distracted by the lavish surroundings to notice. As they move through the room, Zhang Hao catches sight of a familiar figure. He thinks he sees Nan waiting near the bathroom, but she disappears before he can be sure. Confused, he follows Qian Qin to their table. She encourages him to order anything he wants. Zhang Hao immediately asks if he can have a drink with alcohol in it, reminding her that he is an adult. In truth, he has not had a sip of wine since arriving in this world, and he craves it like someone long deprived. Qian Qin agrees and says that since their parents are out of town, he can handle a little wine. She pours it for him, and Zhang Hao takes a large sip. He bursts into laughter because it tastes as harmless as cold water. Qian Qin watches him with a smile, amused by his reaction, and allows him to enjoy it freely. As expected, Zhang Hao suddenly feels the rush from the wine. He remembers that he used to be a good drinker, yet now, even with just 1 cup, he feels lightheaded. Qian Qin tells him to slow down and eat first, otherwise it will hurt his stomach. Zhang Hao nods and listens, but the wine takes effect quickly, and Qian Qin begins to worry that her brother is already drunk. Zhang Hao stumbles to his feet and says he will go to the bathroom to freshen up. He wonders how he could get drunk after only 1 drink when he used to hold his liquor so well back home. Lost in thought, he fails to notice that he has wandered into the women's restroom. He moves toward the sink, splashes water on his face, and then turns. To his shock, Nan is standing beside him. For a moment their eyes lock, both confused. Zhang Hao panics, wondering why a girl is inside the men's room. Nan immediately corrects him, saying this is the women's bathroom. Zhang Hao blinks, finally taking in his surroundings, and realizes his mistake. Embarrassment washes over him as he understands he walked into the wrong place. Right now he feels like a sheep trapped among wolves. Not knowing what to do, Zhang Hao rushes into a bathroom stall to avoid the attention of the women outside. In his panic, he makes one fatal mistake. He drags Nan inside with him. He does not think clearly, and Nan herself is confused about why she has to hide with him. Zhang Hao has no choice but to admit the truth. He says he had a few drinks, he feels dizzy, and his mind is not at its best. Nan suddenly smiles. Like a hunter circling her prey, she pins Zhang Hao against the door and leans in close. Zhang Hao turns pale, uneasy with how near she stands. But Nan whispers that he should be the one afraid, because he is a helpless man in front of a strong, independent, and beautiful woman. Zhang Hao cannot answer. He is too stunned. Nan presses further and demands to know why he has not called her. She pushes her chest forward, and Zhang Hao blushes. He stammers that he planned to meet her tomorrow, but he never expected they would cross paths tonight. Nan finds his reaction amusing. She notices he avoids her eyes, so she grabs his chin and forces him to meet her gaze. Then she tells him that she has changed her mind. She no longer wants him as an employee, she wants him as her man. Zhang Hao replies that they have only met twice, and the last woman who told him that vanished from this world. Nan reacts quickly. She asks if he means Louis Xin, then says Louis Xin was accused of illegal trade and cast out by her own people. Zhang Hao is confused. If Nan knew about Louis Xin's crimes, why did she not report her to the police? But Nan brushes off his concern, saying that men worry too much. Zhang Hao insists that she should let him go, but Nan ignores him and demands an answer about becoming her man. Zhang Hao leans in as if to reply, but instead he suddenly tickles her. She loses her grip, and in that instant he slips free. Zhang Hao bolts through the restroom door, thinking to himself that she was foolish enough to fall for his trick, and now he is safe. However, just as Zhang Hao steps out of the bathroom, he finds his sister Qian Qin waiting with a worried expression. She asks why he spent so much time inside and if he is feeling alright. Zhang Hao hides the truth about being in the stall with another woman, and simply says that he was a little drunk and lost track of time. Chen suggests that they should head home, and she gently rests her head against his shoulder to comfort him. Back at home, Hao has no energy left to rise from his bed. Chen brings him a cup of tea, but he only mumbles incoherently in his drunken state. She frowns at him, yet she cannot help but think he looks like a helpless bunny when he is drunk. Seeing that he is not in his senses, Chen leans down and places a small kiss on his lips. She knows that sooner or later he will belong to her. Even after promising just one kiss, Chen cannot stop herself. She grips Hao's hand, pulls him close, and presses her lips against his neck. Hao's eyes flicker open. In his drunken haze, he thinks he is dreaming. When he sees Chen's face so close, filled with desire, he convinces himself that it must be nothing more than a dream. He turns her over and takes control, believing he needs to respond to this mysterious vision in front of him. Chen freezes for a moment, stunned and flushed by his sudden boldness. Hao battles inside his own mind. One side urges him to give in, because if this is a dream, then nothing matters. The other side reminds him that Chen is family, that she has always been kind to him, and that taking advantage of her is wrong. The two sides argue until Hao leans down. Instead of going further, he kisses her on the forehead and whispers that even in dreams, a real man should never take advantage of a vulnerable woman. Exhaustion takes over, and he collapses onto her chest. Chen sits in shock for a moment. Then her face softens, and she blushes as she watches him sleep. She tucks him into bed, still smiling at his innocence. Suddenly, Hao's phone rings. The screen shows a girl's name, Zhao Ying. Chen answers. Before she can speak, a cheerful voice bursts through. Zhao Ying, Hao's classmate, says she is glad he finally picked up. She complains that he has been distant, then nervously asks if she did something to upset him. Her words tumble out until she finally confesses that she likes him, that she wants to be with him. Chen cuts her off. She tells Zhao Ying that she is Hao's sister. The other girl stammers and quickly claims that she is just a friend. Chen does not buy it. She says she knows Zhao Ying has been following Hao for 2 years, and that her obsession must stop. Hao will never love someone like her, and Chen warns her to stop bothering him once and for all. With that, Chen ends the call. She looks down at Hao, sleeping peacefully. A dark thought creeps into her mind. Why can't he belong to her? She leans forward, presses a gentle kiss on his forehead, and whispers that she will wait. She is certain that her moment with him will come soon. The next day, Hao wakes up groggy and hungover. He cannot remember what happened last night, but he knows he embarrassed himself in front of his stepsister, came home, and passed out. A strange tingling feeling stirs in his stomach, and he convinces himself it must have been nothing more than a dream. He stumbles into the bathroom and looks at his reflection. The sight makes his heart race. There are bite marks on his neck. Panic sets in, and he starts to freak out. Just then, Chen steps into the doorway and asks if he is okay. At that moment, everything clicks in Hao's mind. The dream, the strange feeling, and the marks on his skin all connect. He realizes there is a real chance that Chen had something to do with what happened last night. Before Hao can throw a tantrum, Chen walks in and lies that Hao must be allergic to alcohol. Hao cannot believe it is true that he could be this fragile in the world. But since Chen is a doctor, she insists on taking a good look at Hao's condition to check if it is real. When she steps closer, Hao grows frustrated, yet Chen calmly tells him that he will be a little swollen, so he should be careful as he heads to school. She then dismisses him, saying he should start getting ready. Hao still feels uneasy until he talks to his stepsister, so for now he agrees with every word Chen says. Later at school, Hao is the only student wearing a turtleneck to hide his hickeys. Even Yilong asks if he is so warm that he already turned to his winter clothes. Hao lies, saying that real men like him can endure any temperature. In truth, Hao feels as if he is burning in an oven. They are talking when someone suddenly grabs Hao by the collar and threatens him to stay away from his leader's girl. The boy is talking about the same girl who called last night while Hao was asleep, but Hao has no idea, so he is understandably confused. Still, he does not like the tone or the way that random boy puts his hands on him. With a sharp look, Hao clutches his wrist and shoves him away, making him fall and hit his head in complete humiliation. The thug is injured now, his ear broken, and he trembles in fear because Hao is far stronger than he expected. Lin Zong, the leader, only smiles at the scene, amused by the fight and thinking that Hao must be the kind of man his crush actually likes. Yilong quickly fills Hao in, telling him that Zong is captain of the basketball team and shares a class with Zhang Ying. But Hao has no interest in this petty drama. He simply walks away, saying he is not in the mood to mess with them. If they truly care about Ying's feelings, then they should talk to her directly instead of dragging others into their mess. Unsurprisingly, the so-called alpha thinks Hao's words sound like good advice. Meanwhile, Hao notices Yehua watching from the side. She suggests giving the boys a beating for disturbing him, but Hao waves it off. He tells her it is too harsh for students, and instead she should teach him boxing because a man has to be strong. Yilong is surprised and asks if they are really taking extra lessons after school. Hao says yes, and even invites Yilong to join so he can learn to fight and defend himself, making sure no one ever bullies him again. On the other side of town, in her lavish apartment, Nan swims to cool her mind. But no matter how hard she tries, she cannot stop thinking about what happened in the bathroom with Jung Hao the other day. The stress only grows heavier, and she knows she needs to put an end to it. So she calls her assistant and orders her to bring Jung Hao in as soon as he leaves school. After school ends, Jung Hao, Yilong, and Yue Hua meet in the warehouse for their boxing practice. Jung Hao says that today they will work on core strength because his body is still too weak, and he dreams of the day he will have abs. Yue Hua hears this and asks if he is talking about abs. She lifts her shirt and shows her defined stomach. Jung Hao instantly covers his eyes, calling himself indecent, a shy boy trying to protect his innocence. But even with his eyes shut, he still sees her toned stomach in his mind and admits that this is exactly the kind of physique he wants. He steps closer and touches her stomach, saying that she is very slim, but still has a strong and toned body. Yue Hua blushes at the touch and says it will take a while before he can match her fitness. Yilong, watching, points out the obvious. Jung Hao is touching Yue Hua, and she is not moving away. Jung Hao suddenly realizes he never asked for permission, and he wonders why Yue Hua did not resist. But Yue Hua just shrugs and says it is not a big deal. If Jung Hao wants, she can even show him more of her body to make him happy. Jung Hao thinks she is a little strange for this, and Yilong warns that the whole situation looks bad, and they should avoid trouble. Then Jung Hao suddenly changes the subject. He asks Yue Hua how much money she has and tells her to give it to him. Yilong is shocked by the request, but Yue Hua simply hands over all her cash. She even mentions the rest is in her bank account and starts to share her password. Jung Hao stops her immediately, saying she must never reveal such things because evil people could use it to harm her. Jung Hao asks why she obeys him so easily. Yue Hua replies calmly that they are friends, and a friend should never refuse another friend. At that moment, Jung Hao realizes the truth. Because of her family abandonment, Yue Hua never developed healthy social bonds. She believes that being a friend means giving up everything just to keep the relationship alive. Jung Hao explains to Yue Hua that this is not how friendship works. Friends should be equal, and in the future, she must use her own judgment instead of blindly doing whatever he asks. After a while, their training ends, and they agree to meet again the next day. On his way home, Jung Hao feels happy because the practice went well. What he does not know is that a few Secret Service agents are hiding just around the corner. His gut tells him something is wrong, so he changes his route. Then a little girl suddenly stops him and asks if he wants candy. Jung Hao asks why she is out alone at this hour because it is dangerously late for a child. She explains that she is doing a school activity where she has to give candy to strangers. Her teacher told her to hand out all the candy in the package, and if she fails, she will not get a reward. Jung Hao finds it admirable that even students are working so hard. He takes the candy and says he will take her home. But as soon as he eats it, he notices the taste is strange. Slowly, his body weakens, and he starts losing consciousness. He jolts awake, only to see several men in business suits standing over him. He is strapped to a bed like a sacrificial lamb. Jung Hao struggles against the restraints, but they hold him tight. Panic rises as he realizes he does not even know where he is. When he sees men dressed like CIA agents, his mind races, and he wonders what he should do. Then a woman turns toward Nan and informs her that her precious boy has woken up. Jung Hao is horrified. He realizes Nan is the one behind all of this. His thoughts spiral as he tries to understand how she could do it. He breaks down further when Nan coldly tells the others to leave because she does not like distractions. Jung Hao screams at him head off as she calmly goes back to her work. After a while, she puts her pen down and fixes her eyes on him. She asks how he managed to escape her the last time, and now, here he is, in her house and on her bed, daring to insult her. And if he was too naive to think that she would not punish him for his rebellion, Jung Hao exhales with relief, realizing this is punishment for running away and not her taking his organs. He asks what she wants from him and whether she truly has any romantic interest in him. He explains that he has researched her. She is the CEO of Hongfeng Group and the head of her family. Her family was once involved in dark and illegal dealings, but after building their empire, they shifted into business and wealth. Today, the group thrives, and Nan is praised as a national goddess, even though the past crimes can never be erased. Jung Hao tells her that she is powerful and admired, surrounded by men who would do anything for her. But he is not one of them. He only wants to live a quiet and ordinary life, so she should let him go. To him, this is nothing more than a bargain. But Nan is not pleased. Instead, she smiles. She says he is more than she expected, but that is because he is not the real Jung Hao. Hearing this, Jung Hao feels as if his soul is about to leave his body because she's right on track. Finally, after a while, Nan frees Jung Hao from his restraints. The boy, confused and a little shy, asks her what she means when she says he is not the real Jung Hao. Nan calmly walks back to her chair and says that she is smart, and she has done her research on him. She points out that things have changed quite a lot in a short time. She then asks if he even knows what it was like before. Jung Hao looks at her, waiting for her to finish, because he also knows she is absolutely right. Nan lays out his whole family history. She explains how he lived in a single-parent home and was raised by his father, who worked hard to provide for him. His father gave him lessons on how to be a proper man. Jang Hao was doing exceptionally well in school, and with his good looks he became the official crush of nearly everyone. People described him as kind, charming, sweet, and considerate. But not long ago, everything about him changed. Now he is fierce, sharp, and unwilling to take anything from anyone. In every way, he is a different person than before. Jang Hao realizes he has been careless. Ever since the blood moon, he never expected something like this to happen. He was so focused on adapting to this world that he forgot to look into the history of the body he was living in. Still, he does not understand how she reached the conclusion that he is not the real Jang Hao. He feels a little offended and says he does not see why he should be excited just because she is mildly famous. Nan tells him that is not true. He should be excited because he is actually her fan. That is when Jang Hao realizes how badly he messed up by not researching his own past. Nan tells him that the old Jang Hao publicly confessed to having a huge crush on her. If he does not believe it, he can check his socials. Jang Hao looks through his history and finds posts where his old self wrote about how much he wanted to be with Nan, how perfect she was, and how he needed to become a worthy man for her. Jang Hao feels embarrassed. His old self was far more pathetic than he ever imagined. He never expected Nan, or anyone else, to notice the sudden change. Nan closes the distance between them and says he does not seem like his old self anymore. She wonders if he has split personality, amnesia, or something else, because that would explain how he changed his identity so completely. But Nan also knows that having any kind of mental illness does not explain how Jang Hao suddenly gained physical abilities he never had before. She points out that Jang Hao reached the top 100 sessions of his favorite game as a streamer in just over a month, even though his account shows he had never played the game before. He had never been in a fight before, yet he managed to win head-on confrontations with gang leaders, something even an ordinary high school girl could not do. This means that he does not have some simple mental personality change. What happened to him is real. It is something far more powerful, something like a soul swap. Jang Hao laughs nervously and tells her she is crazy for even thinking that. But deep down, there is only one reason Nan would reach such a conclusion. Jang Hao realizes it immediately. She must have experienced a soul swap herself. But Jang Hao does not confess everything to her right away. Instead, he gives a hypothetical situation. If he were to exchange his soul, then what would she want to do with him? Nan says that her dream is to study a once-in-a-century phenomenon known as the blood moon, and Jang Hao realizes she is definitely on the right track. Nan continues, explaining that based on a previous survey conducted on Jang Hao, sudden personality changes appear a few days after the blood moon. She believes he has something to do with this phenomenon. Jang Hao asks why she is so certain, and Nan says that if he is willing to help in her research, she will tell him exactly why. Jang Hao grows nervous, and Nan tells him to calm down because his life is completely under Pearl's control. She assures him she will not experiment on his brain or his body. She says there is a contract with all the terms and conditions written down, and if he reads it carefully, he will definitely like her proposal. Jang Hao asks who else is working on the blood moon study, but Nan says so far it is only her because the matter is confidential and highly interesting. Jang Hao picks up the contract and tells her he will review it. In his mind, he thinks he never imagined anyone else in the world knew about the blood moon, yet he is still not sure what the blood moon mission really means, and he feels it is too risky to accept her offer. He knows there is no way to uncover her true intentions for now, so he decides to accept temporarily and see what happens. Jang Hao says that if there is nothing more for her to say, he is going to leave because it is late and his family may worry. He tells her he will not keep her waiting too long, but then Nan says that James still has one more score to settle. She suddenly grabs his neck and then his hand, forcing him up against the wall. Jang Hao panics and demands to know what she is doing. She presses close to him, making his head fall against her, and says this is her response for what he did to her last time. Then she raises her hand and gives him a hard smack on the bottom. Jang Hao screams in pain, rubbing his sore backside and thinking she is a complete pervert. He runs home in tears, humiliated, but telling himself that right now he must focus on getting back to his house. His phone has been ringing non-stop. Back at home, Jang Hao announces that he is back. He notices his stepsister putting on her shoes and asks if she is planning to go outside. Before she can answer, Qianqian rushes toward him and throws her arms around him, saying she was extremely worried. That is when Jang Hao realizes she was about to go looking for him, and he silently thanks God he got home in time. He apologizes for making her worry and asks where their parents are. Qianqian tells him they have already gone to sleep. But then she asks where he had been at this late hour. Jang Hao lies, saying he went out for a little shopping and forgot to check the time. He knows it sounds weak, so he quickly adds that he wants to take a shower and tries to slip away before Qianqian questions him further, but she stops him. Her hand rests softly on his arm, and in a low, innocent voice, she asks if he went shopping with a girl, because he smells faintly of a woman's perfume. Jang Hao takes a quick whiff of himself to check if he really smells like a woman. He realizes at once that Nan's perfume was too strong, and now he is practically reeking of it. He tries to cover it up, saying that he had been around a lot of people while shopping, so it was nothing unusual. Qianqin does not look convinced. She grows worried and gently caresses his face, telling him he should be more careful in the future and never let other people take advantage of him. She then tells him to go take a bath and change his clothes, while she goes to get him something fresh to wear. Meanwhile, Nan summons her assistant and slides a paper forward, asking her to investigate the girl further. That girl is Qianqin, Zhang Hao's half-sister. Nan finds it far too much of a coincidence that Qianqin just happens to be in Zhang Hao's life, and something about her feels off. Back at home, Qianqin takes a good sniff of Zhang Hao's worn clothes. Her eyes darken with anger. She says she is going to destroy the shirt, because it reeks of another woman. When Zhang Hao comes out of the bathroom after his shower, he notices Qianqin bending down to grab something from the fridge. For a moment, he just stands there, caught up admiring the sight in front of him. Then, trying to sound casual, he asks if she wants something to drink. But instead, like a nervous little boy, he says that he wants some milk. At the same time, his thoughts betray him. He cannot help but think about how amazing his stepsister's body looks. Qianqin hands him the milk and tells him to go to his room so she can help him dry off. A little while later, they both end up in Qianqin's room. Zhang Hao sits in front of the computer while Qianqin gently dries his hair. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Zhang Hao's eyes widen as he sees a message from a very attractive but also very naked man. The message says that he fell in love with her the moment he saw her and wants to know if she will give him a chance. Zhang Hao freezes. His first thought is that this man must be some kind of porn artist, and he even wonders if he should call the police. Qianqin notices his expression and quickly explains. She says she saw it by accident, and she asks him to reply to her, telling the man she's not interested, because she already has a boyfriend. Zhang Hao takes the chance to give her advice. He says that anyone posting pictures like that online is not worth her time. She should never waste her attention on people like that. Qianqin looks touched, smiles warmly, and hugs him. She says she's happy Zhang Hao cares so much about her, and she promises she will never accept any other man. After that, she heads to the shower, telling him that when he is finished, he should turn off the light. Zhang Hao turns back to the computer and notices something strange. His name is saved under the contact Angel, and it is kept separately, isolated from all the others, as if Qianqin wanted to make him special. Then, his eyes shift to the shelf. He remembers the book he saw there before, a romance novel about forbidden love between step-siblings. His heart races. He starts to panic, thinking that he never saw Qianqin in that way. She is his stepsister, and he wants to be a good person. But inside him, something is starting to stir, and that terrifies him. The next day at school, Zhang Hao sits casually, enjoying a quiet morning break. He leans back, lost in thought, wondering what he should do next. His mind drifts, and he admits to himself that, romantically, Qianqin did not put up much of a fight, even though he had been surprisingly bold with her. But just as he sinks deeper into his thoughts, someone suddenly interrupts. His little moment of peace is cut short. He turns to see Zhang, and this time he was alone. Chong gives Zhang Hao a menacing but coaxing smile, saying he heard Zhang Hao was also streaming on the Demonfish platform. He challenges him to a popularity battle that very night, daring him to see who can earn the most money. But Zhang Hao has no interest in competing with noobs. Zhang laughs, thinking Zhang Hao is just being rude, but Zhang Hao fires back insult after insult. He calls him a one-eyed, small-brained fool who can barely remember his own name every day. The words hit hard and Zhang stutters in anger. Zhang Hao smirks and says that if he has a stutter, maybe he should get treatment at the hospital nearby. Furious, Zhang vows that Zhang Hao will lose tonight. Before Zhang Hao can refuse the challenge, Yi Long suddenly arrives, cheering loudly from behind the bench. He hypes Zhang Hao up, saying he will easily crush some low-level streamer like Zhang because Zhang Hao is more popular and far more handsome. Zhang storms off, but not without throwing one last threat, while Yi Long keeps pushing Zhang Hao to join the battle. Zhang Hao, however, has no desire to compete. Still, with everyone dragging him into this mess, he ends up screaming in frustration and doesn't wear his mask because of the heat. He dives into the games, and hour after hour, victory keeps landing in his lap. His team dominates match after match, and the chat explodes with praise. Viewers gush over how handsome he looks without his mask and calls him a male deity. That's when a notification flashes. Someone has just sent Zhang Hao a luxury yacht, an outrageous gift flaunting their wealth. But Zhang Hao knows this is not just generosity. It is a reminder, a push for him to answer a certain proposal. As he thinks back on the terms of Nan's contract, he realizes they are far too dangerous to accept. When Zhang Hao remembers the details of the contract, his anger rises. It says he must discontinue all enrollment activities, move out of his home to live in a designated test center, and cancel every cooperative contract outside of this one. Food and lodging are included in the monthly salary, but to Zhang Hao, it feels less like a contract and more like a prison sentence. He throws it aside in frustration. It does not seem wise to accept when the Blood Moon mission itself is still a mystery. For now, Zhang Hao decides he must first uncover what the mission truly is before siding with Nan. He plans to find the right moment to reject her offer. As for the yacht she sent, he knows the money will have to be returned, though right now he has no way to afford it. Zhang Hao powers through the matches and secures first place in the competition. Meanwhile, at Lin Zong's place, Zong waves goodbye to his viewers, but as soon as the stream ends, his expression hardens and he starts to seethe in anger. He mutters in rage about Zhang Hao, the new rival in his sights, vowing to rip his head off because he cannot stand losing. Lin picks up his phone and makes a call. He says he has a new assignment for her and that she should not worry about the money. All she has to do is make sure a certain boy is taken off the streets, because he wants Zhang Hao to lose his reputation. The next day, Zhang Hao is out shopping for flowers, remembering that Chen Chen said she wanted lilies. At the same time, two women walk toward him, ready to carry out their mission. That is when Lo realizes the boy looks familiar. The moment she recognizes Zhang Hao, she urgently tells her friend to call Nan. Back at headquarters, Nan sits in her CEO chair when her assistant rushes in, saying there is something to report about Zhang Hao. Nan immediately gives her full attention. The assistant explains that just moments ago, someone reported a man named Lin had issues with Zhang Hao, and he even paid someone to take a nude photo of him. But Mo refused once she found out Zhang Hao was under Nan's protection. Nan coldly orders that the man be fired. She says the rest is up to Mo, whatever she wants to do to make amends and to take care of Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao returns home with a bunch of lilies for Chen Chen, but his mind keeps circling back to Nan's yacht. He wonders how much it costs, because he knows he must pay her back as soon as possible. Suddenly his phone rings. It is Nan. Before he can answer properly, Chen Chen appears behind him, asking who he is talking to. Zhang Hao panics and says it is just someone from the insurance company, but he forgets to mute the call, and now he fears he has gotten himself into a huge mess. On the other end, Nan listens, her expression darkening. She screams at her assistant to prepare the car because she needs to teach this bad boy a lesson. Zhang Hao hangs up, but later, as he sits in his bedroom, he feels guilty for ending the call so abruptly. Thinking it would be better to discuss the yacht payment in person, he calls Nan again. However, Nan is already in a foul mood. She orders him to come out, threatening that she will have her men break into his house and drag him out. Zhang Hao yells back, asking if she is even allowed to do that. But then he hears noise outside. Looking out the window, he sees lines of cars blocking his driveway and even the street. He threatens to call the police for harassment, but Nan only laughs and dares him to try, reminding him that parking on the street is illegal and the police will simply fine him instead. Zhang Hao realizes he has no choice. He agrees to come out, but still insists that the cars be removed first. Only then will he step outside. Zhang Hao lies to Chen Chen, telling her he is going out to buy something from the store. She immediately offers to go with him, but he refuses, saying he will be back soon. He says he is hanging up and heading out when Chen Chen's tone suddenly shifts. She looks at him closely and asks who else he has been involved with besides her, because she feels someone is always watching him. Zhang Hao is on a call with Nan, who tells him to stay on the line as he keeps walking. She warns him that about 30 meters ahead, on the right-hand side, there is a dark cul-de-sac alleyway where a woman is standing, and she might be armed. Zhang Hao says he does not like this method of confronting her alone, and he asks if Nan is really sure she wants him to do something so dangerous, because that woman will surely attack him if she sees him as just a helpless high school student. Chen Chen then points out that he should be more afraid of his family being in danger, and that he needs to deal with the culprit as soon as possible for their sake. Zhang Hao takes that to heart and walks straight toward the danger, but Nan quickly tells him not to go near the threat and to stay put until she gets there. She turns to her assistant and orders men to surround the area and make sure the culprit does not escape. The assistant looks worried for her, but Nan brushes it off and says it is not a problem to go without backup. Zhang Hao tells Nan to hurry because he is starting to feel uneasy. He notices the shadowy figure move, stepping out of hiding and walking straight toward him. He realizes he no longer has time. The figure is covered in a hoodie and mask, hiding their identity. Zhang Hao nervously asks who they are, because to him, they already look unhinged. Without a word, the figure charges straight at him, not giving him time to run. Zhang Hao has no option but to dodge, but even that is hard because the stranger is trained. When the hooded attacker realizes Zhang Hao is fast too, he curses, and Zhang Hao thinks the attack was strong, but not quick enough to land. The man comes at him again with a punch, but Zhang Hao dodges at the last second, trips him, and sends him falling face first on the ground. Zhang Hao pins him down, tells him not to move, and demands to know why he attacked without reason. The attacker spits back that everything is Zhang Hao's fault, because he is the reason his life ended up this way. Zhang Hao is confused, asking how he could possibly have ruined this person's life, and tells him to take off the mask and talk face to face. Suddenly, the hooded figure punches Zhang Hao, slips out of his grip, and pulls away. That is when Zhang Hao realizes it is not a man at all. A woman stands in front of him, her eyes wild, her face twisted with rage, and she screams that she wants to kill him. She pulls a knife from her sleeve and lunges at Zhang Hao, who is too shocked and too afraid to move. Just as the mask killer is about to stab Zhang Hao, a punch comes flying in from Ara. The hit lands hard, stopping her cold, and the knife slips from her hand as she falls backward. Her mask flies off and Nan recognizes the face beneath. Nan mutters that she is hurt, because even she did not expect this gangster to come all the way here just to cause trouble. Jiang Hao finally sees who it is. It is none other than Liu Xin, the former street gangster who once wanted Jiang Hao to be her boyfriend. Jiang Hao says he rejected her proposal, and it is not such a big deal that she would try to kill him over it. But Xin snarls back that if Jiang Hao had not seduced Nan, she would never have been rejected and tossed back onto the streets like a rabid dog. She spits curses, saying every boy is a gold digger, and that the moment they see a pretty charming girl, they run after her. Jiang Hao snaps that she is the problem, not him. Nan has heard enough of their bickering. She steps forward and tells Xin that she crossed the line. Xin was forbidden from pursuing Jiang Hao, and now she is dragging Nan's company name through the mud, intimidating the weak and extorting protection money. Nan says this is a direct violation of the rules she set from the start, and that she has no place for scum like Xin and her staff. She ties her hair back into a ponytail and looks at Xin like she is about to beat her senseless for daring to disobey. Xin grits her teeth and sneers that she is a street fighter, and asks what a rich girl raised in a golden crib could possibly know about fighting. She lunges at Nan, but Nan stays calm and says she should not have underestimated her. With barely any effort, Nan blocks the attack, and in that moment, Xin realizes she has made a terrible mistake. Nan unleashes her strength, striking Xin again and again, punching her face until she crashes to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Jiang Hao is stunned. He realizes now that Nan had gone easy on him before, because the way she just fought leaves him speechless. Soon the police arrive and take the criminal away. Jiang Hao finally breathes in relief, thinking it is all over. He turns to Nan and asks her to send him home, because his sister will start to worry. But Nan reminds him that he seems to have forgotten why she came to meet him in the first place. Jiang Hao guesses that it is about the contract, but Nan says that will be discussed later. What matters now is that someone tried to take a nude photo of him, and that alone is dangerous enough. Jiang Hao frowns and asks who in the world is so bored that they would even try something like that. But Nan avoids the subject. Instead, in a wounded tone, she says what really bothers her is that Jiang Hao hung up on her earlier, before she could say what she wanted to. If he is so unwilling to talk to her, then maybe she should just leave him alone. Jiang Hao realizes he made a mistake. He bows his head and apologizes, saying he is sorry for hanging up on her at such a time. Nan accepts his apology, but says she is still going to give him a punishment. Before Jiang Hao can even react, Nan steps close, closes the distance, and kisses him on the mouth. Jiang Hao's brain finally starts to feel it working after the initial shock, but he is still confused and wonders if this might all be a dream. A hot woman like Nan possibly kissing him feels unreal. He thinks about pushing her away, but then realizes her lips are soft and warm. And Nan is beautiful. Most boys would beg for a chance like this. In the end, he is just a normal guy of decent age, so he lets it happen. But suddenly, Qian Qin's face flashes in his mind. Jiang Hao realizes something is wrong. He quickly pushes Nan away and demands to know if there was some special reason for this so-called gift. Why would she deceive a high school student like him so many times, only to steal his first kiss? Nan calmly wipes her lips and asks if he is really still a high school student. Jiang Hao cannot tell if this was her first kiss too, or if it carried some hidden meaning. He shakes his head and says they should not focus on that. Tonight she helped him, so for now they are even. She also sent him gifts during his live stream, and he plans to pay her back. He asks how much they cost. Nan brushes it off as just a small amount of money, but she takes his words as an insult. She asks if this means he has no intention of signing her contract. Jiang Hao admits he cannot sign yet, but when pressed for a reason, he gets nervous and says he cannot explain right now. He adds that he is tired and turns to leave. Nan stands there, mortified and a little sad that he left her hanging, but she silently vows she will not give up until she has him for herself. Back at home, Jiang Hao collapses onto his bed, completely drained. His mind spins when he thinks about the kiss and how Qian Qin's face appeared in his head. It confuses him, and he wonders if he might have feelings for his stepsister. The thought disgusts him so much that he laughs at himself, saying she takes such good care of him while he is thinking such terrible things. He tells himself he needs to forget it completely and focus on school. The next day, Jiang Hao meets Yue Hua and happily greets her. Yue Hua, who is always shy, acts sweet around Jiang Hao, and he feels relieved. After spending time with a bully like Nan, it is refreshing to be around someone his own age. With her, it feels easier. That is when Jiang Hao notices something different. Yue Hua is wearing black silk stockings, and it is the first time he has ever seen her in them. She usually wears white. Jiang Hao finds himself distracted, and even Yue Hua notices. She nudges him out of his thoughts, smiling softly. Jiang Hao tells the instructor that he has a gift for her. He pulls out a keychain shaped like a gun and says it is a thank you present for teaching him how to fight. Earlier, when he visited her place, he noticed she liked guns. So when he saw this while shopping, he bought it for her, hoping she would like it. Yue Hua takes a close look at the keychain, then smiles and clutches it to her chest, saying she loves the gift. Zhang Hao feels a wave of frustration, but his thoughts quickly drift back to her stockings. He keeps wondering why she chose to wear them today, and if there is some special reason for it. Yehua notices his gaze on her legs and asks if something is wrong with them. Zhang Hao knows nothing is wrong at all. In fact, they look extra alluring today, and he cannot get the thought out of his head. During the lunch break, Yuehua and Zhang Hao eat together in the music room. Yehua suddenly asks why Zhang Hao keeps staring at her legs. She admits that he has been looking at them a lot today, and it is making her a little frustrated. Then she asks straight out if he likes her legs. Zhang Hao almost chokes on his coffee. He nervously asks if it is that obvious, then finally admits that she does have very pretty legs. Yuehua turns to him with a calm smile and says that he can touch them if he wants. Zhang Hao almost loses his mind at the thought, but Yuehua explains that after spending time with him, she is happy to have someone to share lunch with. As a small gesture, she is willing to let someone she trusts touch her so closely. She then asks if Zhang Hao wants to do it. In his mind, Zhang Hao wrestles with himself. There is no reason to refuse such a sweet girl with such a tempting offer, but it still feels like he might sound like a pervert. He decides to shift things and suggests a deal instead. He asks if she would sit on his lap right now. Without hesitation, Yuehua stands up, walks over, and sits down on him, asking softly if it is okay. Zhang Hao cracks a smile, thinking that she is so obedient, truly a gem in this big, complicated world. He then asks if it bothers her at all. Yuehua admits she feels a little hesitant, but also comfortable. No one has ever hugged her like this before. Zhang Hao realizes then that Yuehua must be deprived of affection, probably because of her family background and how absent they are in her life. Zhang Hao then notices the keychain on Yuehua's hand and asks why she is wearing it like a bracelet. Yuehua softly admits that it is the first time she has ever received a gift from a friend, and she wanted to keep it close. Zhang Hao is stunned that no one has ever given her a gift before. Yuehua explains that her old friends only asked her for money, but not many people gave her anything in return. Zhang Hao feels angry hearing this and tells her that people who ask for money are not real friends. He warns her never to waste her time on people like that again, because they only take advantage of her innocence. Yuehua no dies but adds that Yuan once gave her a stack of books and some strange movies, though she followed Zhang Hao's advice and never opened them. Zhang Hao instantly suspects that her classmate might be a pervert, but he quickly changes the subject. He says the keychain should hang on her backpack instead of her hand, and promises that he will buy her a proper bracelet that actually fits. The break ends, and they both head back to class. As Zhang Hao walks to his desk, he notices something lying beside it. Before he can pick it up, the annoying class president grabs it first and loudly announces to everyone that Zhang Hao is a creep who brings adult toys to school. The class erupts in shock and Zhang Hao stands frozen, staring blankly, completely confused. It is just another misunderstanding added to the long list of problems that keep giving him endless headaches. The class president claims that Zhang Hao has ruined the sanctity of the school by bringing filthy toys into the classroom. Before this, Zhang Hao was already accused of leading girls on so they would fight for him. All the boys are clearly jealous of Zhang Hao, so they spread gossip that he is nothing more than a bad personality hiding under a handsome face. Zhang Hao wonders why his life has become so rough that he now has to defend himself against constant rumors. He stands up and tells the class president to mind his own business and stop projecting his insecurities onto him, because he is full of envy and jealousy. Zhang Hao warns that if he pulls a stunt like this again, he will show him exactly what he learned in martial arts training. The room goes silent and everyone can tell Zhang Hao is not joking about his anger. The crowd disperses just as Yuehua arrives, asking what happened because Zhang Hao looks furious. Yilong is irritated as well, wondering who the real culprit is, while Zhang Hao's friends vow to find whoever is behind this nonsense. But Zhang Hao tells them to calm down, saying it is not a big deal and is probably just another misunderstanding. Just when Zhang Hao thinks everything is finally over, the next day he finds the same toys in his desk again. He throws them away, but the same thing happens for 4 or 5 days straight. Zhang Hao turns into a mess of anger, wondering why someone is so determined to ruin his reputation. At recess, Yilong tells Zhang Hao that he heard a few boys talking about him in the hallway. They are saying Zhang Hao is the one who keeps bringing all these toys to school. Zhang Hao insists he does not know what is happening, because every time he opens his drawer, he finds a new toy inside. It has been 5 days, and whoever is behind this is spending a lot of money just to damage his name. Yilong asks what they are going to do. Zhang Hao says he already has a plan, and it even involves Yuehua, because he will need her help. A while later, he calls Yuehua over and whispers something in her ear. Yuehua nods and says she can ask her assistant to drop it off at the school later on. That night, Zhang Hao, Yuehua, and Yilong run a little undercover project. They have a sleepover at school, determined to expose the pervert once and for all. Early the next morning, when the building is silent and everyone is still asleep, a boy sneaks into the classroom. Just as he is about to open Zhang Hao's drawer, he crosses a laser and sets off an alarm. At the same moment, Zhang Hao snaps a picture of the culprit. It turns out to be Zong, the same guy who picked a fight with Zhang Hao because the girl he likes is interested in Zhang Hao and not him. Zhang Hao says that Zong has been working hard for the last 8 days, wasting money on all those toys just to ruin his name. With a smirk, Zhang Hao throws the toy back at his face, standing tall and completely victorious. Zhang demands to know how Zhang Hao found out about him, but Zhang Hao only shrugs and says it was all thanks to high-tech anti-theft systems. With that, he turns to leave, saying they will meet at the office. Zhong shouts at his men not to let Zhang Hao get away, and Zhang Hao quickly realizes that these thugs are no amateurs. They know how to fight, and he is alone. Zhang orders them to drag Zhang Hao to the bathroom and beat him there. The men lunge at him, but Zhang Hao fights back hard. He punches one, dodges another attack, and counters again. Still, he can only handle one at a time. A third gangster kicks him, and though Zhang Hao blocks his face, the blow knocks him backward, and he tumbles down. That is when Yue Hua arrives and sees a thug kicking her best friend. Furious, she charges in. The gangster warns her to stay out of it, but she ignores him. Zhang Hao tries to stop her before she makes a mistake, but it is too late. Yue Hua unleashes her rage. She pushes the thug, kicks him in the face, and stomps him down with terrifying strength. She looks like a completely different person. The gang panics and tries to run, but even when one begs for mercy, Yue Hua does not stop. Zhang Hao has to physically restrain her, warning that if she keeps hitting him, things will only get worse for her. Suddenly, teachers and students rush in, finding Yue Hua standing over the battered thugs. Zhang Hao knows this looks terrible for both of them. Later, the school announces that Zhang was the one who planted the prohibited items to ruin Zhang Hao's reputation. The evidence is solid, and Zhang will be punished. However, Yue Hua is also penalized for fighting with her classmates. Zhang Hao and Yi Long watch as she is escorted out of the school, and Zhang Hao wonders if she will be okay. They hear that she put 2 boys in the hospital, and Zhang Hao admits he has no idea what will happen. Her tutor and parents are strict, and she might be taken back home. Still, he hopes it will not turn into something too serious, and that somehow she will be alright. It is raining, so Zhang Hao rushes back home. When he arrives, his father hands him a towel, clearly annoyed and worried that his son had to travel in the rain. He scolds him for not calling and warns that he might catch a cold. But Zhang Hao is not concerned about that right now. He grabs the towel and hurries to his room, leaving his father wondering why his son is so anxious today. After changing into dry clothes, Zhang Hao instantly calls Yue Hua. When she picks up, he hears her weak voice and realizes she has been crying. His worry spikes, and he quickly asks what is wrong and if anyone hurt her. Yue Hua softly explains that it is very dark where she is. Zhang Hao frowns and asks where exactly she is because he thought her family had already taken her home. Yue Hua tells him that at home her mother has locked her in confinement. Zhang Hao is stunned that such a place even exists. She explains that every time she makes a mistake, her mother punishes her by shutting her in an isolation room so she can reflect on it. Now she has to stay inside for 2 whole days. The room is dark, cold, and frightening. Zhang Hao feels his chest tighten. He says the least he can do is stay up with her, and he asks if she wants to talk about something in particular. Yue Hua whispers that he will do anything to distract her, but then pleads weakly if he can promise not to hang up tonight. Zhang Hao reassures her. He says they do not have school tomorrow, so he will keep her company and even tell her about the novel he has been working on. He sniffles, realizing he might have caught a cold himself, but forces a smile and explains that if he goes silent, it only means he has fallen asleep. He tells her not to hang up and to just leave the phone nearby if that happens. He then begins to narrate. His story is called The World of Real Men. In it, men are strong and powerful, with abs and muscles, while women take care of the household chores. Men face dangerous jobs and women admire them. His hero is a reborn immortal cultivator, the strongest man in the world, destined to save it from evil. Along the way, he meets many beautiful, kind, and charming women. Everyone praises him for his unmatched abilities to defeat countless villains. And in Zhang Hao's tale, there are always plenty of villains waiting to be destroyed. Yue Hua comments that Zhang Hao's story is the exact opposite of their real world. She says it feels unrealistic, because men are too weak to carry bricks, while women are stronger, and it is only fair for them to protect men and save the world. The thought is so ridiculous that Yue Hua bursts into laughter. Zhang Hao does not get angry at her teasing. Instead, he smiles as he listens to her laugh, enjoying the sound of it. He calmly says that the world has changed. Yue Hua, still amused, promises that she will read his novel anyway. She even asks if he can give her a new volume so she can leave some comments on it. Zhang Hao agrees, saying that if she wants, he will send it to her the next day. He then gently asks if she still feels afraid, and follows up by asking what she likes to do in her free time. The night passes as the two of them keep talking. By the next morning, Zhang Hao wakes up with a heavy head and realizes there is something cool resting on his forehead. He blinks and sees Chen Qin sitting beside him, holding a glass of water. She says that she came to wake him up for breakfast but noticed he had a fever, so she brought him medicine. Zhang Hao mutters that he feels weak, realizing that in this world his body is fragile, so even a small strain makes him fall sick. He admits that he does not have any strength left, Chen leans closer and says that if he cannot eat by himself, then she will just have to feed him through her stomach. Zhang Hao's eyes widen as he braces himself, realizing that she is about to kiss him. But the kiss never happens, because in reality Zhang Hao is only dreaming. In the dream, he resists a little, saying that they are like brother and sister, and they should not be doing bad things. Even Chen seems confused, asking what is wrong with him, and if he feels so unwell that he needs to see a doctor. That is when Zhang Hao realizes he has only been talking in his sleep. He cannot believe he said such things out loud, especially in front of his sister. Embarrassed, he admits that he needs some help getting up, though it feels shameful to be so weak. His face burns as he blushes, and Chen notices his embarrassment right away. She turns to him and calmly tells him to eat the porridge while it is still hot, because it will be good for his stomach. Zhang Hao wonders if other sisters also care for their brothers in this way, but the truth is, she is not even his real sister. Still, she treats him as if he truly is. He finally asks her directly why she is so kind to him, because he feels like just an ordinary brother. Chen smiles and says that he is worth every bit of trouble, and as long as Zhang Hao is willing, she will gladly take care of him for the rest of her life. With that, she asks him to open his mouth so she can feed him by hand. Zhang Hao grows flustered, thinking that this kind of talk does not sound normal between siblings. It feels more like a marriage proposal. He quickly takes the bowl from her hand, saying he will eat by himself. Yet in his heart, he senses that Chen enjoys putting them in these awkward positions. Maybe he is overthinking, but her care feels warmer than a simple sibling bond. He tells her to go back to her work and not worry, because he will be fine after some sleep. But Chen insists. Since Zhang Hao is unwell, she says she has no mood for anything else, and she will stay by his side while he rests. A while later, when Zhang Hao wakes up, he feels a little better, but he notices that Chen is still sitting beside him, reading a book. She carries an aura that always seems to control him, and Zhang Hao thinks he will never be able to sleep with her so close, because his senses stay sharp around her. Yet only 5 minutes later, he drifts off again. When Chen hears his soft snoring, she glances at him and quietly wonders why he was so reluctant before, asking herself if he might actually dislike her. Meanwhile, Nan sits on her luxurious sofa, lost in thought about Zhang Hao and his fiery spirit, and about the kiss they shared. She remembers how cute he looked when he apologized and thanked her for the first time. For someone with so much confidence and arrogance in his bones, he still managed to look almost gentle. To her, Zhang Hao is the most unusual guy she has ever met. She lights a cigarette, her mind racing, and in that quiet moment she realizes she may have just fallen in love with that boy. Zhang Hao wakes up to the buzzing of his phone and instantly suspects it might be someone unknown. When he answers, there is only silence on the other end. He says that if they are not going to speak, he will just hang up. That is when Nan finally speaks, and Zhang Hao realizes his suspicion was right. He asks what's going on and if she is trying to mess with him again. Nan says she couldn't sleep, and Zhang Hao checks the time. He points out that calling a high school kid at 2 in the morning is not reasonable. If she is not sleepy, does she want him to sing her a lullaby or tell her a story so she can drift off? Nan tells him to watch his words, but Zhang Hao shoots back that she is the one asking for manners while disturbing him at 2 in the morning. He asks her directly what she wants. Nan explains that she heard he learned all his fighting skills from Yue Hua. Zhang Hao immediately asks if she is investigating him again. Nan then says that Yue Hua is only at an intermediate level, but he should come train with her. She has a team of professional instructors. Zhang Hao already has a strong foundation, and with the right work, he could easily become world-class. She says no ordinary guy could make a name for himself the way he can. But Zhang Hao isn't impressed, because he remembers how she once asked him to become a star, and now she wants him to turn into some cheap, gory fighter. He knows she is just buying time for her own reasons, so he tells her he has no interest in being brainwashed by her and wants to keep his distance. Besides, he and Yue Hua casually train after class, and he enjoys those sessions. He warns her that if she calls again, he might have to block her number. Nan quickly changes the subject and asks if he is dating anyone, but Zhang Hao gives her a sharp reply. She sighs with relief, assuming he and Yue Hua are only practicing casually. What she doesn't realize yet is how close Zhang Hao and Yue Hua have grown, and how naturally their friendship deepens. The next morning, Zhang Hao wakes up still wearing his Zhang Hao set. He sees a note from his sister reminding him to wear a coat. That is when he notices Chen has already laid out a separate one for him, in case he woke up during the night. Zhang Hao thinks that Chen treats him like a little kid, but he wouldn't change it for the world. Soon Chen knocks on his door and comes in, asking for his help to pick a dress for her party. She holds out 2 options, but Zhang Hao's attention drifts. His focus is not on the dresses at all, but on her very revealing night suit, which makes him snap back to reality quickly. They eventually settle on a dress, and Chen happily accepts his choice. As she turns to leave, Zhang Hao notices a tattoo on her lower back. He finds it strange, since Chen never mentioned having one. The next day, Chen bids Zhang Hao farewell, telling him he should stay home and rest because of his flu. Zhang Hao agrees right away, but when he is alone at home, his thoughts begin to wander. He thinks about his friends and family and how much he misses his original world, even though this world has been good to him as well. He remembers the promise he made to himself, that he would earn money and then find a way back. But so far, no matter how many things he has tried, he has not found a faster way to make money. Then suddenly, a thought lights up in his mind. If he reports the gangster Liu Xin, he can claim a reward of 50,000 yen. Zhang Hao heads straight to the police station and asks for his reward as soon as possible. The constable smiles at him, compliments his looks, and says she does remember him. But since he is a student, they cannot give him the money right away. He has to go through several procedures, and that will take more than a month. Zhang Hao argues that he is an adult and even shows his ID, but the constable insists that the rules have to be followed. Frustrated, Zhang Hao asks where he can go to get paid immediately. The constable hesitates but explains that to protect the privacy of the person who posted the bounty, she cannot reveal her name. Still, she tells him to go to the Fenghong group and discuss it there. Zhang Hao knows this is going to be troublesome, but he agrees. At the headquarters, Nan gets a call from the constable saying Zhang Hao came in to collect his reward and that she sent him to Nan's office. Nan smiles, remembering how Zhang Hao hung up on her the night before, and now he has no choice but to crawl back for the money he so desperately needs. Everything seems to be going in her favor. Meanwhile, outside the office, Zhang Hao feels his pride take a heavy blow. It feels humiliating to come here for money, as if he has to beg, and his ego struggles with it. He sighs and finally asks a passerby how to get to the top floor, because he is here to meet someone. The girl asks Zhang Hao if he is there to meet a relative or his father, because she claims she knows everyone in the building. What Zhang Hao does not know is that she is secretly in love with him and just wants to spend more time by his side. She follows him into the elevator, forcing herself along and leaving Zhang Hao confused and a little startled. Zhang Hao tells her she might not know the person he is here to meet, but she insists that she knows everyone in the building. Then she corners him and starts asking invasive questions, moving quickly from curiosity to bold compliments about his body and his face. Zhang Hao realizes that he is being harassed and silently wishes the earth would swallow him whole. When they finally reach the top floor, Zhang Hao politely asks her to leave, but she grabs his hand and tells him she believes in love at first sight. She swears she is already in love with him and says she is certain she will never meet anyone like him again. At that moment, the Elnantor doors slide open, revealing Nan standing there with an angry glare. The girl's expression freezes as Zhang Hao greets Nan. Without hesitation, Nan orders her employee to get out of the building, accusing her of harassing others during company time. The girl panics and begins to beg for mercy, pleading to keep her job. Zhang Hao steps in and says, maybe Nan is being a little too harsh, since the girl did not do anything unforgivable. But Nan snaps back, asking if he really wants to defend some random girl he just met. The girl breaks down in tears, wailing that once people hear she was fired from this company, no one else will hire her. That is how much power Nan has over the market. Nan has no patience left for the drama. She grabs Zhang Hao and drags him away from the crying girl, who clings to the floor in desperation. Zhang Hao protests, asking what is wrong with her, but Nan slams the door shut, trapping him between her and the frame. Her eyes burn with fury as she demands to know how he dares flirt with other girls in front of her. Zhang Hao asks Nan which one of her eyes actually believed that he was flirting with that girl, when in reality it was the opposite. He was the one feeling awkward while being harassed. He says the girl was only trying to be friendly, though she used some strange words, and she even helped him along the way. Zhang Hao pushes Nan aside and walks into the office, saying it makes no sense to fire someone over something so small. Nan follows and asks again if the girl was really just guiding him. Zhang Hao replies that she was a little persistent, but it is none of Nan's business what he talked about. He sits down on the sofa, and Nan realizes she cannot do much at this point. She takes a seat right in front of him, her tone sharp as she says that Zhang Hao really knows how to get on her nerves. Zhang Hao notices that she too is wearing black stockings, which happens to be one of his weaknesses. He admits to himself that while her personality might not be the most obedient, her body is well shaped, clearly from regular training. But then another thought crosses his mind. Her dress is so short, and considering that she can get into fights at any time, does she not worry about flashing someone and causing a scene? Nan catches his wandering eyes and realizes he is checking her out. Zhang Hao quickly looks away, but she enjoys it. She leans back, opening her legs just a little more, and teases him, saying that if he wants it so badly, he can have it. She then adds another condition. If Zhang Hao really wants that girl's job to be saved, she has a challenge for him. Nan says she will drop her cigarette with her left hand, and Zhang Hao will have to use his right hand. If he catches it before she does, she will let the girl keep her job. Zhang Hao agrees without hesitation, confident in his reflexes. Nan smirks, realizing she might have given him exactly what he wanted. She suddenly lets go of the cigarette without any countdown. Zhang Hao has no time to argue. He leaps forward just as Nan moves too, and his hand closes around the cigarette before she can reach it. He wins. Nan stumbles from the sudden motion and falls onto him, and together they collapse onto the sofa. Zhang Hao does not fully grasp what just happened, but Nan admits defeat, saying that he won and she lost. Zhang Hao thinks to himself that she seems to know nothing else apart from finding excuses to touch him. Still, he cannot complain, because he likes it. His hand instinctively brushes against her thigh, a mix of boldness and lack of self-control. Nan pushes him back immediately, her face red, calling him a pervert and telling him to behave. She demands to know how he dares touch a woman like that. Zhang Hao tries to brush it off, saying he only defended himself. He almost forgot that if Nan had slapped him across the head, he might have lost a few teeth. He quickly changes the subject, reminding her that he caught the cigarette, so she cannot fire the girl. Then he tells her to get off his lap, otherwise he might start believing she actually has a crush on him. Nan says that is not the point. The truth is, he might be the most attractive man she has ever met. She admits she has never come across someone like him before. He feels strong, brave, responsible, and capable, and that makes him different. Zhang Hao smirks and says if she likes him that much, then she should just hand over the 50,000 so they can both go their own ways. Nan suddenly gets up and rushes toward the bathroom, saying she needs a moment. Zhang Hao thinks she might just need time to figure out how to get back in control. Then his phone buzzes. It is his stepsister, Chen Qin. She asks if he is being a good boy and resting at home, because she called earlier and no one answered. Zhang Hao quickly lies, saying he went to Yilong's house to get help with homework, and that he will be home soon. Chen Qin sounds worried. She reminds him that he is still sick and tells him to come home as quickly as possible. She adds that she has a work party and will be late. Right now, Chen Qin is standing outside a club. Her friend greets her, and together they walk inside. The friend points at Chen Qin's back and asks what tattoo she has there. Chen Qin smiles and confesses that it is the name of a very important person. She glances at her phone screen, still on the call with Zhang Hao. It is clear, the name tattooed on her back belongs to her brother. On the other hand, Chen Qin doesn't realize her call is still on. Luckily, Zhang Hao cannot hear the last part about her tattoo because the place around her is too loud. Still, he does catch the moment when someone asks Chen Qin about her tattoo. Zhang Hao lowers the phone and notices the cigarette in his hand. He lights it up, and to his surprise, he instantly likes the taste. The smoke feels smooth, and for a moment he thinks he looks tough enough to pull it off. Then he looks up. Nan steps out of the bathroom, and now she has changed. The stockings are gone, and much of her clothing too. Zhang Hao realizes she is not the type to hold back with her appearance. She is bold, confident, and her beauty is striking. In fact, she could easily rival his stepsister in terms of looks and body. Nan notices the cigarette in his hand. She frowns and says children should not smoke, her voice sharp with concern for his health. Zhang Hao can see her need to control everything is back again. He quickly answers that he was not really smoking, only watching the flame and smelling the smoke. Then he tilts his head and asks why she changed her clothes in the bathroom, and whether she did anything else while she was in there. Nan does not deny it. She only says that she is a normal woman, and he should stop tempting her again and again. Otherwise, she might need to take a lot of cold showers just to calm herself down. Zhang Hao's thoughts immediately turned dirty, wondering if she had been giving herself a moment while thinking of him inside that bathroom, and just how far her perversion could go. He shakes it off, muttering that they should forget everything. He is only here to collect his money. Nan smirks and tells him to forget the cash. She points at the cigarette and says it is worth 60,000. Zhang Hao freezes. He feels like the ground has swallowed him whole. How could a single cigarette cost 60,000? And was it even filled properly or not? He tells himself she must be lying to keep the money, but Nan calmly replies that he can check the price online if he doesn't believe her. Zhang Hao almost loses his mind. After everything he went through, he ended up with nothing, all because he was dumb enough to light the cigarette just to smell it. Then Nan suddenly bursts into laughter. Zhang Hao scowls and says it is not funny. She says that the price of the cigarette is real, but she is not that stingy, and she will still pay him. She hands him an envelope, and Zhang Hao takes it, saying that she might be grumpy and controlling, but she is a woman of her word. Zhang Hao then admits that he might have overreacted a little, but she deserved it for pushing and teasing him so much. With that, he says their past can be erased, and in the future they should see very little of each other, because in that way she will also become more productive. He then bids her farewell forever, and tells her to take care of herself in the rain, reminding her that he was just cold a while ago. He leaves and thinks about how all fictional bosses are always so possessive and never know how to talk casually. Then he starts to wonder if he actually likes Nan or not. Meanwhile, Nan is on a call with someone who canceled on her, but instead of being upset, she finds it amusing and says she will catch up to them soon enough. Back at home, Chen Qin sits with her friend, showing her cute pictures of her stepbrother Zhang Hao. She says they have known each other since childhood, and she has taken so many photos of him while he was not looking or just enjoying himself that she has built an entire scrapbook from childhood to adulthood. It almost looks like a shrine album. Chen Qin insists it is normal to collect such pictures of someone as cute as Zhang Hao, and she says there will definitely be more to come. The good part now is that she does not need to take them secretly anymore. She can take a picture of Zhang Hao anytime and even ask him to pose. Soon Zhang Hao arrives and asks why she is home early when she said she had a party to attend. He then notices Qian-Qin's guest and greets her. Qian-Qin suddenly realizes she is this close to being caught and called a stalker, which deep down, she really is. Qian-Qin cannot let Zhang Hao get his hands on the album, but her friend is busy gushing about how cute and handsome Zhang Hao is. Qian-Qin pinches her in the stomach, warning her to behave, because otherwise she will definitely ruin everything. Zhang Hao does not notice the sharp look Qian-Qin gives her friend, and Qian-Qin quickly tells Zhang Hao it is not a big deal, that she and her friend were only looking at a bibliography. She tries to signal her friend to hide the album, and soon her friend gets the message, hides the book, and lies through her teeth. But Zhang Hao is nosy too, and he asks what kind of literature they were looking for, saying he really enjoys reading books. Qian-Qin takes a step forward but trips, falling straight into Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao catches her just in time, and Qian-Qin asks why he was not resting and why he is home so late. Zhang Hao lies that he was bored at home, so he went out to get some fresh air, knowing he cannot tell her the truth about going to see Nan. Qian-Qin realizes he might be lying, so she asks why he has such a miserable look on his face. She wonders if there are women on the street harassing him and if he is scared. Zhang Hao says there is no need to worry because he knows martial arts and can always protect himself. He leads both of them away from their research and heads to his room. Qian-Qin's friend asks why she cannot let her stepbrother see the album she made for him so lovingly. Qian-Qin tells her to stay in her lane and mind her business, warning her not to even think about Zhang Hao like that, or she will happily end their friendship. Her friend quickly says she would never cross that line, and Qian-Qin has nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao sits in his room, thinking about how exhausted he feels every time he meets Nan. Then he glances outside and notices a man staring up at their house. He wonders if he is being stalked again, and this time it feels worse because it is actually a man. He realizes he seems to attract stalkers from all genders, and he starts to think it might be wise to talk to Qian-Qin about it. He does not want any mishap to happen, especially since their parents are on a business trip right now. Qian-Qin's friend soon leaves, and Qian-Qin turns to Zhang Hao, saying she has some work to do, and asks why he is not resting. Zhang Hao tells her that he was upstairs and saw a ghostly man outside their house. He warns her to be careful when going out because they never know what kind of people might be stalking nowadays. Qian-Qin shrugs and pats Zhang Hao's head lovingly, saying she is happy that he cares so much about her. She tells him not to worry because the man outside is just one of her suitors, the same one who sent her a very explicit photo in the chat the other night that Zhang Hao had read. Zhang Hao instantly remembers that lunatic and asks if Qian-Qin thinks he is a perverted stalker as well, because he feels that person is dangerous. Qian-Qin sighs, saying there is nothing they can do, and she admits she is also angry about the whole situation. Zhang Hao insists that he can help with anything she wants. Qian-Qin smiles at him and takes the opportunity to lean on his shoulder, saying she is tired and needs some support. Zhang Hao thinks she never misses a chance to stay close to him. She then cups his chin gently, commenting that he looks quite red. Zhang Hao immediately resists, blushing and embarrassed, and denies it, even though he is lying. He says he just does not want to stay home another day and wants to go to school. Qian-Qin notices how eager he is and straight up asks if he has a girlfriend over there who might be showing him a good time, teasing him for being so anxious to return. Zhang Hao quickly says that he is not having an affair and that he hasn't fallen in love. Qian-Qin hugs him tightly, saying she just wants to make sure everything is fine and that he isn't lying to his stepsister. She admits it's a real concern to have such a handsome stepbrother. She even whispers that she wishes he could always be hers and hers alone, but she says it so quietly that Zhang Hao doesn't catch it. He asks if she said something, and Qian-Qin simply says it's nothing important. She then tells him that she will take him to school the next morning. The next morning, Zhang Hao drops Qian-Qin off, and she says she will stay home today, wishing him good luck. At school, Yilong meets him and immediately fills him in. Since Zhang Hao wasn't there, a lot has happened, including that Yue Hua is now being bullied. Zhang Hao is confused, but Yilong explains that people aren't blaming him directly for what happened. They heard that some mutant students were sent to the hospital, so now everyone thinks Yue Hua is dangerous and might hurt others. They are avoiding her, leaving her feeling isolated. Zhang Hao knows it's all his fault and says he will go see her later. He finds Yue Hua in her classroom, and she lights up when she sees him. He sits beside her and apologizes for getting her into trouble before. He tells her that next time they encounter a situation like that, they need to be more careful because they have learned their lesson. Yue Hua innocently asks if he's afraid of her too. Zhang Hao affectionately bites her head and says he could never be afraid of someone as obedient as her. This makes Yue Hua happy, knowing that as long as Zhang Hao is fine with her, she will be good as well. Soon the classes start, and Zhang Hao leaves, but they make plans to have lunch together. Everyone notices Zhang Hao talking to Yue Hua and begins gossiping. They say he must be a really good friend to her because even though she can be violent, he still talks to her. During the break, Zhang Hao eats his lunch as if he's starving. Yue Hua opens her lunchbox and reveals Michelin star quality food. She offers it to Zhang Hao, who starts salivating, thinking about what kind of incredible dishes her chefs must be preparing every day. While he's eating, Yue Hua comments on his hands and then boldly asks if she can touch them. Jiang Hao realizes she is straightforward with her requests and feels a little embarrassed. He asks if anyone ever taught her that. Yu Hua shakes her head and says no one did. She just looked at them and wanted to try it. Jiang Hao thinks for a moment and then offers her his hand, smiling. He says it's a good thing she asked him because if she had asked Yi Long, he would probably have yelled pervert at her. Jiang Hao remembers that last time, Yue Hua had allowed him to touch her legs out of courtesy, and now when they hold hands, it almost feels like they were made to fit together perfectly. Yue Hua looks confused and mentions that her classmates say she's a prude for never having kissed a boy or held hands, and they tease her for missing out. Jiang Hao explains that some people get it all wrong, thinking early experiences make them superior or cool, but it's really just vanity. He tells her not to pay attention to what they say. Suddenly, Yue Hua grows shy and then bluntly asks if he can give her a kiss. Jiang Hao feels a rush of surprise at her boldness, but seeing her innocent, hopeful expression, he realizes that if a kiss will make her feel happy and less guilty, he wouldn't mind. She's such a good girl, and who could resist her? They lean closer together, and Jiang Hao takes the lead. He tells her that since it's her first time, he will be gentle but dominant, and if she's shy, she can close her eyes. He doesn't break the distance between them, and for a moment, everything seems to pause. Jiang Hao, like a master lost in a spell, continues kissing Yue Hua, feeling the warmth and intensity of their connection. Both of their hearts beat fast, and every moment feels electric. Suddenly, a knock on the door startles him, but thankfully, Yue Hua had locked it beforehand. Outside, a few girls try to enter the room, looking for lunch, but Jiang Hao feels relieved knowing Yue Hua has protected their privacy and reputation. He comments that Yue Hua has finally kissed a guy, and now she can hold her head high, feeling confident in her own skin. Yue Hua, still flushed from the kiss, grabs his hand and places it on her chest, asking if she is sick because her heart is racing and she can feel it in her throat. Jiang Hao panics for a moment, realizing she has made him touch her chest, but he quickly reassures himself that it's just a euphoric reaction. Deep down, he senses that Yue Hua truly enjoyed the kiss and might even like him. Yue Hua then asks if they can kiss more often because she likes the rapid heartbeat and the warm, comforting feeling. Jiang Hao almost stumbles over his thoughts, realizing she might not fully understand that kissing is usually for couples, but he decides he doesn't mind, as long as she asks him first. He promises that in due time he will teach her everything, but for now, they should eat their lunch. Meanwhile, back at her mansion, Yue Hua scrolls through the videos Yan sent, expecting excitement, but she feels nothing compared to the thrill of her kiss with Jiang Hao. She picks up her phone and calls him, remembering his promise to teach her new things. Jiang Hao is about to shower when he answers, asking what she wants, but his mind drifts back to the kiss, leaving him feeling unusually sensitive. Yue Hua explains that she watched the video Yan sent but didn't feel her heart race, wondering if something was wrong with her. Jiang Hao realizes that Yan tried to show her something impure, trying to corrupt someone as innocent as Yue Hua, who also lacks some common sense. Yue Hua blushes, admitting it feels strange to ask him these things, and says she won't bother him again if he doesn't like it. Jiang Hao reassures her that he's glad she came to him and not a stranger, and she shouldn't worry because he doesn't mind discussing these things. However, he needs to shower first. Yi Hua immediately jumps from her bed, insisting she'll shower too, and suggests they stay online and talk the whole time while doing so. Jiang Hao agrees and asks what Yue Hua wants to talk about as he takes off his clothes, thinking about his abs and how they aren't very visible because maintaining them is quite a challenge. He also reminds Yue Hua to be careful and not get her phone wet. She puts it on the shelf before undressing, and Jiang Hao blushes, realizing she is alone and naked as well. Yue Hua starts narrating everything she is doing, explaining how she washes her hair and applies soap on her body. Jiang Hao follows along and does the same. He comments that the front part of her hair is a bit long and asks if she wants to trim it. He thinks it feels strange talking like this, and that the moment is almost intimate, making him blush slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qin brings a load of fresh bedsheets into Jiang Hao's room. She hears voices and wonders who he is talking to and whether he has a girlfriend at school. She finishes the laundry and moves into Jiang Hao's room to investigate. Xianqin texts Yilong, asking if many girls like Jiang Hao. Yilong replies that since Jiang Hao is handsome, everyone likes him, but he doesn't have a girlfriend, so she doesn't need to worry. Finally satisfied, Chen Qin puts down her phone and thinks that since Jiang Hao doesn't have a girlfriend, this could be her chance to make a move. She gets into his bed while waiting for him to finish his shower. On the call, Jiang Hao tells Yue Hua that now that he is done, he will look for some erotic reading online to send her later, because it's better for her to read something serious, rather than watch small movies that don't teach kids how to stay safe. When Jiang Hao enters his room, he notices someone under his bed. Lifting the sheets, he finds Chen Qin trying to sleep. Jiang Hao speaks up, asking what Chen Qin is doing in his bed. She looks innocent and says that she just wanted to ask him to watch a movie, but she fell asleep while waiting for him. Jiang Hao, still nervous and blushing, says that he will get ready soon, and they can always watch the movie downstairs in a little while. He then frantically searches for some erotic reading online, knowing he really shouldn't. Zhang Hao makes Yuehua wait, but since it is a very sensitive topic, he tells himself that he might have to prioritize Qianqin for now instead of Yuehua. He asks Qianqin what type of movie she wants to watch. She says she doesn't have a specific pick in mind but is down for a horror movie. Zhang Hao tells her that he will take a shower and that he can wait for her in the living room, while also turning off the lights to set the mood for the movie. Sitting in the living room, Zhang Hao thinks about how, back in his previous world, when a man and a woman watched a horror movie together, the girl would hide in the guy's arm if she got scared. Here, it might be the opposite, with boys being the ones seeking comfort in a girl's arm. The thing is, he is not the type to get scared of horror movies, so he will just wait and watch. Yet the thought of seeking protection from a girl makes him blush, imagining it would never actually happen. Soon, Qianqin walks downstairs wearing nothing but an old t-shirt. She enters innocently and asks if he has chosen a movie. Zhang Hao immediately starts to blush, feeling flustered and overwhelmed by how provocative her simple outfit is. Even Qianqin notices his reaction and teases him, asking why he is blushing and avoiding her eyes. Zhang Hao says he is not blushing, he is just a little warm tonight, that's it. But inside he is panicking because he doesn't know what will happen if Qianqin moves closer. She has a playful teasing look and it makes him nervous. Qianqin knows the effect she has on Zhang Hao, but she doesn't want to overwhelm him, so she decides to take it easy for now. Besides, during the horror movie, whenever Zhang Hao gets startled, he is going to end up holding her, and that is exactly her plan. The movie starts, and Zhang Hao notices that despite the scary scenes, he does not feel afraid. Qianqin, however, is genuinely frightened and clings to Zhang Hao's arm, trembling. Zhang Hao smiles and asks if she is afraid. Qianqin asks if he thinks she is weak, because a guy like him isn't afraid, even though she is shaking all over. She never planned to embarrass herself, but she can't help being scared. Zhang Hao reassures her that it is normal to feel frightened by these ghosts, and she should not feel burdened. He doesn't mind being there to support her. Qianqin feels touched by Zhang Hao's kindness and innocence, so she cuddles him openly. Zhang Hao's heart beats faster because she is sitting so close, and he notices her comforting scent. He reminds himself to stay composed and keeps his thoughts appropriate. A sudden memory of his dad scolding him flashes through his mind, and he shifts slightly to give himself space, leaving Qianqin momentarily confused, but he smoothly changes the topic. When the movie ends, Zhang Hao gets up to go to bed, but Qianqin gently holds his hand and says they should go upstairs together. Zhang Hao feels proud and protective, enjoying this closeness with Qianqin for the first time. When they stop at Qianqin's room, she does not go inside immediately. When Zhang Hao asks if something is wrong, she shyly admits that she is afraid to sleep alone tonight. Zhang Hao hesitates, worried that sharing the bed might make it hard to sleep, but he does not want to refuse her. Seeing her sincere, anxious expression, he agrees, thinking that he cannot say no to her face. In the bed, Zhang Hao stays awake while Qianqin explains she saw a shadow and felt scared. Zhang Hao comforts her, saying that she can always share her fears with him and that there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Qianqin feels safe and reassured, hugging him and resting her head against his shoulder. Zhang Hao feels a warm sense of closeness and realizes how his little member is getting too hard to control. Qianqin wakes up the next day, feeling well-rested and relaxed, thinking how pleasant it was to sleep in Zhang Hao's arms. She imagines that if they had kissed last night, it would have been the cherry on top. When she looks back at Zhang Hao, she realizes he looks like a mummy. She starts panicking, thinking something might have happened to him during the night because he looks so exhausted. Zhang Hao quickly assures her that he is fine. Qianqin hugs him, resting his head on her chest, and says that she fell asleep in his arms. Zhang Hao feels a little annoyed because Qianqin clung to him so tightly that he couldn't sleep all night. Qianqin notices his frustration and says that if that is the case, they should avoid watching any more horror movies. She also mentions that she will cook breakfast for him to make up for the previous night. Zhang Hao says it's time to freshen up and take a cold shower. Even though nothing happened last night, he feels both dirty and empty. Later, while brushing his teeth, Zhang Hao gets text messages from Yi Long, and they are stickers of him. He gets irritated, thinking Yi Long is being annoying, and vows to teach him a lesson while also restoring his pride because Yi Long is acting like a literal child. When Zhang Hao goes downstairs, Qianqin is already dressed and ready for work. She wishes him well for school. Zhang Hao asks what she is looking at. Qianqin explains that she was talking to a friend when she received a sticker from him. Zhang Hao feels flustered and says that Yi Long has nothing better to do and that she should not use the stickers because he does not want any unwanted attention. Qianqin promises she won't, but inside she feels frustrated because she does not want anyone else to see his beauty. But she says it so quietly that Zhang Hao cannot hear her. With that, Zhang Hao goes to school. Soon he notices that a lot of people are talking about him. They have recognized him from the stickers circulating online, and Zhang Hao realizes that he has become somewhat of a celebrity again, even though he hasn't posted anything on social media. One girl even approaches him, trying to flirt and get his autograph, but Zhang Hao leaves them, saying that he is late for class. In the classroom, he barges in through the gate, fuming at Yi Long. He says that he is going to kill him, but Yi Long seems oblivious to his anger. Yilong cheerfully says that he can make a few more stickers if he wants, since he has more photos of Zhang Hao that Zhang Hao didn't notice. Zhang Hao glares at him and tells him to delete all of them, saying that a manly man like him would never allow such images to appear online. Suddenly, Yuehua arrives. She asks if Zhang Hao is unhappy and says she needs to do something about it. Zhang Hao reassures her that everything is fine, but he notices that her hair is shorter now. Yuehua explains that she cut it after Zhang Hao commented on it. Zhang Hao compliments her new hair. Thinking that she is so well behaved, she doesn't even question the instructions he gives her. Yuehua then whispers that she will take Zhang Hao to her newly discovered secret base, where the atmosphere is fun and exciting. At the old school building, Yuehua leads him, but soon they realize they are not alone. Many other couples are there, spending time together, and Zhang Hao realizes he might have wandered into a lover's den. Suddenly, Yuehua starts to speak, and Zhang Hao quickly hushes her, asking her to be quiet. But then she playfully licks his hand, and Zhang Hao realizes that Yuehua might be more mischievous than he initially thought. Zhang Hao pulls his hand back in surprise, and Yuehua sighs, saying that she just thought he would like it. But before Zhang Hao can respond, she jumps onto him, kissing him and tackling them both onto the ground. Zhang Hao realizes that Yuehua likes him a lot. They are roughly the same age, and she behaves so sweetly and obediently. He thinks he could try going out with her and see how it goes. This might also prevent Qianqin from hitting on him. He kisses her back, but after a while, he gently pushes her away, telling her they must breathe while kissing, otherwise they will both suffocate. Yuehua says that she is learning and will keep that in mind next time. Zhang Hao reminds her that they are late for class, and they should continue this conversation later. Walking back to class, Zhang Hao holds Yuehua's hand. They walk side by side as he wonders whether he should go out with her or not. He faces an impossible choice between Qianqin's mature charm and Yuehua's innocence and obedience. He cannot decide, and it feels like the world is ending for him. Meanwhile, at the Hong Kong headquarters, Nan receives updates from her assistant. Zhang Hao was secretly photographed, and his stickers and pictures are spreading online. He has become an international celebrity again without even trying. Nan thinks that it is not bad for a man she has her eye on, but she does not want to see all these pictures circulating. She is possessive, and she worries that his normal life might be affected. She tells her assistant to find a way to remove the images from the internet. The assistant argues that the pictures have gone viral, and many people have downloaded or altered them, so they cannot fully erase them. Nan gives her a menacing look, and the assistant hurriedly leaves to work on it. Nan goes online and sees all the pictures, feeling intensely jealous of other girls looking at Zhang Hao in a thirsty way. Luckily, the pictures seem to be old, so no new images are circulating. Still, she realizes that this is affecting her focus. Piles of documents need her attention, but she keeps thinking about Zhang Hao all day and forgets her work. She understands that Zhang Hao is not just a crush, but also her rival, and right now he is winning the war. Suddenly she remembers the kiss and how soft his lips were. She has to stop herself, knowing she needs to work with strategy. Right now, her eyes are on one man only, and she is determined to make Zhang Hao hers soon. Zhang Hao walks back home when he notices a luxurious car parked outside his house. As expected, it is Ella sitting inside, but Zhang Hao is not happy to see her. He asks what she is doing at his home. He reminds her that the last time they talked, they agreed to forget about each other, so she should leave him alone. Nan replies that in a perfect world she would have kept her promise, but what if she cannot control herself? Zhang Hao argues that since she is a wealthy woman, a business owner, and highly trained, she should be able to manage her impulses. Nan cuts him off, saying that his photos are everywhere on the internet right now. It is impossible for her not to see them, and it drives her mad that so many women have the audacity to say vulgar things about him online. She then pulls him closer by his thigh and whispers that the man she has set her sights on cannot escape from her so easily. Zhang Hao realizes he is playing with fire, because if his sister finds out that he is with another woman, she will lose her mind. So he says he is going to leave, but somehow Nan ropes him into sitting in her car. Zhang Hao pouts and complains that he should not listen to a girl who is so spoiled and controlling, because he prefers girls who are obedient. Zhang Hao feels tired with her, because he always has to pay attention to all of her little habits, and sometimes they overwhelm him. But instead of taking offense, Nan only smiles and coughs as if laughing at Zhang Hao's taste. She lights up a cigarette and teases that maybe in his world women were like that, but in their world, it is not the case. Zhang Hao realizes that he might have gotten caught for a moment, as Nan continues. She says those talentless women do not compare to her, because she has everything, money, status, and skills. She can provide for him, and there is nothing wrong with him being a stay-at-home husband while she takes care of everything. Zhang Hao gets flustered because the thought of never working a day in his life sounds tempting, but he does not take the bait. He says he should focus on more options, because he might not be available. But Nan leans in, pinching his cheek, her controlling side showing, as she demands to know the name of the girl he likes. She even asks if it is Yuehua, the granddaughter of Min Tianhe, because as far as she knows, Yuehua is not the type of woman Zhang Hao usually describes. Jiang Hao immediately orders her not to mess with Yue Hua, but at the same time he offers an olive branch, which makes Nan believe he truly likes her. Jiang Hao starts to panic, afraid his cover is about to be blown, and begs her to calm down. Nan blushes instead, realizing she has a weakness when he calls her a pet name. Jiang Hao tries to downplay it, saying that friends use such names all the time, but Nan is still flustered. With that, Jiang Hao says they should go eat something, but he is leaving now because he has to go home. As he walks away, he wonders nervously if Nan is going to chase him every day. Suddenly, a hooded man approaches Jiang Hao and says that he is a friend of Qian Qin and asks if Jiang Hao can give his stepsister a present on his behalf. Jiang Hao studies the man, thinking he looks familiar, and then it clicks. He is the same person who sent unsolicited pictures to Qian Qin the other day. Jiang Hao confesses that he saw the pictures that the stalker sent to Qian Qin. He introduces himself and says that if he ever messes with his stepsister, then he is going to mess with him. Jiang Hao warns that if he sees him again outside their house or trying to stalk Qian Qin, he will call the police. With that, Jiang Hao walks away, leaving the stalker frustrated and angry. The man thinks that Jiang Hao is only a student, harmless, and easy to ignore. He convinces himself that soon he will make Qian Qin fall in love with him. When Jiang Hao returns home, Qian Qin is practically glowing with happiness. She says that since their parents are not home, she brought food from a fast food place, and they are going to have a lazy dinner. They sit together with hamburgers and fries, enjoying each other's company. Jiang Hao, however, thinks about how difficult it is to stay in line when someone as tempting as Qian Qin sits across from him. He wonders if she does these things on purpose, but he has no proof. Qian Qin then gets quiet and looks a little sad. When Jiang Hao asks what is wrong, she asks directly if something is bothering him. She knows that he has become a kind of internet celebrity. She says that she saw people looking at his pictures today and even raving about them, and it made her jealous. Jiang Hao tells her that he is absolutely not a celebrity, and the attention only embarrasses him. Qian Qin explains that fame and popularity are not good for him. She says that nowadays, people on the internet try to sell themselves because it is a trend, which is why he should dress more modestly. She even tells him that when he streams, he should cover his arms and back. Jiang Hao thinks that her words sound a little too possessive, so he starts to panic inside. Qian Qin quickly tries to soften it and says that she was only joking, but then she admits she is actually scared. She does not want Jiang Hao to get into any trouble, and she wants him to be safe. Her insides are screaming because she always knew Jiang Hao was hot, but now that he is becoming a celebrity, more and more people are fascinated by him. She knows many suitors will soon appear, and it is getting harder to keep Jiang Hao to herself. She feels the pressure to take action, to make him hers as soon as possible. Later that night, she barges into his room and asks if he needs any help. She looks like a complete bombshell in her new outfit, and even Jiang Hao notices it. He hesitates, but then accepts her company. She sits a little distance away, but then says she wants to give him something. Qian hands over her daily salary, around 3,000 yuan, and places it in Jiang Hao's hand. Jiang Hao cannot believe it. She earns that much money from the hospital, while he works so hard yet cannot even make a quarter of what she earns in a single day. Qian Qin explains that even though she is still a student, she occasionally assists chief surgeons, helps in minor operations, and receives that salary. But on the inside, she knows the truth. To get into Jiang Hao's good graces, she needs to trap him somehow, and money might be the way. Qian Qin is not just an ordinary student. She is exceptional. She was admitted with the highest grades, followed her mentors in research projects, and earned an early chance to start clinical studies at the hospital. She is not only capable but talented beyond measure, with 3 years of real experience already. She is not the boss, but with her skill and confidence, she feels like she could be. Jiang Hao realizes Qian Qin is not only beautiful but also brilliant. He admits that he wishes he could earn money like that someday so he can help their parents. Hearing this, Qian Qin starts to gush. She hugs him tightly and tells him it is not his job to make sure their parents retire early. Jiang Hao then asks if their parents are still on the business trip. When Qian Qin says they are not coming home for a while, the thought hits him hard. The girl and the boy are home alone for a long time, and Jiang Hao wonders what is going to happen between them. But it is not turning out to be the easy vacation Jiang Hao first imagined. Staying alone with Qian Qin and trying to control his temptations proves to be so difficult that he often ends up with nosebleeds and cannot focus on anything else. After cleaning himself up, he changes his clothes and comes back to his room. Even Qian Qin notices and asks him about it. Then she tells him to change into his pajamas so he can go to bed early. Jiang Hao feels too irritated to say much, but Qian Qin quietly chuckles at his frustration. She thinks he looks absolutely adorable while fighting his temptations. She sits on Jiang Hao's bed wearing almost nothing, and Jiang Hao realizes something important. Even though they spend almost every hour together, Qian Qin has not grown tired of hanging out with him or simply looking at him. He then catches her staring at him again, and Qian Qin takes it as her next chance. She says her shoulders are sore from using the computer all day and asks if he can give her a massage. Jiang Hao knows it feels like a trap, yet he still cannot stop himself. He begins massaging her back as Chen praises how soft his hands are. Then she offers to take him out since she has free time and tells him he has been a particularly good boy. Jang Hao lights up at this and agrees, because he has never gone out alone with Chen before. She remembers it too, smiling as she says this will be their first time going on a date. Jang Hao realizes things might be moving much faster with Chen than he even notices. Soon enough, it is past 11, and Jang Hao says it is time to sleep. Kingsun ODS and says she will go back to her room. But inside, she is screaming at herself because what she really wants is to spend more time with Jang Hao, especially in his room. But right now she does not want to push her luck, so she goes back to her own room. She tells herself she needs to do everything perfectly for now. She cannot risk another mishap that might cause unnecessary drama between them. Jang Hao lets out a sigh of relief once she is out of sight, yet he realizes he is already looking forward to going out with her over the weekend. Suddenly his phone starts ringing, and he knows even before checking the screen that it is Nan. Jang Hao groans and begs her to get a boyfriend and a life because she keeps harassing him. But Nan answers calmly that she already has a life, and as for boyfriends, she does not like men. Still, she insists that she wants him to keep talking to her. She explains that ever since she became an adult, she has been surrounded by all kinds of men who only desired her for her family's money and power. She watched countless ambitious men climb to the highest levels of society, only to reveal themselves as parasites who wanted to feed off her mother's influence. The memory left her disgusted with them, and she vowed to stay away. But Jang Hao is different and not like other men. As a child, Nan spent her life working hard and dedicating herself to the company, with the only break being her time in the army. Because of that, she never really learned about men, how to pursue them, or how to make them happy. Yet she knows one thing with certainty. She has dedication, and to win Jang Hao's heart, she is willing to do whatever it takes. Nan tells Jang Hao that if he wants the stars, then he can have them. She has invested heavily in rocket science, and for her, it is not impossible to bring him stars. Jang Hao, still unable to accept what she is saying, tells her he does not want stars. He just wants her to stop bothering him all day. But her words stay in Jang Hao's mind. He cannot stop thinking about her, and he realizes she must have been one of those children who never stopped working, even when they were just kids. One thing is clear though, that he is not afraid of her anymore. That night, Jang Hao has a dream about his past life. In the dream, young Chen asks him if he has a wife. The next day, Jang Hao reaches school, but as usual, he has to inform Chen that he arrived safely. Ever since his stickers became popular on the internet, he has grown increasingly concerned about his safety, and Chen has been suggesting that she pick him up and drop him off every day. Suddenly, Yuehua shows up and greets Jang Hao, who immediately asks her why she is late again. Yuehua blushes and admits that she was lost in her thoughts about their kiss. She explains that she had a strange dream, but Yuehua takes this as an opportunity. She holds Jang Hao's finger and innocently asks that since they are alone, should they just kiss. Jang Hao, a blushing mess, struggles to find the right words to answer, because he finds it so hard to restrain himself in front of such an innocent beauty. He explains again that kissing is something intimate between two people, and it is not allowed in school. Yuehua immediately suggests that they can always go back to her house if they want to kiss. Jang Hao says they will think about it later and insists they should focus on class right now. But he notices Yuehua's expression and realizes she is sad because he turned her down. Jang Hao knows she feels disappointed, but in his heart he also knows that if he gives in too much, he might lose control. While he does not share the same views of chastity as the men in this world, he fears that temptation will overwhelm him and everything will spiral into chaos. And no one hates that possibility more than him. At the school break, Jang Hao invites Yilong to go eat with Yuehua as usual, but as soon as he steps out of class, he is stunned. Hundreds of fangirls are waiting for him, screaming for his autograph. He realizes that because of a few emoticons, these girls have gone absolutely wild. Even Yilong looks impressed, watching the crowd and showing Jang Hao a video compilation that someone posted online. It is filled with pictures of Jang Hao, and everyone is calling him a unique beauty. And surely enough, in every photo, Jang Hao looks stunning. But suddenly, Jang Hao feels a hand on his butt. Shock hits him as he realizes he has just been assaulted, harassed for the first time. Before he can react, someone grabs the girl's arm. It is Yuehua, and she is furious. She warns the girl to mind her own business, saying that Jang Hao does not like being touched like that, and she cannot do it without his permission. The crowd grows silent because everyone knows Yuehua has already earned a reputation as the new thug of the school. Jang Hao tries to calm the situation down, but tension fills the air. That is when the star teacher arrives, furious, ordering everyone to return to their places and stop gathering in the hallway. The students scatter in fear. Meanwhile, Zong and the class president, who still carry bitterness toward Jang Hao, stand together. The president mutters that it is the first time he has seen Zong ignored by girls because they are all chasing Jang Hao now. Zong scoffs, saying this craze will pass, and soon everything will return to normal. He claims he does not care and feels no threat from Jang Hao, Suddenly, someone shouts that a long line of luxury cars has arrived in front of the school. Rumors spread quickly, saying that a wealthy girl has come to pick up her boyfriend. Song hears this and freezes, his face twisting with jealousy. He mutters over and over that it is fine, reminding himself that he is handsome too. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, the rumor proves true. Nan is waiting in front of Jung Hao's school in her luxury car. Everyone gathers to see who the mysterious boyfriend is that the wealthy woman has come to pick up. Even Yilong stares wide-eyed at the line of luxurious cars. Jang Hao tries to brush it off, saying they should just go grab something to eat. He is tired of all this unwanted attention, and of how he has suddenly become an internet sensation. In his past life, he never liked showing himself half-naked, yet now he has turned into a celebrity without even trying. Suddenly his phone buzzes. It is Nan. Jang Hao answers, sounding worn out, and asks if she really had to come to his school. But Nan only tells him to come outside so they can eat together. Jang Hao spots her car right away and refuses, saying he already has plans with his friends. Nan replies that she expected him to say no at first, so she came prepared. She steps out of the car and, with a snap of her fingers, her servants surround her carrying trays of food. She smiles, saying that since Jang Hao will not come with her, she has brought the meal to him. Jang Hao nearly melts from nervous sweat. He worries everyone will think they are together. Yehua notices and asks if he is okay, wanting to know who he is talking to on the phone. Jang Hao lies, saying he is just busy, then quickly asks Yilong to keep Yehua company as he bolts. Yehua watches him go, disappointed again that he has ditched their lunch. Jang Hao jumps aside to catch Nan's attention on the phone, and she laughs at how nervous he sounds. Flustered, he calls her a few petty names that he does not mean. Nan replies with innocent charm, saying she thought men liked grand gestures like this. Jang Hao finally agrees to meet her, but warns her to send the convoy away. He tells her to wait at the side door and not draw any more attention. He threatens that if even a rumor spreads about them, he will never see her again. Nan ends the call, amused, knowing Jang Hao is even cuter when he is angry. With another snap of her fingers, she orders her staff to pack up and leave. Soon she is disguised and waiting by the side door. Jang Hao shows up and asks if they are actually going to eat. Nan says yes, she wants to have lunch with him. Jang Hao replies that they are going to his place today, and that she must follow his lead. Nan smiles and agrees. Before long, they are outside a flea market. Nan cannot help but openly judge Jang Hao's choice of food stalls. Jang Hao counters with a trap. He says he likes this place, and if she does not want to eat here, she is free to leave. Deep down, he is secretly hoping she actually will, but Nan is as resilient as ever, and the two of them walk into the restaurant. She takes a long look at the place, then sets her credit card on the counter and tells the owner that she wants to buy it. Jang Hao almost spits out his water in shock. He quickly asks her to stop and explains that she does not need to throw money around like that. He says that because he is poor, he eats in places like this, and if she only wants to flaunt her wealth, then there is no point in eating together. He tells her he wants her to be humble, at least for a while. Nan agrees, but in her heart she mutters that men can be such a pain. Jang Hao orders a bowl of beef noodles with fried eggs, and Nan studies the menu. She wonders how noodles could be so cheap and assumes they must lack quality. Jang Hao assures her that this is not true, saying he has eaten here for years and never once gotten food poisoning, so the food must be fine. The owner tries to warn Nan to behave, but Jang Hao places an order for her anyway. Nan insists that the chef put on gloves and use fresh ingredients because she doesn't trust her. The chef dislikes this demand and is ready to argue and throw hands, but Nan sets a bundle of cash on the counter. The chef has no choice but to give in while secretly thinking she will make plenty of money off these two customers. Jang Hao feels uneasy, wishing Nan had shown a little more dignity. Nan, however, leans in and pinches his cheek, telling him that his attention should always stay on her. Jang Hao cannot believe that Nan is jealous of the older women working there. She then asks why he eats in a place like this. Jang Hao replies that this is where ordinary people eat, and they do not get sick from it. He says this is real life, but Nan, with all her wealth surrounding her, does not fit into it. He admits that he does not have a Cinderella complex, and that is why they are not a good pair. Soon the chef returns with proper sanitary gear, and Nan smiles, saying she has no problem eating in a place like this. She mentions that she served in the army and has eaten far worse food on the battlefield. She only feels sorry for Jang Hao. This catches his attention. Nan explains that she does not want him eating in such places because they are neither clean nor nutritious. Jang Hao wonders about her real plan since she suddenly seems so considerate, but then he dismisses the thought. A moment later, Nan asks why he kisses so well and whether he has had practice with other women. Jang Hao instantly spits out his soup, shocked that she would bring up something so intimate during a meal. Nan casually warns that if she ever finds out he is involved with anyone else, she cannot promise to stay nice about it. Later that night, Jang Hao is still lost in thought about his dinner with Nan. He hangs out with Yilong, who rambles on about lipsticks, but Jang Hao is tired and says he wants to go home. Yilong clings to him, calling him a party pooper. then says he wants Zhang Hao to play with his little sister Sophie. Zhang Hao remembers Sophie all too well, the clingy girl who would not let go of his leg even when he tried to push her away. Soon enough, Zhang Hao and Yilong are in Sophie's room. Zhang Hao picks up her notebook, then freezes in shock and embarrassment. It is a detailed comic book where Sophie has imagined herself and Zhang Hao in situations that should never happen. Zhang Hao realizes that this little girl has been fantasizing about him. He confronts Sophie, asking why she drew such things. Sophie quickly lies, saying she has a friend who did it all and then blamed her. She bursts into tears, begging Zhang Hao to believe her, claiming she never even dared to read a single page. Zhang Hao tries to console her and asks if she is sure, because on her computer he has seen more than 500 gigabytes of questionable material she could have learned from. Sophie, caught again, breaks down crying and blurts out that he is far too skilled for her. Zhang Hao sighs and tries to calm her down. As his best friend's sister, he feels responsible to discipline her, so he says he will confiscate everything. He sits her down and explains that all of this belongs to adults, and she is still a kid. She should focus on her studies. Zhang Hao reminds her that he likes the cute and simple Sophie, who is also a good student. They strike a deal. If Sophie corrects her bad habits and improves her grades, he will grant her any request she desires. Sophie makes him promise, and Zhang Hao agrees, though he secretly feels guilty for making a false promise. Sophie vows to be a good student and a better person from now on. Just then, Zhang Hao gets a call from Chen Qin. She asks if he is still at his friend's house because she is heading home and offers him a ride. Zhang Hao says he can return on his own, and Chen Qin ends the call. She is still in her lab when her friend asks who she was talking to, but Chen Qin ignores the question and begins getting dressed to go home. Her friends invite her to go to the bar over the weekend to meet handsome guys, but Chen Qin turns them down. She says she already has a beautiful man in mind and has a date with him on Saturday at Vandy Plaza. Her friend is shocked that Chen Qin has been hiding such hot news and begs her to spill more details. Chen Qin says they will only talk once she has a final update. Her friend teases her, telling her not to do anything drastic and reminding her to use protection. What none of them realize is that Chen Qin's stalker overhears the conversation. He feels betrayed that after years of devotion and effort, Chen Qin still refuses to choose him and wants to see other men instead. Chen Qin later arrives home and asks where her stepbrother is, but she gets no answer. She assumes he is streaming. On the other hand, Zhang Hao is struggling. He is being cyber-harassed by countless girls who say he looks exactly like the viral emoji boy with the same eyes and hair. Zhang Hao denies all the rumors, calling them nonsense. He points out that if it were true, why would he livestream while hiding his face? The girls are not convinced and bombard him with messages. Zhang Hao grows frustrated until Chen Qin suddenly walks in. She shuts off the computer and ends his misery. Then she leans in close, her voice sharp and menacing, and warns him to stop streaming right now. The next day, Zhang Hao is at school, still thinking about Chen Qin's reaction to yesterday's incident. She was angry and squeezed his hand so hard while telling him to stop streaming. She looked panicked and nearly in tears as she explained that since he has been recognized, if he streams again, everyone will know who he really is. She told him she doesn't want him to become famous, because she cannot always be by his side, and she will not be able to protect him from stalkers or dangerous women. Her voice cracked with desperation as she admitted that what truly scared her was the thought of him finding someone else who might care for him more than she does. In that moment, she said, he would definitely forget her. Zhang Hao tried to calm her, saying that streaming is only temporary, just something he does to pass the time, and that no one else matters to him. He promises her that he will never forget her. Zhang Hao knows that Chen Qin has become more sensitive and possessive over him lately. It is as if she wants to track every move he makes. Sometimes she even acts like a mother-in-law, watching him too closely. Soon after, Zhang Hao receives a notification and sees that he has gotten a hefty amount of money from the previous night's stream. He didn't sell any products or ask for gifts, yet he earned an incredible amount. If this continues, he thinks, he will soon become a millionaire. Zhang Hao finally realizes the power of influence, but deep down he knows this is not the life he wanted. When he arrives at school, he notices a huge crowd of girls waiting for him at the entrance. Yilong is there too, shouting that Zhang Hao now has a fan club. Zhang Hao thinks to himself how unemployed these girls must be to spend all day screaming for him. They beg for his picture, autograph, or just a chance to be near him. Meanwhile, the class president watches from the side, seething with jealousy. Still, he is not completely consumed by it, because he knows that as quickly as someone becomes a web star, just as quickly they can fade into obscurity. Later, in the men's dressing room, Zhang Hao is changing when he doesn't realize that the class president has hidden a camera inside his shirt to take secret photos of him. Yilong suddenly enters and bumps into him, accidentally shifting the camera's angle. Then Yilong walks over to Zhang Hao and starts raving about his abs, completely unaware of what is going on. The class president, although nervous about being caught, continues trying to snap pictures. But when he checks his gallery, he realizes that the angle ruined all of the shots. What he doesn't realize is that Zhang Hao and Yilong are now both standing behind him, waiting for him to turn around and face them. Zhang Hao decides to toy with him. He asks for his phone to take a look, and when the class president refuses, Zhang Hao snatches it away. He scrolls through the gallery and sees that the boy is even part of his fan support group, yet still tries to take secret photos of him. Zhang Hao smirks and offers to take off his shirt, saying if he wants naked pictures so badly, he should at least let him pose properly. The class president thinks Zhang Hao has lost his mind, but Zhang Hao hasn't. With a menacing glare, he demands that the pictures be deleted, warning him that he is about to show him how well he can fight. Terrified, the class president bolts out of the room, and even Yi Long feels pity for how pathetic he looks while running away. Zhang Hao then says that he is not afraid of being filmed, because now he has abs. If his body ends up on the internet, it could inspire every guy to work harder and become manly like him. But still, he does not want too much exposure online, which is why he takes the situation very seriously. But Zhang Hao is not done with the class president. He wants to make it clear that from now on, he should never pull something like that again, which is why he follows him into an alleyway. The president is still fuming, thinking about how Zhang Hao keeps getting on his nerves and how he is going to take revenge on him. Zhang Hao waits for him to turn into the alley so he can jump him and give him a proper warning. But before he can act, he sees someone grab the president right in front of his eyes. He runs toward the goons and realizes they are the same men who once kidnapped him on Nan's orders. One of the goons admits that Nan sent them, but claims she doesn't know anything else. He warns Zhang Hao to act like he saw nothing and just go home so it does not turn into a bigger problem for him. Zhang Hao cannot understand why they are after his class president, and he also wonders if Nan has spies inside the school, because otherwise, this level of control seems too much. At Nan's headquarters, she is busy working when Zhang Hao calls her and demands to know if she has his vice president. Nan is surprised that he figured it out, but Zhang Hao explains that she used the same goons as before. He asks why she kidnapped him. Nan calmly says the president messed with him, so now he has to pay for all of his sins. She tells Zhang Hao not to worry about it since this is her problem, and he should just relax. Zhang Hao realizes his suspicions are true, and she really does have spies in the school to protect him and keep an eye on him. He argues that he doesn't need that kind of coddling because he can take care of himself, but Nan doesn't back down. She says she doesn't care about his preferences, only about what is best for him. If paying people to spy on him is what it takes, then she will do it. All he needs to do is be a man, live under her wing, and he will always stay safe. Zhang Hao is completely irritated and ends the call, thinking that she has no common sense at all. He wonders if the kidnapping is something he should just ignore, or if he should call the police. The next day, while walking through the hallway, he spots the class president, but now the boy acts as if Nan's guards have completely trained him, showing an unusual level of respect toward Zhang Hao. Even Zhang Hao feels uneasy, because it shows just how much power Nan holds. Later, during break, Zhang Hao and Yue Hua sit together eating when she comments that he looks distracted. Zhang Hao brushes it off and says he just has a headache. Yue Hua gets up and pinches his nose, asking if he feels any better, repeating the same little move Zhang Hao once did for her at the amusement park when she wasn't feeling well. Zhang Hao chuckles at her innocence and her pure heart, then lies and says he does feel better. But Yue Hua is not satisfied. She sits down on his lap and softly says that she wants a hug, that it would make her happy. Zhang Hao blushes, feeling how perfect they both seem in that moment. He realizes he wants that hug too, and as they sit there together, he feels the warmth of love that he cannot deny. He realizes that although he has hugged both Chen Qin and Nan, whenever he hugs or leans close to Yue Hua, he feels completely relaxed. Maybe it is because Chen Qin is practically family, and he does not dare to think of her in that way. Nan, on the other hand, is dominant and unpredictable, and Zhang Hao fears what might happen if he deepens his bond with her. But with Yue Hua, everything feels peaceful. He enjoys her gentleness, her scent, and her warmth. Then Zhang Hao suddenly notices that Yue Hua has started licking his leg, begging him for a kiss because she feels desperate. She tries to lift his shirt, but using all of his restraint, Zhang Hao stops her. He asks her not to be impulsive because he does not want to start any drama at school, even though deep inside he truly wants to be with Yue Hua. She cannot believe he is rejecting her, and as Zhang Hao tells her to calm down, he pushes her away gently and pinches her cheeks. He explains that all of these things, and all the scenes she has seen in movies, are things couples do. He tells her they should not cross that line unless they are dating or in love. Yue Hua admits she does not even know what love means. So Zhang Hao explains that love is when you like someone so much that you want to spend your life with them and would do anything for them. It is when you cannot help but smile whenever they are around. He feels this might be too complicated for her, so he shortens it and tells her that love is simply being sincere with another person. He asks if she feels like that for him, because he wants them to be sincere. Whenever they get together, he wants it to be for love, not lust. Yue Hua still does not understand much of it, so Zhang Hao sighs and tells her that maybe it is too much for her right now. He suggests that instead of watching adult films, she should catch up on teenage romantic dramas. With that, they both return to class. Zhang Hao knows Wei Hua well, and he absolutely does not want to hurt her or take advantage of her innocence. Because if things go wrong between them, he would not be able to protect her, and others would take advantage of her purity. At home, Kui asked him to lay down on bed. Zhang Hao feels like he is in heaven, lying on Qianqin's lap, thinking about how considerate she is. Qianqin suggests that he should stream less so he can protect himself and not expose so much of his body. For a moment, Zhang Hao even thinks she might believe he is close to stripping for a living. But then she quickly adds that she will measure him so that from now on, all his clothes fit him perfectly. Zhang Hao loves and hates this idea at the same time. While Qianqin is taking his measurements, Zhang Hao knows he is getting so close that he starts to sweat. Even her fragrance feels overwhelming. She lifts his shirt to get a precise measurement, and then comments on his abs, admitting she is a little envious. Her hand touches them, feeling the rock-hard muscles underneath, and Zhang Hao freaks out because it feels far too bold. Meanwhile, Qianqin's thoughts are also racing because Zhang Hao looks almost too hot to handle. She lets her fingers play with his waistband, almost as if she is about to pull it down, when Zhang Hao quietly asks what she is doing. She laughs and says it is just part of the job. She reminds him that she is a doctor, so nothing about the human body is unusual for her. In her world, measurements can include everything. Zhang Hao is practically sweating as Qianqin rises from her knees and tells him she was only teasing. She warns him not to be so casual about showing that side of himself to anyone else, and to protect himself in the future. Then she tells him to sleep. When Qianqin steps out of the room, she begins to panic, because Zhang Hao was far too close and she could hardly control herself. Zhang Hao also notices that she might have gotten embarrassed, but to him, she looks incredibly cute when she blushes. Over the weekend, Qianqin brings him breakfast, excited about going out together. She says she will go to her room to get ready, and they will meet when they are both dressed. Zhang Hao thinks the whole situation feels more and more like a date. Anyone who sees them might take it the wrong way. Deep down, he reminds himself that Qianqin is like family, and he should not let such thoughts grow in his head. 30 minutes later, Qianqin walks downstairs, and she looks stunning in her dress. Zhang Hao thinks she is even more beautiful than any internet celebrity. She blushes when he compliments her, and he suddenly feels he needs to change his own clothes, because next to her, he looks plain. At the market, the crowd is heavy, but Zhang Hao notices Qianqin's stalker watching them. The man keeps his eyes fixed on her. Qianqin says he is deranged, following her constantly, and always trying to push himself into her life. He wants to be her boyfriend, but Qianqin has turned him down countless times. Now he is nothing but a headache. Zhang Hao offers to step in. He says that if she wants, he can give the stalker a warning, and the next time he gets close, he will beat him down because the man is causing her distress. But Qianqin tells him to calm down. She reminds him they are both colleagues at the same institute, and she does not want their professional relationship to turn violent. Then an idea forms in her mind, and she asks Zhang Hao for a favor. She wants to crush every last hope the stalker has left. So she looks at Zhang Hao seriously and asks him to pretend to be her boyfriend for the day. Qianqin says please so cutely that Zhang Hao cannot bring himself to say no. Zhang Hao finally agrees, as long as she does not mind, and Qianqin blushes, surprised that he accepted so quickly. Zhang Hao then says that they are going to a fun place, so they head to the arcade. Qianqin immediately says she wants to try and win some teddy bears, and the day unfolds perfectly. They play games, eat ice cream, take pictures, and act like a real couple, enjoying each other's company. After a while, Qianqin suggests they should rest for a bit, but Zhang Hao stops her. He notices that the stalker is still nearby, watching them, and realizes they need to get closer. Qianqin comments that he has known her for years, yet he still does not understand her true feelings. Zhang Hao thinks that maybe the stalker does not fully believe they are actually dating. Then Qianqin steps closer, saying that he is coming toward them, and they need to act quickly. Without thinking, she presses her lips to Zhang Hao's, and they share a kiss. Zhang Hao is momentarily stunned, unable to fully comprehend what is happening. The stalker sees them and starts crying, feeling heartbroken and offended by their public display. He turns and runs away. Qianqin notices him leaving and remembers her friend's advice about using protection, causing her to pause. Zhang Hao turns to look for the stalker, but he has already disappeared. Meanwhile, Qianqin is overwhelmed. This feels like a dream come true. Zhang Hao does not push her away, he does not scold her, and he only has a faint blush. That simple reaction tells her everything. He does not mind a little affection coming from her, and she feels both relieved and elated. Qianqin tries to put on a show and she gets embarrassed, apologizes to Zhang Hao for kissing her like that. She said that she just panicked when that stalker was coming towards them and didn't know what to do. Zhang Hao wants them to control him, scolding her for doing that. But Zhang Hao says that he's not angry, and he's playing mental gymnastics to justify the fact that she's not actually related to family, and she is his step-sibling. But even though he gets a bit of hesitance towards the fact and says that it does not matter any longer, because as long as she got rid of that harasser, she's glad that he was able to help her. But Qianqin clarifies that they shouldn't dwell on this fact because they're not related or anything like that, and in some countries, men can carry their stepsisters without any stigma around them. She then gushes over the fact that they're so close that they can do everything so openly, and they're more than just good friends. She then starts teasing him because she says that he also likes kissing her, and Zhang Hao gets a bit nervous because why is she asking him all of a sudden? As a man, he cannot be disgusted by it. In fact, he liked it. But on the other hand, her mother is married to his father, so if he answers in a positive way, their relationship can progress, but that would also create a mess for their family. So, he gives a very diplomatic answer that they're friends, and they should not do that again. And Qianqin tries not to get offended, but she's also happy that he's not entirely disgusted, and it means that he's just putting her boundaries for the sake of appearances, and he's not really disgusted by kissing her. So, Qianqin clarifies that they're lovers, and they're going to have a cute couple's day because that harasser won't give up, and they need to show him that they're a proper couple as well. They both then go out to have a good bite. They're both talking hand in hand when another couple who look like drug addicts are watching them confused and a bit angry, because the woman seems to have money, and the guy is handsome as well. The thug says that they want their money, and Qianqin asks them to get away from them. She goes to her pocket where she's hiding her pocket knife as the guy starts to scream at her face. She knows that if they attack her, then she would be able to avoid vital points and incapacitate them, but she fears for Zhang Hao's safety because these thugs could harm them. So she has no other option but to agree to their demands, and then she throws out money at them and asks them to get lost. But seeing the amount of money she has thrown at them, the thugs get greedy thinking that she's hiding way more than this. So, they try to extort more from her, and this time threaten that this time they'll ruin Zhang Hao's face. But Zhang Hao is nonchalant as always, says that threats won't work, and if they are so serious, they should fight like men. Qianqin thinks that he is trying to put both of them in trouble by riling up the thugs. Meanwhile, the charge is up to him, and Qianqin fears for Zhang Hao's safety. But then she realizes that Zhang Hao is warming up to throw a punch, which makes the thug fall backwards on his butt. Zhang Hao smiles, amused, and asks if the other one wants a good beating as well, but he only takes his partner and runs away. Zhang Hao then turns to Qianqin and says that he can happily take care of himself. But Qianqin gets a bit worried because ever since she has known Zhang Hao, he has never been this strong. It's almost like he is a changed man. When Qianqin and Zhang Hao were kids, they were glued together. Even when Zhang Hao told Qianqin initially that he never wants to see her again, she still did not stop seeing and observing him from afar. She was always behind, stalking him from the shadows. When Qianqin saw that Zhang Hao started using the QQ account, she immediately became friends with him using her burner account and started dotting on him. After working so hard, she finally became the person who won him over the internet. But now this is all not enough. Qianqin goes back and notices that Zhang Hao hasn't been online in her QQ account for a while. He doesn't talk about their parents or her novel, and he has started chatting less and got into martial arts as well. Qianqin thinks that it might be because he has grown up or something bad has happened to him. She is watching her thoughts when Zhang Hao interrupts her, and Qianqin dismisses any area and asks him to go relax and take a shower. She then sneaks into his room and opens his computer to see if she can find any incriminating material which she can use to investigate what actually happened to Zhang Hao and his personality change. She then notices the novel that he had written but didn't tell Qianqin about it. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is in the shower thinking how it's been a long time since he has updated his novel and needs to work on it that night. On the other hand, Qianqin is quickly reading and going through all these chapters, but she is confused because she doesn't know why Zhang Hao would write a story like this. Just then, Zhang Hao is about to enter his room, but thankfully Qianqin has already left, and Zhang Hao sits down because his creative juices are flowing and he wants to write. He then notices that the icon is clicked and doesn't remember if it was him who opened it or not, but seemingly he doesn't suspect much. Just then, Qianqin knocks on the door and gives him a glass of milk to calm down his creative juices before he can start working. She then suddenly asks what type of story he is writing, but Zhang Hao gets alerted and starts getting dismissive because his sudden personality change has been noticed by Qianqin, and he has been too naive about thinking that no one would notice, so it's better for Qianqin to not read it, but no. Qianqin catches this and asks if he is writing something very explicit that she shouldn't read, which is absurd because they practically have no secrets. Qianqin then confesses that he has become a bit stranger because he started martial arts and has been showing weird behaviors. Zhang Hao asks in disbelief if they really knew each other since childhood. Qianqin explains that they went to the same kindergarten when they were kids, and her voice softens as she admits that it hurts he doesn't remember her. Zhang Hao nervously tries to cover it up, realizing that this shared past is the reason she was so strict with him when they first met. Now she must believe he truly forgot her, and that thought alone must upset her. But he cannot tell her the truth, that he was reincarnated because of the blood moon. If he says that, it will only make things complicated, and who knows how she would react. After all, he is technically a replacement for her real stepbrother. So Zhang Hao chooses to be honest in his own way. He says that sometimes he dreams of a little girl with fear in her eyes and panic in her heart. He adds that people at school often pick on him, and every time they do, he feels he has to grow stronger and protect himself. That's why he learned martial arts. He admits that the only reason he had the courage to face those thugs was because she was with him, and somehow her presence gave him strength. Because deep down, he knows Qianqin would never let anything happen to him. His words hit Qianqin straight in the heart. Without thinking, she hugs him tightly, promising that as long as she's alive, no one will ever hurt him. But in Zhang Hao's mind, this is partly a strategy. He knows showing a bit of weakness always melts her heart. Qianqin, however, doesn't suspect a thing. She looks at him with pity, thinking that her poor stepbrother must have buried their childhood memories because of trauma or suppressed pain. She silently vows to make it up to him for all the hardships he endured. Then her tone suddenly shifts. She says she's still upset that he put himself in danger, so she's going to punish him. Before Zhang Hao can react, she lifts his shirt and starts tickling him mercilessly until he's laughing so hard that tears roll down his cheeks. When they finally stop, both of them are breathless, lying side by side on the bed. Qianqin looks at him softly and pleads that he should never scare her like that again. Her eyes trail down to his neck and she leans closer, reminding him that they had promised a date, and the day isn't over yet. They are still lovers. Zhang Hao almost chokes on his breath, trying to explain that the date should be over by now. But Qianqin only smiles and says they've already kissed once, so what's the harm in doing it again? Zhang Hao freezes, realizing that his worst fear might be coming true. Qianqin's feelings for him are much deeper than they should be. They lean in closer, their lips only inches apart, when suddenly Zhang Hao's father's voice booms through the house, announcing that they're home. Qianqin jumps up in panic, stammering that the parents were supposed to be gone for another day. Zhang Hao is just as disappointed, but they both quickly pull away. As she rushes to leave, Zhang Hao tells her to go to her room before anyone sees her face because she's blushing too hard. She nods and disappears out the door. The truth is, his mother left him when he was very young, and his father buried himself in work, leaving Zhang Hao alone most of the time. That's why he was sent to daycare, and it was there, in that kindergarten, where he once met a lonely girl. That lonely girl was Qianqin. Even though Qianqin looked at Zhang Hao in a strange way back then, when little Zhang Hao had asked her to come play with him and his friends and tried to introduce himself, she ignored him and walked away, leaving the poor boy completely confused. Now years later she blushes just thinking about it because her little plan had worked. Zhang Hao hadn't pushed her away. In fact, it might even mean that he likes her too. She feels over the moon just imagining it, because she is completely in love with that poor boy. On the other hand, Zhang Hao has come to realize that Qianqin loves him as well. And if the parents hadn't arrived at that exact moment, they probably would have crossed every boundary. He knows that Qianqin is kind, considerate, sensible, and dependable. And deep down, he knows he likes her too, because every time she's around, his heart starts racing and his face turns red like a tomato. That can only mean one thing: they are in love. But then he suddenly gets frustrated, thinking how he used to dream about dating such a beautiful girl like her. And now that they actually love each other, he's worrying about how society would react to their relationship. A while later, Qianqin and Zhang Hao are having dinner with their family. Their parents ask if Qianqin has been a good older step-sibling and taken care of Zhang Hao. Qianqin teases him with a smile, saying that he's grown so much that now he's the one taking care of her instead. Zhang Hao laughs, and for a moment, it feels like the two of them are in their own little world, completely in sync and vibing together. Then Zhang Hao stands up and says he's going to a friend's house and won't be back for a while. After he leaves, Zhang Hao's father looks at Qianqin and asks why she seems to be in such a cheerful mood tonight. Qianqin replies honestly, saying that she has finally found her happiness. Out on the street, Zhang Hao keeps thinking about how Qianqin didn't say a word or stop him when he mentioned going out. Usually she's strict and a little possessive, so her silence feels strange. Then suddenly, he sees Yue Hua standing in front of him, smiling brightly. She says she came all the way there just to pick him up. Zhang Hao looks at her, surprised, and asks if they weren't supposed to meet at her house instead. Yue Hua giggles and says she missed him, so she wanted to see him sooner. That way, they could have more time together. Zhang Hao can't help but think that Yue Hua might not be as innocent as she seems, but he agrees to go with her to her mansion anyway. When they arrive, Zhang Hao looks around and can't help but think how luxurious her life must be. Then Yue Hua turns to him with a playful smile and says that her parents aren't home tonight. It's just the two of them, and they can play with whatever he wants. She's down for anything. Zhang Hao can't believe that Yue Hua's house has its own pool, but then again, he should have expected it. After all, she lives in a multi-billion-dollar mansion. Yue Hua excitedly tells him that she also wants to show him her arsenal of weapons, but her brother once told her that boys might not be into those things. That's when Zhang Hao realizes it must be the same armory he saw last time he was here. When he mentions that he didn't bring a swimsuit, Yue Hua smiles and says that her butler already prepared a few options for him. So Zhang Hao suggests that they have a swimming competition. Whoever finishes the freestyle lap first wins, and the loser will treat the winner for a whole week. Yue Hua grins and agrees, and the two of them head off to change. Inside the changing room, Zhang Hao faces a new problem. Back in his own world, he could just wear a pair of simple swimming trunks. But here, people would probably call him cheap for showing too much skin. He looks through the wardrobe, only to realize that every swimsuit is meant for women. There isn't a single men's swimsuit in sight, and there's no way he's putting on a girl's outfit. Cursing his luck, Zhang Hao keeps searching until he spots another set hidden in the locker. It looks simple and has no open points, so he decides to wear it. Something small falls out of the suit, but he doesn't pay attention and tosses it aside. When he finally puts on the swimsuit, it fits perfectly, hugging his body like a glove. When Zhang Hao walks out, Yue Hua's eyes widen, and she compliments him on how good he looks. Zhang Hao feels his face heat up, but also can't help noticing how beautiful she looks too. They both step up to the pool and lay down the rules again. They have to swim to the other side, and whoever wins gets treated by the loser for a week. They take their positions, count down, and then dive into the pool together. Zhang Hao moves quickly and skillfully, slicing through the water like a pro. But then, out of nowhere, he hears the instructor scream that Yue Hua is drowning. Zhang Hao's heart drops. He looks around and sees the bubbles rising where she went under. That's when it hits him. Yue Hua doesn't even know how to swim. Yue Hua is coughing hard, practically gasping for air after nearly drowning, while Zhang Hao and her servant rush to her side asking if she's okay. Zhang Hao can't believe that despite living in such a massive mansion with a pool this size, she doesn't even know how to swim. If she had told him earlier, they never would have competed in such a dangerous game. She almost lost her life. Yue Hua tries to defend herself, saying that she had watched other people swim and thought she could do it too. But Zhang Hao isn't amused. He scolds her, saying she really lacks common sense when it comes to her own safety. Yue Hua weakly apologizes, her voice trembling, but before she can finish, she notices something strange. Even the servant starts shouting about Zhang Hao's clothes. Confused, Zhang Hao looks down and realizes what happened. His skin-tight swimsuit is clinging to his body, leaving almost nothing to the imagination. Poor Yue Hua's face turns bright red, and she nearly has a nosebleed from the sight. Mortified, Zhang Hao quickly grabs a robe to cover himself, his face burning from embarrassment. He checks to make sure Yue Hua is alright, but his mind keeps replaying how humiliating it was that he practically flashed her. Trying to change the topic, Yue Hua suddenly perks up and says there are more fun places in the mansion to explore, like the grooming room, and she wants to show him around. Zhang Hao, still worried about her, asks her to rest a bit, but Yue Hua shakes her head and insists. She says he rarely visits her home, so she wants to make the most of the time they have together. Zhang Hao senses something deeper in her tone and asks why she's acting so strange. After hesitating for a moment, Yue Hua softly says that lately he hasn't been having lunch with her or walking home together after school. She asks if he's angry with her because his behavior feels so different, not like the Zhang Hao she knows. Zhang Hao tries to brush it off and tells her she's overthinking, but deep down he knows the truth. Nan's threat still hangs over him like a storm cloud. She's controlling and dangerous, and Zhang Hao fears that if he gets too close to Yue Hua, Nan might hurt her. But he can't tell Yue Hua that, so he simply explains that he's dealing with a few personal problems and promises that once things calm down, they'll spend more time together. Yue Hua looks worried and asks if someone is bothering him because her family can easily intervene if needed, but Zhang Hao refuses any help. He says it's his problem, not hers, and he wants to protect her as much as he can. He gently tells her to spend more time with their other friends for now. His words sting. Yue Hua's eyes water because she genuinely wants to help him. She tells him again that as long as they're together, she's willing to do anything for him, but Zhang Hao keeps refusing. Even though he's polite about it, she feels the rejection deep in her heart. Tears roll down her cheeks as she cries, saying that she wants to be part of his life and stay with him forever. Zhang Hao is stunned, unsure how to respond, and all he can do is apologize. Yue Hua can't believe he still doesn't understand what she truly means. With her heart shattered, she turns away and walks off, leaving Zhang Hao standing there, confused and speechless. Zhang Hao is still confused when Yue Hua and the butler arrive, interrupting his call. The butler asks if Yue Hua is causing any trouble, and Zhang Hao quickly replies that she is not. The butler explains that he overheard their conversation earlier and that Yue Hua can be a little temperamental at times, but Zhang Hao should not take it to heart. Zhang Hao says that it is not her fault and that he is also to blame. His intention was to distance himself from her for a good reason, but he cannot understand why she seems so hurt. It is true that he has been a little inconsiderate, but he never meant for it to sound like he wanted to end their friendship completely. The butler sighs and tells him that Yue Hua thinks very highly of him. Every time she comes home, she talks about Zhang Hao and how much she enjoys eating, exercising, and studying with him. He explains that it is rare to see Yue Hua smile so genuinely, especially after years of pretending to be happy around fake friends. So if Zhang Hao suddenly pulls away, she will automatically think something bad has happened. She will shut down and believe that her world is falling apart. That is why distancing herself from him is the last thing she would ever want to do. The butler then asks if Yue Hua ever mentioned anything about being blackmailed by her classmates in the past. This question immediately catches Zhang Hao's attention because he remembers Yue Hua once mentioning that her old friends used to take money from her, but she never told him the full story. The butler continues and explains that Yuehua's classmates found out she came from a wealthy family, so they started demanding money from her. Yuehua, being innocent, thought it was normal and never resisted. But as time passed, their greed grew stronger. They began mistreating her until one day she came home bruised and crying. Her family was horrified to see her like that. Her mother, furious, went to the school the next day, found the responsible students, and made both them and their parents apologize in front of everyone. It was humiliating for them, but the damage was already done. After that day, Yuehua became an object of gossip and amazement. No one wanted to be close to her, and she was left completely isolated. The butler says that now, when she is finally opening up and making new friends, she must be terrified of losing them again. That is why she is so scared. The butler apologizes for speaking so openly, but Zhang Hao shakes his head and says he does not blame Yuehua for anything. He admits that he cares about her deeply, so much that he only wanted to protect her from harm. What he did not know was that Yuehua carries so many insecurities and fears because of her past. Zhang Hao then says that he needs to go see her right away. The butler nods and tells him that Yuehua must be in her room. When Zhang Hao enters her room, he finds Yuehua standing silently in front of the large windows, gazing out at the beautiful scenery. The light from the setting sun reflects softly against her face, and she looks fragile, yet distant, as if she is lost in thought. But Yuehua already senses his presence, and softly says that she likes watching the sky from this spot. Her father, Lane, had left on a business trip, and she imagines he must have flown through that same sky. Any connection to him, even something as small as this, brings her comfort. She says she waits for him to come back and hopes it will be soon. Zhang Hao realizes that Yuehua's pain runs far deeper than he ever imagined. He gently mentions that the butler told him about parts of her past he never knew. He assures her that she doesn't need to worry, that they are good friends, and he will never leave her so easily. Yuehua nods, saying she knows that, but her voice trembles as she asks if he has been avoiding her because he's in some kind of danger. Zhang Hao hesitates, then admits that something is standing between them. She tells him that this is exactly why she wants to help him. She isn't afraid of getting involved, even if it means following him to the ends of the world. She doesn't want to have regrets again, like she did before. Yuehua recalls how she once gave a bracelet to a girl she thought was her real friend. But when the bullies saw her giving away something, they demanded gifts too. When Yuehua refused, they turned on her. Just as they were about to hurt her, her mother arrived and scolded the other girl harshly. Yuehua tried to stop her, knowing it would only make things worse, but one stern look from her mother silenced her. After that, everyone at school began avoiding her, and she was left alone again. Now, looking at Zhang Hao, Yuehua says that he is her best friend, and if it meant protecting him, she would face a dungeon over and over again, without hesitation. Zhang Hao is moved by her words, touched by how deeply she cares for him. He tells her that it's not fair to make her worry so much, but right now, things are too complicated for him to accept her help. For a while, they might have to act distant at school, not just from each other, but from everyone. Still, he promises her that as compensation, he'll come visit her house whenever he can, so she won't be lonely. Yuehua stares at him in disbelief, her eyes softening. She cannot believe someone is being this kind and thoughtful toward her. Zhang Hao smiles and adds that since there's always so much to do in her house, they can spend time together there. He can even teach her how to swim, and she can teach him military boxing. As Zhang Hao talks, Yuehua suddenly steps forward and throws her arms around him, holding him tightly. She whispers, "Thank you," over and over again, her voice breaking. Zhang Hao freezes, surprised by how fragile yet warm she feels in his arms. He doesn't realize it, but in that moment, he has healed something inside her. After years of rejection and loneliness, Yuehua finally feels seen, and for his kindness, she feels herself falling for him even more. Nan stands in the middle of a ruined city, her body bloodied and broken. She had fought hard and bravely, but now her time is over. She looks down and sees the deep wound in her abdomen. As she takes her final breath, her eyes flutter open, and she realizes it was another nightmare. Gasping softly, she sits up and calls for her assistant, asking what time it is. When the assistant replies that it's already 11, Nan realizes she has overslept again. She sighs, frustrated. Lately, she's been having trouble sleeping, and even her assistant is beginning to worry. The assistant gently asks if she should book a doctor's appointment, but Nan brushes it off and decides to head straight to work instead. As she gets ready, Nan asks how the blood moon investigation is going. But when her assistant admits there's been no progress, Nan just shakes her head. Another day, another disappointment. She slips into her work clothes, preparing for what already feels like another long, dull day. Yet, as she looks in the mirror, her mind drifts elsewhere. She can't stop thinking about Zhang Hao, wondering what he might be doing at this very moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is spending his morning with Yuehua, and they're as close as ever. Yuehua giggles and says that they're going to be best friends forever and ever. Zhang Hao smiles nervously, unsure if she really means just friends or something more. Then, without warning, Yuehua blushes and shyly says that she wants a kiss from him. Zhang Hao freezes, his face turning red. He lets out a nervous laugh, telling her that she shouldn't say things like that inside her house because someone might overhear. Before Yuehua can reply, Zhang Hao's phone suddenly starts ringing. The sound makes him jump a little, and when he checks the screen, his expression drops. It's Nan. He hesitates, then answers, sounding a bit tense. Nan immediately asks where he is. Zhang Hao answers honestly that he's at a friend's house, but Nan's tone sharpens as she tells him to come over to her place. Zhang Hao awkwardly declines, saying he's busy right now. The two begin to argue, their voices rising, until Nan coldly threatens that if he doesn't come, she'll personally visit his parents and bring them some gifts. Zhang Hao panics. He knows Nan well enough to realize that she isn't bluffing. She's capable of doing something extreme. In a shaky voice, he begs her not to cause any trouble. Nan softens just a little, then says that if he really doesn't want that to happen, he'd better step outside the mansion right now, because she's waiting by the door. Zhang Hao's eyes widen in disbelief. Before he can react, the butler rushes into the room, looking alarmed. He says that a group of people is gathered outside, claiming they're here to take Zhang Hao home. Zhang Hao and Yuehua stare at each other, utterly confused and helpless, realizing that whatever is about to happen is completely out of their control. There are Nan's black tie guards stationed everywhere, their presence filling the air with tension. At the same time, Yuehua stands her ground, backed by her entire household staff, including her butler and security team. And right in the middle of this chaos is Zhang Hao, trapped between the two of them, silently wondering how on earth he ended up in this ridiculous situation. Yuehua steps forward and tells Zhang Hao not to be afraid of a bully like Nan, because she is going to protect him. Zhang Hao, however, can't help but feel uneasy. Yuehua's fierce defense of him is both flattering and terrifying, especially since Nan, who already acts possessive toward him, is watching every move. Even Nan finds the scene amusing, smirking at the idea that a little girl like Yuehua, with just a few years of combat training, thinks she can fight someone like her. Yuehua snaps back with an insult of her own, her voice sharp, but before things escalate further, Zhang Hao raises his voice in frustration. He can see that if he doesn't step in now, the two women are going to tear each other apart. He takes a deep breath and turns to Nan first, saying that if she really wants him to come with her, she needs to stop being so aggressive. Then he turns to Yuehua, explaining that he only has a few meetings with Nan, and everything is fine. He assures her he can handle himself, but Yuehua refuses to listen. Her stubbornness takes over, and she declares that Nan looks far too unfriendly, and she's not taking any risks when it comes to Zhang Hao's safety. Zhang Hao glances at the butler, hoping he'll help calm Yuehua down, but even the butler looks furious. Nan's guards have parked their sleek black cars in front of his house, blocking the entrance, and that's enough to make anyone lose their temper. Nan, growing impatient, glares at Zhang Hao and orders him again to get into her car. But before he can respond, Yuehua jumps in front of him and yells at Nan, demanding she stop talking to her boy in that tone. Zhang Hao panics, realizing Yuehua is about to do something reckless. He quickly tries to intervene, telling her to stop and insisting it's not the end of the world if she just lets it go. But Nan, always calm under pressure, blocks Yuehua's sudden attack with one hand. Then, when she raises her leg to strike back, Yuehua narrowly dodges the blow by a hair's breadth. Nan's kick hits the ground instead, cracking the concrete beneath her feet with raw power. Both Yuehua and Zhang Hao freeze in shock. Neither of them expected Nan's strength to be this terrifying. Nan stands tall, eyes cold, and says that while she might not have started this fight, she'll gladly finish it if she has to. The tension in the air is electric. That's when the butler, sensing the danger, steps forward and firmly asks Yuehua to stand down. His voice trembles slightly as he says that the woman standing before them is no ordinary human. To him, Nan looks like a demon unleashed. Inside the car, Zhang Hao sits silently, anger simmering beneath his calm expression. He turns away from Nan, his voice sharp as he asks what she really wants from him. But Nan, unfazed, tells him that they are going to talk once they reach her house. Zhang Hao clenches his jaw, unable to hold back his irritation. He accuses her of fighting in front of his friend's house for no reason. Nan immediately defends herself, saying that Yuehua was the one who attacked her first. Zhang Hao rolls his eyes and fires back that she has a terrible temper and no sense of control. He adds that if she keeps acting like this, she'll end up in the news someday, because if it hadn't been for the police showing up, she might have done something truly outrageous to a high school student. Nan glances at him with a hint of guilt and says that it all happened because of him. She claims that he's the one who keeps seeing other women, and if he had just stayed home, she wouldn't have lost her temper. Zhang Hao cannot believe what he's hearing. She confesses that she becomes irrational whenever he's involved, and that only makes him more frustrated. He tells her that he's not one of the usual men she surrounds herself with, that he's different. That's when Nan turns to him and says something that catches him completely off guard. She has never been with a man before. Zhang Hao stares at her in disbelief. He finds it impossible to accept, considering Nan is a powerful and stunning CEO who must have men chasing her every single day. But something in her tone makes him hesitate. Maybe she's telling the truth. The thought stuns him. and he realizes that the more time he spends with her, the more complicated everything becomes. When they arrive at her house, Jung Hao tries to keep his distance. The moment he sits down, Nan asks if he's having an affair with Yue Hua. Jang Hao quickly denies it and asks what she really wants from him. Nan leans closer and questions why he told everyone that she was threatening him when she was only trying to talk. Jang Hao reminds her that she was the one who said she would visit his parents, and that sounded very much like a threat to him. Nan calmly replies that visiting the parents is part of the process when one intends to make a marriage proposal. Jang Hao jumps in shock, staring at her as if she's lost her mind. He shouts that this is ridiculous, since he hasn't even agreed to anything. But Nan smirks and says that he won't find anyone better than her. She insists that she's the best person for him, and that he's so cute he makes her want to threaten him. Jang Hao groans in disbelief, saying that there are plenty of men in the world, and she could have anyone she wants. Besides, he adds, they wouldn't make a good couple anyway because he doesn't like aggressive women like her. Nan falls silent for a moment, her expression softening in surprise. She admits that maybe he's right, that perhaps someone has been living a parallel life according to her. Jang Hao realizes she's hinting at the blood moon and quickly stands up, trying to end the conversation. But before he can walk away, Nan grabs his arm, pulls him close, and whispers in his ear that she's been researching the blood moon for a very long time. Jang Hao freezes, feeling her breath near his skin, and despite his confusion, he feels a rush of warmth. He tries to step back, insisting that she can't do that, but in his panic, he bumps into a table. A ceramic dish falls to the ground and shatters into pieces. Nan sighs, looking down at the mess, and says that she actually liked that dish. Jang Hao gulps and asks how much it cost. Nan lifts 2 fingers in the air. Jang Hao's eyes widen as he blurts out that 2 million is insane for a single dish. But when she calmly corrects him, saying that it was worth 200 million, Jang Hao feels his knees go weak and nearly collapses on the spot, thinking that his soul just left his body. Nan stretches her leg toward Jang Hao, her voice calm but commanding, asking him to look at her foot. Jang Hao immediately refuses, turning his face away in frustration. His patience is wearing thin, and this time, he feels like his soul is being squeezed right out of his body. Nan sighs and tells him that if he doesn't want to obey, then he has 2 choices, either pay her back or become her man. Either way, she says, it's a win-win situation for her. Since she also feels responsible for what happened, she says she'll be generous and only charge him 100 million instead of the full 200. She even gives him 10 months to pay it back. Until then, she declares, his body belongs to her in every possible sense. Jang Hao nearly chokes on his own breath. He knows he can't afford to pay 10 million a month, but becoming Nan's personal servant for that much money is just as bad. Nan steps closer, teasingly asking if he's sure he can't pay. But then something clicks in Jang Hao's mind. He straightens up and tells her that he'll find a way to pay her every last cent. Nan smiles, pleased, thinking to herself that her man is tougher than she thought. Later that evening, when Jang Hao returns home, he finds Chen Chen waiting for him. She looks relieved the moment she sees him. When Jang Hao asks why she's still awake, she shyly admits that she just wanted to see him because it makes her feel better. She notices the paper bag in his hand and asks what's inside. Jang Hao quickly says it's just a broken bowl his friend gave him. Inside, Jang Hao hesitates for a moment before asking how much money she has saved in her bank account. Chen Chen raises an eyebrow, saying she has around 3 to 4 million, but she's clearly irritated that he's asking about her savings. Then, realizing he might be in some sort of financial trouble, she panics and rushes to grab her credit card. But Jang Hao stops her, assuring her that he doesn't need her money, he was just curious. Deep down though, he's screaming inside. Even Chen Chen's entire savings wouldn't cover a fraction of his debt to Nan. Meanwhile, Chen Chen feels touched, thinking that her stepbrother must care deeply for her if he refuses her help. She feels proud that he doesn't rely on her financially, even though a part of her wishes he did. Later that night, Jang Hao decides to go live on his streaming channel. He figures that streaming might be the best way to earn fast money, but his daily earnings have been flat lately, so he needs something new to boost his income. He calls his manager to brainstorm ideas. The manager tells him that some of his followers have been asking him to remove his mask on camera and are even promising to send large donations if he does. Jang Hao feels tempted for a moment, imagining the easy money, but then his manager warns him not to do it yet. They need to pick the right time for the reveal, so it can bring in more views and even more profit. Jang Hao agrees, saying that makes sense, but he still needs fresh content for tonight. He asks his viewers for ideas during the live stream. Some people in the chat want him to dance, while others suggest he wear fewer clothes. Jang Hao laughs, calling them little perverts, and says he can't fulfill every one of their crazy requests. Then he pauses, thinking out loud that maybe he could sing tonight instead. He isn't bad at it. In fact, in his previous life, he used to be pretty good, so he gives it a shot. As soon as he starts singing, the chat explodes with excitement. His viewers love his voice. The comment section fills with compliments and gifts, and several fans even send him generous donations. For the first time in days, Jang Hao feels like something is finally going right. though judging by the suggestive song requests that start coming in, his audience seems a little too enthusiastic for their own good. Jang Hao scrolls through the song requests, humming softly until he clicks on one title and immediately freezes. He reads the lyrics and nearly drops his phone. The song is way too suggestive. His chat floods with laughing emojis, and he realizes his viewers have gone completely wild tonight. Freaking out, he mutters that he really needs to hire new moderators because everyone's getting too freaky with him, and this just doesn't cut it anymore. Trying to keep his cool, he tells the audience that he can't sing that song, but he'll pick something else and still try his best for the yacht gifts. He takes a deep breath and starts singing a romantic ballad instead. His voice softens, smooth and emotional, and the comments section explodes with heart emojis. Everyone goes crazy over how his voice perfectly matches his face. Viewers start showering him with gifts, yachts, roses, even castles. And Jang Hao sits there, confused but amazed. He can't believe how generous his fans are, or maybe he just underestimated how powerful his charm really is. 3 hours fly by before he realizes how late it's gotten. He finally waves goodbye, thanking everyone and promising that tomorrow's broadcast will have more song requests if they keep tuning in. After ending the stream, he takes off his mask, exhausted but satisfied. He mumbles that if it weren't for Chin Chin getting angry at him for staying up too late, he'd probably keep streaming all night. When he checks his stats, he's stunned. He earned more in one night of singing than he ever did playing games. Even after taxes, he's left with about 50,000 yuan. Still, that's nowhere near enough to cover 10 million a month. Just as he's calculating how many lifetimes it would take to pay Nan back, his phone rings. It's her. Jang Hao groans, picking up the call and asking if she's calling to pressure him about the debt again. But Nan surprises him. In her calm, teasing voice, she says she just wants a selfie of him. Jang Hao blinks, completely thrown off. He nervously jokes that maybe she should ask her father for that kind of thing. Nan doesn't find it funny. Her tone turns sharp as she reminds him that she's the one who financed the money he owes, so he better not make her angry. Jang Hao realizes he's cornered and needs to think fast. Then an idea sparks. He tells her that each photo will cost her 5 million and gives her 30 seconds to decide. He grins, thinking he's finally found a loophole. He's not selling himself, just his pictures. To his surprise, Nan doesn't hesitate. She smirks and counters that she'll pay only 1 million per photo. Jang Hao instantly agrees, deciding that 1 million is still better than nothing. He snaps a cute, slightly mischievous photo and sends it to her, proud of himself for being clever enough to turn the tables. Then, while looking at the transaction total, he suddenly realizes something. If Nan's willing to pay for pictures, maybe Yue Hua could help too. Jang Hao texts Yue Hua, asking if she can lend him a few million. Yue Hua, ever the spoiled heiress, immediately checks her drawer but finds she doesn't have enough cash. She calls her butler over and asks for her card, saying she needs a few million for something important. The butler nearly faints when he hears the amount. He reminds her that her mother doesn't want her to develop wasteful habits, which is why her withdrawal limit is only 100,000. If she needs more, he says she'll have to call her mother directly. Yue Hua doesn't hesitate. She asks him to make the call, explaining that Jang Hao needs the money for a business venture. The butler's face goes pale. He knows if Yue Hua's mother hears that she's lending money to some boy, there will be chaos. So he decides to play it smart. Later, he returns and tells Yue Hua that her mother refused to approve the transfer, saying she can only lend small amounts for now. Yue Hua sighs, clearly disappointed, and says she only has about 500,000 to spare. Jang Hao tries not to show it, but he's devastated. That amount barely scratches the surface of his 10 million a month debt. He leans back, clutching his head, realizing he's completely doomed, because no amount of live streaming or selfies will save him from Nan's impossible bill. The next day, Jang Hao sits around, thinking of ways to earn 10 million per month. For now, he can only live the same life as before, just like in his photos. He realizes that today is another day he has to work hard like a slave to make money. The first 2 days of his singing went well, but the audience now seems to want something new every time. So he decides to call his manager to see if she has any good suggestions. When he calls Song, she frowns slightly at her star's question. But Jang Hao goes straight to the point and asks if she has any ideas for new content. Something cute or fun that could earn him some good money. Song says his earnings from the other day were quite good, but if he still wants to try something different, there's a new game that's been released recently. Jang Hao looks at the game and notices it's already popular, with several streamers mastering it. But it's quite challenging to learn because it's a competitive shooter. He grins and says he'll test it out during the day. Meanwhile, Song can try to get him more ads or promote him on the live front pages. Song agrees, saying his popularity has already skyrocketed after 2 singing sessions, so if he plays tonight, she'll make sure he's featured on the front page. Our boy knows this and opens the game. He quickly realizes it's a shooter type, something he's very familiar with. He practices through the afternoon, sharpening his skills until he feels ready. When it's time to broadcast, Jang Hao greets everyone with excitement, telling them he's going to play a new game tonight. Some fans are disappointed because they wanted to hear him sing again, but Jang Hao doesn't mind. He wants to try something new to keep them entertained. As he starts playing, it's clear he's good at it, just like everyone expected. Hours pass, and his gameplay draws a big audience. Some viewers start accusing him of cheating because his moves look too perfect. Jang Hao feels a little annoyed because every time he does well, people question if he's even the one playing. So, he turns on his camera while still wearing his mask, proving that he's really the one behind the screen. Meanwhile, Qianqian is lying on her bed, watching his stream. She smiles, amazed at how popular her stepbrother has become. After a while, she gets up, knocks, and walks into his room, asking if he's hungry and wants some noodles. She pats his head affectionately, fully aware that he's still alive, and tells him that after eating, he should rest because it's getting late. The chat immediately explodes with comments, finding their interaction both cute and a little strange. Some wonder why Qianqian is living with Zhang Hao, while others tease them about being such a close pair. Zhang Hao blushes in embarrassment, trying to focus on his game as everyone comments about their relationship. But Qianqian just smiles, enjoying the moment. She even teases the viewers back, asking playfully if they think the two of them make a good couple. Qianqian moves impossibly closer, her eyes glimmering with mischief, and asks if they're really talking about forbidden love between the two of them. For her, it's all just part of her game. Each word, each glance carefully meant to take one step further every time she's with Zhang Hao. Then with a sly smile, she tells him to end the live stream. He should go back to bed early, she says, because she's going to be waiting for him there. The chat explodes instantly, the audience cheering and teasing, convinced Zhang Hao is finally about to get lucky. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, is mortified. His face turns red as the comments grow dirtier, and before things get completely out of hand, or before the stream gets flagged, he quickly ends the broadcast. He leans back, glancing at the traffic numbers. The viewership is solid but still not enough. Making money this way isn't easy, and exhaustion starts to sink in. But then he looks over at Qianqian and feels his heart skip. She's there, waiting for him on his bed, looking so calm and beautiful that he almost forgets to breathe. When she softly says she's ready to give him a massage, Zhang Hao nearly has a heart attack. He'd been so caught up in his work that he hadn't noticed what she was wearing, and suddenly, every thought in his head short-circuits. He stammers, saying it feels a bit inappropriate and makes him nervous. But Qianqian just smiles and tells him not to be shy, promising it will be nice. Zhang Hao, flustered and unsure, takes a few quick steps toward her, and even she seems surprised by how willing he suddenly looks. Her cheeks flush, but her grin stays playful. She gently pushes him down on the bed and tells him to relax, that she'll take care of everything. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao realizes she's actually massaging his back, and confusion sweeps across his face. He genuinely thought she meant something else entirely. Qianqian giggles, teasing him about what kind of thoughts he's been having. Zhang Hao, desperate to hide his embarrassment, asks if she's not cold wearing something like that. Qianqian continues massaging in a soft, teasing tone, saying she likes dresses like this, and if Zhang Hao likes them too, that's a bonus. Zhang Hao admits that he does, though he adds nervously that he's worried he won't be able to control himself. Qianqian laughs and says she was actually afraid he'd be uncomfortable with her around. Her voice softens as she sits beside him, suddenly thoughtful. She says there's a reason she acts the way she does, and it has to do with something from her past. There's a barrier in her heart when it comes to him, one she hasn't found the words to explain yet. She promises that when the time is right, she'll tell him everything. Until then, she just asks him to be patient, with her and with her little quirks. For now, she has a plan. She wants to take things one step at a time, to keep closing the distance between them until she's sure of what she feels. The next morning, Zhang Hao wakes up to the sound of a notification. Still groggy, he blinks at the light from his phone and realizes he must have fallen asleep during Qianqian's massage last night. He opens his messages and freezes. It's Nan. She writes that if he can't handle the pressure anymore, he can always come to her, become her obedient man. Zhang Hao glares at the screen, a spark of defiance in his eyes. That's never going to happen. He'd rather die than become someone's trophy husband. At school, Zhang Hao sings softly, his voice filled with sorrow, as if his heart has just been broken. His classmates can feel the sadness in every note, and the girls start whispering, wondering what could have happened to make him look so lost. Before anyone can ask, Yuehua interrupts him with her usual energy. Zhang Hao notices the size of her backpack and jokes about it, asking why it's so big. That's when she opens it, and his jaw nearly drops. Inside the bag are piles of jewelry, glittering under the light. Yuehua proudly explains that while it may not be worth millions, her grandmother said it's all very valuable, especially the ring made of real diamonds and gold. Zhang Hao's soul nearly leaves his body. He stares at her in disbelief, asking if she actually went behind her family's back to bring him this. He tells her that it's not right, and that she needs to go home and ask for permission, because if anyone finds out, he's the one who's going to be in trouble. Yuehua's smile falters as she asks if he's angry with her. She says she only wanted to help him. Zhang Hao quickly reassures her that he's not mad, just worried. He thanks her but says he doesn't want her making a mistake because of him. If she really wants to help, he says, she can introduce him to someone in her family who knows about antique appraisal. Yehua takes that to heart, nodding earnestly and promising that she'll handle it. A few days later, Zhang Hao finds himself at an antique shop to meet Aunt Yang Fan, one of Yuehua's family friends. The moment he walks in, everyone stares like they've just seen a storybook character. The receptionist quietly whispers that Aunt Yang Fan is the one in charge. Zhang Hao approaches her politely, saying that he needs her help identifying an ancient bowl. The aunt immediately recognizes him as Yuehua's friend, which makes her curious. Zhang Hao says the matter is serious and asks if they can move to a private room. Aunt Yang Fan agrees and calls over her apprentice, a young woman named Mu Hong, who is also part of the second generation of collectors. She takes one look at the bowl fragments and insists they go into the back room to examine it properly. When Zhang Hao unwraps the broken pieces, Aunt Yang Fan nearly faints when she realizes what she's looking at. It's the imperial bowl that was auctioned off for 200 million yuan. The design is unmistakably authentic, the craftsmanship perfect. Zhang Hao stands there stunned as mutters to himself that his luck really couldn't be worse. Mu Hong, still amazed, says she didn't expect the mysterious buyer from the auction to be such a handsome young man. Zhang Hao quickly explains that he's not the buyer, his friend is. Then he asks if there's any way the bowl can be repaired. Aunt Yang Fan sighs and says it's possible, but it will take a long time, and even after restoration, its value will drop significantly. Mu Hong steps forward with a bright smile and hands him her business card. She says their shop guarantees the best restoration work and tells him not to worry. Before leaving, she boldly adds that he should join her for lunch sometime. Zhang Hao takes the card with a polite smile, already thinking ahead. Zhang Hao then heads her a lunch, where he waits for Mu Hong to arrive. When she walks in, he immediately notices that she's changed her clothes, looking a little too prepared for whatever she has planned. They walk together toward the restaurant table, and as they approach the counter, the receptionist smiles brightly and announces that there's a 50% discount for couples. The receptionist even winks at Mu Hong, clearly in on the setup. That's when it all clicks for Zhang Hao. This entire situation was planned from the start. He realizes that Mu Hong deliberately arranged everything to make it look like a date, and he's anything but amused. Everyone around them starts whispering about how the girl is walking with a quiet, handsome man, and soon the whole place is buzzing with envy. Even Mu Hong notices the stares, her face turning a little red from the attention, while Zhang Hao just looks completely embarrassed to be walking with her arm in arm. Sadly, there's no easy way out of this situation, and he knows he just has to deal with it for now. What Zhang Hao doesn't realize is that a rough-looking girl is watching them closely from a distance, eyes full of suspicion. Mu Hong apologizes quickly, saying she didn't know they would attract this much attention, and that she only did it for the couple's discount. Zhang Hao says it's not a big deal and decides to get straight to the point. He asks how much he can get for the broken plate, and the girl tells him that it could easily be worth millions. The last time it was sold for such a high price, she says, was when someone stole it. Their conversation takes a sharp turn when the same thug-looking girl suddenly barges in. Her name is Mu Qingyun, and she's actually Mu Hong's sister. Without hesitation, she starts flirting with Zhang Hao, teasing her sister for keeping such a cute boy all to herself and saying that she should learn to share. Mu Hong stands up for Zhang Hao, demanding to know what her sister is doing there, but Qingyun ignores her and continues to eye Zhang Hao up and down, saying that she could probably sell him for a fortune. Before she can even finish her sentence, Mu Hong slaps her hard across the face and tells her to shut up. Zhang Hao feels completely mortified. Everywhere he goes, girls are always fighting over him, and now it's happening again. He's starting to think that leaving the house was a terrible idea. Qingyun, however, doesn't take that slap lightly. Furious, she orders her minions to attack her sister. Zhang Hao watches the chaos unfold, confused about how a friendly meeting suddenly turned into an all-out brawl. But when he realizes that these two are actually sisters, he's shocked. Still, he knows he needs Mu Hong's help to sell the broken plate, so he finally steps in and tells Qingyun to stop hitting her sister. Qingyun doesn't like being told what to do, especially not by a man, and she tells Zhang Hao to stay out of it. But Zhang Hao already knows there's no way to avoid this fight. He moves fast, delivering a powerful kick that takes Qingyun down. Within seconds, he defeats the entire group of thugs, leaving them all sprawled on the floor. He turns to Mu Hong and tells her they need to run because it's not safe anymore. But she shakes her head and says her sister has ties with the mafia, meaning Zhang Hao is the one who should run before things get worse. She promises she'll take care of the rest. Zhang Hao really doesn't want to get dragged into any more drama, so he decides to listen. He finally gets into a taxi, thinking that he's safe at last. But what Zhang Hao doesn't know is that Qingyun's gang members are already on his trail, planning something far more dangerous, his kidnapping. Soon enough, Zhang Hao is tied up in a dark basement while the head of the gang pays one of her men for kidnapping him. Zhang Hao looks almost bored, staring blankly at the floor, until a sharp and cunning woman walks toward him with a cigarette between her lips. She looks like someone who has spent her whole life in the streets, confident and dangerous. With a smug grin, she says that since she has so much money, she can always surround herself with handsome boys like him, and even better, make a profit out of them. Her minion laughs and says they should raise the price for this beautiful cat, because the lady who wants him will definitely pay more. They are both talking about Nan, the woman who has clearly taken a liking to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stays calm and says he has no reason to mess with them, so they should just let him go. He isn't out to get revenge or cause trouble, but the gang leader smirks and says that it's her job to make money this way. That's when Zhang Hao suddenly realizes these are the same thugs from the gang he fought earlier. The thought hits him fast, and he knows he has to come up with an escape plan before things get worse. The leader walks closer and says she can make him a deal if he agrees to be her man. Zhang Hao bursts out laughing right in her face. He tells her he doesn't like strong women, then adds with a teasing smirk that he actually does like strong women, but before she calls him hers, he needs to test her first to see how strong she really is. The men standing behind her laugh, enjoying the tension building in the room, and suggest that they should fight him to test his skills. Even the leader looks excited by the idea, clearly not one to back down from a challenge. Meanwhile, Nan's assistant updates her that everyone is already in position and waiting for her signal. Nan listens calmly, a confident smile crossing her face. She says they will barge in the moment she gives the word because she is ready to save her little man. Back in the basement, Zhang Hao faces off against the gang members. The fight turns into a 2 versus 1 match, then a 1-on-1, and he stands his ground without hesitation. He studies their movements, quick and focused, realizing that there are far more of them than he thought. The best way to survive, he decides, is to use their ignorance of his strength to his advantage, catch them off guard, and take them down before they realize what he is capable of. The gang leader sneers at Zhang Hao and asks if he's ready to lose. Then she lunges at him with full force, but Zhang Hao dodges her attack at the last second and bolts across the room. Everyone assumes he's running to find a weapon, and they're right. In the next moment, Zhang Hao grabs a metal rod and hurls it straight at the leader. She dodges easily, smirking as she taunts that he's got some cute little tricks up his sleeve. She laughs it off, confident that her street fighting skills will overpower him. But what she doesn't realize is that Zhang Hao has already moved in impossibly close. In a blink, he swings the metal rod again, landing a hard blow against her hands. She grits her teeth, furious, and kicks at him. Zhang Hao stumbles back a few steps, realizing he's managed to make her really angry now. The whole room goes quiet for a beat, as everyone begins to understand that Zhang Hao isn't just some pretty-faced model. He actually knows how to fight. The gang members start to panic and shout for him to surrender, saying they don't want to damage him and disappoint the buyer. Zhang Hao smirks and tells them to let him go, promising to spare their lives if they cooperate. But they laugh in his face, too arrogant to take him seriously. Zhang Hao shakes his head, saying they leave him no choice, and invites them all to attack. Meanwhile, Mu Hong is tied up in another room, bruised and exhausted after being beaten by her sister and her gang. She tries to reason with them, saying that Zhang Hao must have powerful connections if he's carrying something as valuable as that plate. But her sister and her friends refuse to believe her. They mock her, saying she's only acting proud because their men are already dealing with Zhang Hao as they speak. At that moment, Qin Yong pushes open the door, and what she sees freezes her in place. Something terrible has happened. Qin Fong opens the door just in time to see the chaos inside. Zhang Hao stands tall in the middle of the room, his clothes torn and his face smudged, but he looks every bit like a hero. Around him, every last gang member lies defeated on the ground. She can hardly process what she's seeing before another door bursts open. Nan storms in with her men, her sharp heels echoing against the floor. The nervous gang leader turns pale as Nan's voice fills the room. She demands to know how anyone could dare kidnap her man. Nan glances around, impressed by the wreckage, and lets out a small smile. She compliments Zhang Hao, saying she always knew her man could handle himself. Then her eyes land on something familiar, the shattered remains of the $200 million antique. Realization hits her, and her smile fades. She walks closer to Qin Fong, her expression cold and controlled, and tells her that both the man and the antique belong to her. Everyone knows what happens to people who mess with Nan's things. Qin Fong drops to her knees and bows her head, trembling. She pleads for forgiveness, saying she didn't know, but Nan shakes her head. She says that begging won't help now. Qin Fong had kidnapped the future head of the V family, and there's no coming back from that. Nan announces that her family will take over all the shops under Qin Fong's control. She will make sure her family removes her from her position, strips her inheritance, and cuts her off completely. Only then maybe Nan's anger will settle. Qin Fong's eyes fill with panic. She screams, asking if Nan really plans to hand everything to Mu Hong, her weak and fragile sister. She says that Mu Hong doesn't deserve anything, and if Nan truly wants to humiliate her, she might as well kill her now. While they argue, Zhang Hao notices movement behind them. One of the defeated gangsters is slowly getting up. But before he can react, it becomes clear this is a distraction. Qin Fong suddenly pulls a knife from her sleeve and lunges at Nan. Everything happens in a flash. Another gang member, one who had been silent all this time, steps forward and stops her mid-attack. With one swift motion, he knocks her down and snaps her neck before anyone can even breathe. The room falls into silence. Nan doesn't flinch. She ignores the lifeless body at her feet and walks straight to Jung Hao. She looks at him with a mix of amusement and pride, saying she didn't think he could take on a whole group of women by himself. Jung Hao exhales, still tense from the fight, and says he takes back what he said before. He admits that she really seems like someone who's made her success through ruthless means. Now he understands that she orchestrated everything, not just for the kidnapping, but to claim Mu's family wealth for herself. He says he was just a pawn in her bigger plan. Nan looks slightly annoyed, asking if he really thinks she's that kind of person. Jang Hao meets her gaze and says that they haven't known each other long enough for him to fully trust her. Nan's irritation turns into a sly smile. She steps closer, her tone playful but sharp. She tells him that maybe it's time they fix that problem, and the best way to start is by spending more time together. Jang Hao realizes his plan has completely backfired. He takes a step back and warns Nan not to come any closer because he's holding a weapon. But Nan only smirks. She knows he'll never actually hit her. Without hesitation, she charges toward him. Jang Hao panics, gripping the metal rod tighter, and swings it toward her face. But in a blur, Nan punches the rod mid-swing. It bends instantly, and Jang Hao stares at it in shock, his face pale as he wonders if she's even human. Nan straightens up, calm and confident, and tells Jang Hao to come with her. Jang Hao stammers, trying to find an excuse, but all he can ask is why she's so angry. He knows he can't win against her, and it's smarter not to provoke her further. He tries to reason with her, saying he's exhausted from fighting and just wants to take a taxi home, rest, and meet another day. But Nan doesn't even pretend to consider it. She says she'll give him a much more comfortable ride. Jang Hao continues to resist, but Nan doesn't have the patience. She lifts him up onto her shoulder as if he weighs nothing, patting his back and telling him to relax like a good boy. Completely humiliated, Jang Hao can only sigh as she carries him outside and loads him into her helicopter. She tells her secretary to clean up the scene, then takes off, leaving chaos behind. Jang Hao sits there fuming, feeling more like luggage than a man, but when he looks down from the sky, his anger fades. He sees Mu Hong's face below, full of grief. Her sister has just died in front of her, and the image hits him hard. He turns to Nan and asks how she can live with someone's death on her hands. Nan glances at him and says coldly that Qin Yun attacked her first, and she only acted in self-defense. Jang Hao doesn't believe her, not even a little. She notices the disbelief on his face and explains that those gang members were dangerous. They had harassed him again and again, and if she hadn't stopped them now, they would have gone further until it was too late to fix. At least this way, she says, people will learn not to mess with him, especially the ones who tried to hurt him for money or lust. Besides, she reminds him, that gang had already been involved in kidnapping students and selling them off. They only got what they deserved. Jang Hao still looks at her, unimpressed, and tells her not to talk like she's innocent. She kidnaps him all the time too. Nan laughs softly and says that only happens because he never answers her calls, so she's forced to take special measures. Jang Hao sighs and asks her if she can ever act normal, just once. Nan finally softens. Her tone drops as she asks if Qin Yun was really such a bad person to him, because if she was, then Nan must be a bad person in his eyes too. For a moment, her voice trembles, and Jang Hao feels a sting of guilt. He doesn't want to hurt her feelings. He admits that she's not a bad person. After all, she has saved him more than once. Nan smiles at that, her usual arrogance melting into something almost tender. Her cheeks flush, and she leans in closer until her breath brushes his skin. She teases him, whispering that he must have double standards, then lightly licks his earlobe, making Jang Hao freeze. Before he can protest or come up with another clever remark, she kisses him, deep, slow, and full of fire. Jang Hao's thoughts blur completely. The helicopter lands soon after. Nan carries him into her house and sets him down gently on her bed and tells him not to move. Nan stands in front of Jang Hao and the poor boy fears she is going to eat him alive. He begs her not to do it, but Nan is so hot and bothered that she loses control and throws all reason aside. She attacks Jang Hao with a rush of passion, while Jang Hao, caught off guard, reminds her that she has saved his life so many times and now he needs to repay her somehow. He argues that he has already let her kiss him far more than she should, but Nan insists that a kiss is not enough. She says she needs to feel more of him, more of his warmth, more of his flesh. She leans in and starts licking his neck, thinking that finally her time has come, while Jang Hao stands frozen, half embarrassed and half intrigued. He tries to stop her, but Nan pauses only for a moment. Then she teases him, saying that his body reacts just like her operator's. Jang Hao turns red with embarrassment because, even though he is protesting, his body is clearly moving to Nan's rhythm. Nan whispers that he should just be with her because she can satisfy him in every way, mentally, physically, and even financially. For a moment, Jang Hao hesitates. The thought tempts him more than he wants to admit. Meanwhile, Yue Hua receives a sudden call from her aunt, who runs the antique shop. Her aunt says that Nan has taken Jang Hao with her, and Yue Hua does not like the sound of that one bit. She immediately tells her butler to gather everyone, saying she has something urgent to do and someone very important to save. Back with Jung Hao, he tries to regain control of the situation. He tells Nan that if she really wants to go out with him, she has to agree to one simple request. Nan smiles and says she will. Jang Hao explains that all she has to do is sit on his lap, lean against his shoulder, and stay like that for 3 minutes. During that time, he promises not to do anything. He just wants her to sit there quietly like a good girl. Nan raises an eyebrow, confused, saying it sounds like something a man would do, and she cannot see his point. But Jung Hao insists that it is one of his conditions, and she should do it if she wants to please him. Nan realizes she is dealing with a sly fox, but before she knows it, she gives in and sits on his lap. Her face turns red, her voice softens, and though shy, she seems to enjoy it. Jung Hao feels surprised. He did not expect her to actually obey. He was sure she would refuse or mock him. Nan, trying to hide her blush, says it is only for a few minutes and she can handle that. Jung Hao sits still, thinking that the moment feels oddly nice, but still, it does not compare to when Yue Hua sat on his lap before. Suddenly, Nan's assistant bursts into the room, panicked, shouting that something is wrong with the entrance. The moment she sees what is happening, her glasses nearly slide off, and her mind freezes in shock. Nan instantly explodes at her, yelling how dare she walk in during such a private moment. And before the 3 minutes can even pass, Nan loses her composure completely. Nan listens to her secretary's news, already knowing that the girl has messed up badly. The poor secretary instantly apologizes, begging for forgiveness, but Nan only sighs, rubbing her temple as a headache forms. Meanwhile, Jang Hao is lost in thought, remembering how, in his previous life, the CEO of his company was also a workaholic. She was always locked up in her office, chasing perfection, and the resemblance between that woman and Nan feels almost eerie. In this life, Nan is no different. She leans back in her chair and asks what was so urgent that the secretary had to barge in. The secretary nervously replies that a girl from the Min family is at the door and wants to see Jung Hao. Jang Hao's eyes widen. He cannot believe that Yue Hua is actually here. But Nan frowns, clearly unimpressed, saying that it is unnecessary information and that the secretary should have been smart enough to handle the situation herself. The secretary hesitates and explains that since Yue Hua is the granddaughter of General Min, she thought it was important to report. Nan's patience snaps. She fires the secretary on the spot, saying that she is no longer fit to work for her. Then she adds sharply that the girl's grandfather retired from the military a long time ago, so there are no soldiers to fear. Nan turns to Jang Hao and tells him to come with her to see what Yue Hua wants. Jang Hao can tell Nan is angry, and he starts to worry. He knows that when Yue Hua and Nan are in the same place, it always ends in disaster. As they walk toward the entrance, he feels like he is walking into another nightmare. Outside, Yue Hua is already making a scene. She stands at the door, shouting for everyone to release Jang Hao, or she will call the police. When Jang Hao steps forward and asks what she is doing there, Yue Hua replies with innocent sincerity that she is there to save him. Her words move Jang Hao deeply. He feels touched that Yue Hua cares so much about him. But Nan rolls her eyes and calls it nonsense. She coldly says that if it wasn't for her connections with the mafia, Jang Hao would have already been kidnapped by a gang. She insists that Yue Hua is the one who put his life in danger. Then she declares that from now on, if Jang Hao wants to learn anything about martial arts, he will train with her, and Yue Hua must stay away from him. Jang Hao tries to calm things down. He tells Yue Hua to ignore what Nan said, and turns to scold Nan for practically murdering Yue Hua with her glare. But it is already too late. Yue Hua is furious. She throws off her jacket and challenges her to a fight, asking if she really thinks she is such a great woman. Nan smirks and accepts, saying that it is time to finish the fight they started last time. The tension rises until Jang Hao interrupts, exasperated, saying that they can fight all they want because he is going home. That snaps Nan out of it. She runs after him, insisting that she will go with him. Soon the two are bickering again, arguing over who gets to take Jang Hao home. Jang Hao finally says that he does not need Nan's help. He already called an Uber, and besides, being around her feels like being stuck in a crowd every minute. He says he just wants to go home and make money from his broadcasts. Yue Hua sticks out her tongue at Nan like a mischievous child, which drives Nan mad. Nan orders her bodyguards to stop the car and throws a pile of cash at the driver, telling him that she is buying his taxi. Then she jumps into the driver's seat and announces that this car is more private, and that she will be the one taking Jang Hao home. Jang Hao slumps back in disbelief, thinking that Nan might just be the most impossible woman on the planet. Back at home, Chen Qin waits for Jang Hao on his bed, teasing him by asking what he is staring at so seriously while she is right there looking so hot. Jang Hao quickly says it is nothing, and that he is just creating a mind map, trying to sound casual. In truth, he is secretly on his phone talking to Nan, who is still angry and refusing to leave him alone. Just a few hours ago, when she dropped him off at his house, Nan had threatened him not to forget about the ball and told him to return it to her as soon as he fixed it. Jang Hao had asked if she was also forgiving the $100 million debt he owed her, and Nan had said that she would forget about it even if her entire family fell apart. Jang Hao thought that was going too far, while Yue Hua, sitting in the back seat, had grown uncomfortable. She asked Nan to stop the car so she could get out, but Nan had coldly replied that Yue Hua didn't live in that area, and that she would drop Zhang Hao off at the station instead. Zhang Hao realized that once they were both out of sight, the problem would no longer be his, which brings us to the present moment. Now, Nan is texting Zhang Hao again, telling him not to overwork himself because she will help him, but Zhang Hao replies that he plans to pay her back as soon as possible. Just then, Yue Hua texts him that she has arrived home safely. Zhang Hao replies that they should stay away from each other for a while, and the next time they meet, he will treat her to a good meal. Once all the chaos finally ends, Zhang Hao lets out a long sigh of relief. It has been a wild day. He was kidnapped, fought a gang, and somehow got a massive debt erased. Now he finally feels free from the burdens on his shoulders. But as soon as he relaxes, another weight literally lands on him. When he looks up, he sees Chen Qin, her large chest pressing against him as she leans over and offers to give him a massage. Before he can even respond, she starts kneading his shoulders, scolding him softly for working too hard just to make money. Zhang Hao groans, half from pleasure and half from exhaustion, realizing how good Chen Qin's massage feels and how lucky he is to have her around. Just then, their mother calls Chen Qin from the other room. Chen Qin waves goodbye to Zhang Hao and heads to her mother's room, where she finds her flipping through a pile of books, frowning. One by one, the books land on the table. To Chen Qin's horror, they are all romance novels about two women falling in love. Panicking, she rushes forward and hides them, insisting that her mother should not misunderstand. She quickly explains that the books belong to a friend who likes teasing her and must have hidden them at her place as a prank. Her mother narrows her eyes suspiciously and asks if Chen Qin might actually be one of those girls. Chen Qin immediately denies it, stammering that she is not that kind of person. But before she can say more, something falls out of one of the books, a pair of women's underwear. Her mother's face turns red with rage. Within a second, she smacks Chen Qin on the head and warns her to find a boyfriend quickly or face her wrath. When her mother finally leaves, Chen Qin exhales deeply, clutching her head but smiling to herself. Everything went exactly as planned. Her mother's suspicions are now blazing stronger than ever, which means her secret love for Zhang Hao will stay hidden. No one will ever suspect a thing. And with her mother distracted, Chen Qin can move forward with her next step toward Zhang Hao without anyone standing in her way. The next day at school, chaos follows Zhang Hao the moment he steps through the gate. A crowd of excited fans rushes toward him, shouting his name and snapping pictures like he's a celebrity. Zhang Hao looks completely drained as he tries to escape the group of obsessed girls chasing him down the hall. A few of his die-hard fans stand guard near the door, proudly declaring that they will protect him from the rest. But Zhang Hao knows the truth. He isn't safe from these girls either. Just then, Yilong walks in with a big grin, saying he's glad Zhang Hao is finally back. Zhang Hao laughs and says it's not that dramatic since he only took one day off. Yilong tells him not to slack off because he's a good student, and he was actually worried that Zhang Hao was sick. He even says he was planning to visit Zhang Hao's house to check on him. Zhang Hao quickly explains that he just got into a bad fight and needed a day to rest and heal. What he doesn't mention is that he also had to deal with a mischievous family member at home who gave him quite a hard time with her teasing and playful tricks. Zhang Hao almost lost his mind trying to keep it together, but part of him secretly enjoyed staying home that much. Yilong notices Zhang Hao's strange expression and asks what he's thinking about. Zhang Hao just smiles and says he remembered something good. Yilong changes the topic and praises Zhang Hao for his gaming skills, saying his recent broadcasts have been amazing. Zhang Hao looks surprised and asks if Yilong actually watches his streams because he thought streaming wasn't really his thing. Yilong proudly says that he even told Yue Hua about it. When they both turn to look at her, Yue Hua appears completely exhausted, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Hao asks why she didn't sleep last night, and Yue Hua admits honestly that she stayed up watching all his past live streams and lost track of time. Both Zhang Hao and Yilong are stunned. Zhang Hao tells her that she shouldn't stay up like that again, and insists she should go rest. But Yue Hua only smiles and says she wanted to learn everything about him, and it was totally worth it. Zhang Hao sighs, clearly worried about her. Then, as always, Yilong wraps his arm around Zhang Hao in a friendly hug, saying how proud he is. Yue Hua joins in the hug too, making Zhang Hao feel both awkward and amused at the same time. Later that day, the three of them walk together, chatting casually. Yilong suddenly remembers that they need to buy swimsuits for their upcoming swimming lessons. Zhang Hao immediately groans, already knowing that Yilong is going to pick out something ridiculous that will make him look too girly. Determined not to let his best friend ruin his image, Zhang Hao says he's coming along to help choose something decent. He turns to Yue Hua and tells her to go home and get some rest, but Yue Hua shakes her head and says she already slept during class, so she's fine to go shopping too. That's when Zhang Hao remembers that Yue Hua still doesn't know how to swim. When he asks her about it, she admits that she's tried several times but always ends up swallowing too much water. Zhang Hao laughs softly and promises that he'll teach her to swim every Friday from now on. Yehua blushes but nods happily, and with that, the three of them head off to the shopping center together. Meanwhile, across town, Chen Qin sits in a cozy coffee shop, waiting with her usual calm smile. A tall and handsome man walks in, full of charm and confidence. He greets her cheerfully and introduces himself as her date, Liang Xian. Xian starts the conversation by bragging that the price of a boyfriend in his city usually ranges between 50,000 to 100,000, saying that if Chen Qin wants to have children someday, there's nothing better than hiring a housekeeper and a nanny. He proudly adds that he doesn't do much work himself. Chen Qin listens half-heartedly, tuning in and out as he keeps talking about his ridiculous demands. In her mind, she's thinking how exhausting blind dates can be, and how she would rather be anywhere else. Her phone buzzes with a text from Zhang Hao saying that he's at the mall buying swimsuits. Chen Qin immediately replies, promising that she'll pick him up if it gets too late. The truth is, she just wants to be with Zhang Hao, not with this self-absorbed guy sitting in front of her demanding attention. She glances at Xian, clearly bored, and casually asks what his special talent is. Xian smirks and says that his beauty is his talent. Chen Qin bursts into a small laugh, unable to take him seriously. She thinks about how, when she once asked Zhang Hao the same question, he answered with such confidence and sincerity that she saw him as a real man. Compared to that, the guy sitting in front of her feels childish and shallow. Her mother, however, doesn't see Zhang Hao the same way she does. Her mom only wants her to date anyone who comes along, without caring about her feelings. Chen Qin forces a polite smile and says that she'll try to meet every demand he listed, but deep down, she knows there's no connection between them. He's here, she's here, but her heart is somewhere else entirely. Meanwhile, at the mall, Zhang Hao was right about one thing. Yilong is trying on the most ridiculous swimsuit imaginable, something so flashy and feminine that Zhang Hao can hardly keep a straight face. He realizes it's a good thing he came along, or his best friend's fashion disaster would have been tragic. Just then, Yuan Yuan walks in, her eyes lighting up as she compliments Yilong's body. Yilong instantly panics, telling her to keep her perverted eyes away from him. Yuan Yuan laughs and says she needs to buy swimsuits too, offering to help both of them pick something that flatters their bodies while showing just enough skin to tease. In truth, she's being her usual self, trying to get a peek at both of them in skimpy outfits, and both Zhang Hao and Yilong can feel her shameless intentions. Yilong looks stressed, convinced that Yuan Yuan is about to steal what's left of their dignity. He quickly suggests that they should all split up, find their own swimsuits separately, and meet up later. Yuan Yuan sighs in disappointment, realizing she didn't get a single photo of either Zhang Hao or Yilong in their swimsuits. But then Yue Hua walks over and asks Yuan Yuan for help in finding something nice for herself. Yuan Yuan's face lights up again and she asks what Yue Hua is looking for. As they browse, Yuan Yuan asks if Yue Hua has been using the social techniques she taught her to make new friends. Yue Hua smiles and says she has, and they've been working quite well. The two girls share a friendly hug, showing how close they've become, even though Yuan Yuan's influence has started to corrupt Yue Hua's once innocent mind. After a moment, Yuan Yuan asks if there's anything else Yue Hua wants to share. Yue Hua hesitates, her cheeks turning slightly pink, and then she finally admits in a soft voice that she likes Zhang Hao. On the other hand, Zhang Hao suddenly realizes that he has left Yue Hua alone with Yuan Yuan, the pervert. Panic hits him and he rushes to do something about it. But before he can even move, his eyes catch sight of Yuan Yuan wearing a surprisingly thin swimsuit. Yuan Yuan shamelessly shows off her body, and Zhang Hao feels embarrassed and stressed. He wonders if all the girls in class are dressed like this these days. Then he starts worrying whether Yuan Yuan chose a dress for Yue Hua. If she did, he thinks, they're both doomed, because Yue Hua will never say no to Het. When Yuan Yuan admits that's exactly what happened, Zhang Hao immediately wants to know where Yue Hua is. Yuan Yuan innocently points out that she's just trying on some clothes. They walk toward the dry room, and Zhang Hao asks Yue Hua if she's okay. Yue Hua hides behind a curtain, shy and embarrassed, saying she's fine, though she has always thought swimsuits are a bit weird. She doesn't understand why she has to wear stockings with her swimsuit. Yuan Yuan, however, launches into a full explanation, saying that stockings are a normal garment for women to keep warm. But a recent study shows that men really love women in stockings. Zhang Hao instantly proves the theory right, because he does find Yue Hua in white stockings appealing. Yuan Yuan uses this to her advantage, pairing a black swimsuit with the stockings to showcase Yue Hua's cuteness while making it enticing to everyone else. Yue Hua blushes, feeling embarrassed, but when she steps out of the dry room, she looks like an absolute bombshell. Every boy there stares with their mouths wide open. Yuan Yuan beams with pride at her girl and pulls out another very skimpy undergarment, telling Yue Hua to try it on. Before Yue Hua can hesitate, Zhang Hao snatches it from Yuan Yuan's hand, declaring it a disgrace and saying Yue Hua will never wear something like that. He feels stressed, because with all the girls dressed like this, he doesn't know where to look or how to focus. He quickly changes the subject, saying they should keep looking or risk being late for dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan Yuan, Zhang Hao, and Yilong bicker back and forth, and Yuehua watches from a distance. She thinks about how, just a few minutes ago, Yuan confessed she has feelings for Zhang Hao and plans to confess fully soon. Yuehua knows Zhang Hao will probably reject her, but she believes Yuan needs to express her heart, or she'll regret it for the rest of high school. At the same time, Yuehua realizes she needs to do something about her own crush before it's too late. Just like she promised, Yuan finally faces her feelings for Zhang Hao. She admits that she fell in love with him the moment she first saw him, and now practically begs him to give her a chance, even though she insists she doesn't deserve him. Her voice shakes as she says she may not be perfect, but she's willing to try her best to become someone worthy of him. Zhang Hao listens quietly, almost bored, thinking she probably asked to meet him just to say all this. Like ripping off a bandage, he tells her straight that it will not work out between them. He doesn't enjoy this kind of emotional drama. Yuan thinks his rejection is a bit too blunt because he doesn't even pause to consider it. But Zhang Hao explains that it's not her fault, it's him. He believes short-term pain is better than long-term heartbreak. Still, he tries to soften the blow by saying they can stay good friends if she wants. That's when Yuan realizes she's been played. When Zhang Hao returns to class, guilt creeps in. He feels bad for making a girl cry over him. Then Yilong walks up shyly, and Zhang Hao asks what's going on. Yilong says someone invited him to the Grove Sanctuary today. Zhang Hao immediately assumes it's some kind of setup or fight, so he decides to go along. But Yilong quickly clarifies that he's meeting a girl who has been writing him love letters for years, and now she finally wants to meet him. Zhang Hao can't believe it. He thinks it must be another confession day since everyone seems to be confessing their feelings lately. He even suspects that Yilong might be getting harassed by a weirdo. But when he looks at Yilong's dreamy expression, he realizes his friend is already in deep trouble. Yilong keeps talking about how that girl has been sending him letters for years and says maybe he should give her a chance. Zhang Hao agrees to go with him, but only to keep an eye on things. Soon enough, Zhang Hao, Yuehua, and Yilong are hiding behind a pole, spying on the girl who's been writing all those letters. She seems completely obsessed, and Zhang Hao starts to worry this might go wrong fast. Yilong asks why Yuehua is even there, and Zhang Hao replies that since she's a girl, if the other one crosses the line, Yuehua can step in. Yilong nods and says he's going to reject the girl right away. But when he finally walks up to her, he runs instead, full of nerves. Meanwhile, Yuehua quietly asks Zhang Hao what liking someone really means. Zhang Hao says it depends on the person, but for him, it's when someone stays in your heart, even when you wish you could forget them. If you can't let them go, that's what liking is. Yuehua listens closely, almost confessing her own feelings for Zhang Hao when something unexpected happens. They look up and see the girl suddenly confessing her love to Yilong, and then she kisses him. Zhang Hao and Yilong both freeze. Shocked and disgusted, Yilong shoves her away and accidentally hits her face. His mouth splits open and he panics, realizing he just slapped a girl. He stumbles back into Zhang Hao's arms, crying that his first kiss was stolen. The girl falls to her knees, apologizing and saying she lost control and just couldn't hold back. She begs for another chance, but Yilong refuses. He doesn't believe in second chances and tells her to leave. Later, Yilong drowns his misery in drinks, shouting that all women are trash while Zhang Hao tries to calm him down. Zhang Hao keeps taking away the bottle, telling him to stop talking nonsense and drink water instead. Yilong insists he's not drunk and then turns to Yuehua, blaming her for not saving him from that humiliating kiss. He cries again, clutching his chest, saying his purity is gone forever, and Zhang Hao realizes his friend has officially lost it. Yuehua sighs and says they're both too drunk to go home. Their parents will lose it if they see them like this, so she offers them to stay at her place for the night until they sober up. Zhang Hao turns to Chen Qin, confused, and asks what she's even doing there. Chen Qin looks tense and admits that she was worried about him, so worried it felt like she might die if she didn't check on him. Zhang Hao sighs and says he's not a child, that he can take care of himself. But as he speaks, he notices Yilong acting strangely quiet and distant. Zhang Hao raises a brow but decides to head for class anyway. Chen Qin, still uneasy, glances toward Yuehua and asks again who the girl beside him is since she's never seen her before. Zhang Hao introduces Yuehua with a calm tone. Chen Qin smiles, but it's the kind of smile that doesn't reach her eyes. She sweetly explains that she's Zhang Hao's stepsister, her tone dripping with hidden intent. Realizing how important Chen Qin is to Zhang Hao, Yuehua steps forward politely, introducing herself as one of Zhang Hao's close friends. She says they spend a lot of time together, her voice soft but steady. Chen Qin keeps her pleasant expression, but inside she's fuming. She can tell instantly that Yuehua is in love with Zhang Hao, and that thought makes her blood boil. Determined to make her point, Chen Qin moves close, too close, and wraps her arms around Zhang Hao. He freezes as she leans in, whispering softly in his ear that they'll talk in his room tonight. Yuehua's expression changes completely. She burns with jealousy, her heart twisting as she watches Chen Qin's little display. Zhang Hao, embarrassed, tells Chen Qin she doesn't need to whisper that in public, which only makes things more awkward. Qianqin smirks and steps away, satisfied for now, leaving Zhang Hao and Yue Hua standing there speechless. As she walks off, she thinks to herself that time is running out. If she doesn't make a move soon, someone else might steal Zhang Hao away. Later in the day, Zhang Hao finally can't take the tension anymore. He looks at both of his friends and asks what's wrong with them. They were fine this morning, but now they look like ghosts. Yilong is the first to speak, admitting that ever since he saw Qianqin, he's been feeling uneasy. Zhang Hao's eyes widen as it suddenly clicks. Yilong might actually like Qianqin. He doesn't know what to say to that, so he quickly turns to Yue Hua and asks why she looks so down. Yue Hua hesitates, then quietly confesses that she's jealous. Zhang Hao is taken aback. She says that even though he and Qianqin are step-siblings, they're far too close, and that makes her uncomfortable. She adds that they live together, share time together, and she wishes she could be the one doing that. Zhang Hao awkwardly laughs, trying to lighten the mood. Then Yilong joins in, saying he wants to live with Qianqin too, which just makes things worse. Zhang Hao quickly changes the topic before it gets out of hand. That evening, Zhang Hao returns home feeling exhausted. He calls out for his family, but the house is silent. He decides he'll make up for yesterday's chaos by doing a long live stream tonight, since he stayed over at Yue Hua's and missed his usual schedule. But just as he sets up his gear, he hears a piercing scream from upstairs. His stomach drops. The screams are coming from Qianqin's room. He rushes over and freezes in shock. Inside, Qianqin's mother is lashing her with a belt, shouting that she's going to kill her. Zhang Hao is absolutely horrified as he asks his mother what she is doing to poor Qianqin, who is now crying in pain. He steps in between them, saying that she can talk to him if she wants, but she should not hurt Qianqin so brutally like this. His mother, however, is furious and tells him to stay out of it because today is the last day for Qianqin in this world. Zhang Hao doesn't know what to say, but soon their fight ends, and Qianqin lies on her bed, clearly in pain and suffering. Zhang Hao sits beside her, gently applying bandages and telling her to be patient with him. Qianqin apologizes for being such a hassle since she cannot apply all the medicine herself. Zhang Hao tells her it's not a problem, but admits he feels a bit shy because it's a lot of skin he has to treat. Still, when he looks at the punishment she's received, he realizes their mother went way too far. Qianqin's body is covered in bruises and painful infections, and Zhang Hao feels a deep ache in his chest seeing her like this. He finally asks what she did to make their mother so angry, secretly wondering if it's because of their earlier kiss. But that's not the reason. Qianqin takes a deep breath and says she is a lesbian. She tells him she has always liked girls instead of boys. She grew up hating boys but didn't want to seem different, so she forced herself to try liking them. That's why she had tried so hard to get closer to him, hoping she could somehow change. But the truth is she cannot. She is a lesbian and cannot help it. Zhang Hao takes a slow, desperate sigh, feeling both relief and sadness. Relief because he finally understands her, and sadness because it means she doesn't actually like him the way he likes her. Qianqin says she hates being like this and wishes she could be normal. Zhang Hao sits beside her, saying he understands where she's coming from. She asks him to keep this secret between them, saying it's too shameful for others to know. Zhang Hao promises he won't tell anyone, but he also knows he cannot let Qianqin stay trapped in this self-blame. He wants to help her somehow, so he searches online for people who have gone through the same thing. He finds a few posts where girls say they started living with a guy, and over time, slowly developed feelings for men. Some even say they ended up becoming straight again after being close to someone they trusted. Zhang Hao reads this and starts to think maybe breaking that emotional wall with affection could help Qianqin too. He believes if anyone could help her see the better side of men, it's him. So, he walks to her room to talk to her about it. When he enters, he sees Qianqin's state has worsened. She's sitting there cursing herself, tears running down her face, and Zhang Hao feels even more sorry for her. He shows her the post he found. Qianqin looks at it and says, maybe it could work, but she doesn't want anyone else to know her secret. There's no one she trusts enough for that. Then, half joking and half hurting, she says Zhang Hao should leave before she spreads her disease to him too. But Zhang Hao, with his kind heart, decides he wants to help her no matter what. He tells Qianqin that he'll be the one to do it, and she looks at him in shock but also gratitude. She can't believe someone would make such a sacrifice for her. Zhang Hao lightly pinches her cheek, trying to make her smile, and says they can take it slow since they've already hugged and kissed before. He places his hand over hers and asks if she feels anything. Then he gently pushes her back onto the bed and asks again if she feels something now. Qianqin, blushing and sweating, looks away and lies, saying she doesn't feel anything at all. But her trembling voice gives away that something inside her definitely does. Qianqin says that it all feels pointless, and lies that she doesn't feel anything, not even from a handsome man like him. Zhang Hao realizes her case is more serious than he thought, and suspects it might be psychological. Meanwhile, Qianqin is panicking inside because Zhang Hao actually initiated things, and he looked incredibly cute when he was on top of her. Zhang Hao calmly says he's going back to his room and that she should change and come see him later. He promises he'll do anything he can to help her feel more comfortable, As expected, Zhang Hao is in his room searching for ideas when a voice teases that he should try wearing something sexy, like lingerie. There's no way he could wear something like that, even if it kills him, so he decides to settle on a short-sleeved outfit. He thinks black and white are colors women usually like, and wearing them might excite a girl as much as high stockings do. He then hopes his outfit for the night actually works. Soon, he lies on his bed when Qian softly calls his name. He opens his eyes and sees her standing there in a red sleeping suit, looking like a goddess. He gets a little startled, but Qian hushes him, reminding him that her parents are sleeping. Zhang Hao can't help but think she must be some kind of ninja, because she entered without making a single sound. They lie down together, and Zhang Hao says they'll cuddle first and sleep as usual. Qian blushes as she looks at him in the faint moonlight. She can barely see his face, but even so, his clothes look really good on him, which makes her heart race. Still, she forces herself to stay calm. She takes a deep breath and shifts into what she calls her wise mode, trying to stay composed. As they lie close, Zhang Hao quietly asks if she feels disgusted and tells her to be honest, because he needs to understand what's happening and figure out what to do next. Qian admits she feels something like butterflies, but it's fine because he's adorable, and the way he's doing so much for her warms her heart. She pulls him closer again and tells him that if he feels uncomfortable, he can move away. But Zhang Hao refuses because he likes being near her too. He thinks Qian is so kind that even now she's still thinking about him. Gently, he starts to caress her back, and their mouths grow impossibly close. Qian didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so cooperative with her little plan, but now he seems completely lost in the moment. She smells faintly cool, and he's been holding himself back for a long time because he doesn't want to ruin what they have. The temptation feels so strong now that it's almost unbearable. He quietly asks her to try holding his hands and arms because girls seem to like that. Then he says he's going to pull down his sleeves, and Qian almost breaks her composure. Her breath quickens as she stares at his arms, trying not to show how eager she is because she's definitely going to touch them. Qian knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and there's no way she's letting it slip away. She reaches out and touches Zhang Hao's arms and his hand, thinking that it's a good time to be alive. The feeling sends a rush through her, and for a moment, everything feels wonderful. But then Zhang Hao breaks the spell, gently warning her not to overexpose herself. He notices her fingers trembling and worries she might actually be uncomfortable with the whole thing. Qian insists she's fine. She says that since Zhang Hao has made such a big effort for her, she can't back out now. Besides, this feels too good to be true, and she even jokes that it's making her nose bleed. She quickly turns away to hide it, trying to play it cool, and admits that she still struggles being this close to a guy. To calm herself down, she does her little yoga trick again, taking slow breaths and trying to steady her thoughts. Zhang Hao quietly reaches out and touches her arm, his voice soft as he asks if she wants to kiss him. The last kiss they shared was sudden and awkward, but this time feels different. Qian pauses, realizing this might actually be a good idea. Her eyes well up as she laughs through tears, saying he's making such a sweet sacrifice for her future. Even with her crocodile tears, she can't help but smile. Zhang Hao says it's going to be a pleasure to kiss her, and Qian completely loses it. Her mind explodes and she can't think straight. The idea that Zhang Hao actually wants to kiss her sends her into a frenzy. Without a second thought, she leans in and kisses him with such intensity that even Zhang Hao freezes for a moment, caught off guard. That's when it hits him. She messed up. She realizes she couldn't hold back for even a second, and now she's completely swept away by her emotions. Qian pulls back, trying to catch her breath. She awkwardly says they should probably do a little bit of preparation first, pretending to calm herself down. Zhang Hao sits there, stunned and still trying to process what just happened. He hopes she doesn't see him as some kind of stand-in for anyone else, but Qian is clearly flustered and burning up inside. She has no idea what to do with herself, so she blurts out that she'll take the lead this time. Then, before he can even respond, she leans in again and kisses him. What starts as a simple, innocent kiss between two people who like each other quickly spirals into a full-blown makeout session. Neither of them can stop. They've both dreamed about this moment more times than they can admit. When Qian finally pulls away, breathless, she accidentally says a girl's name, leaving Zhang Hao completely stunned. Zhang Hao starts to ask who that girl's name was, but before he can finish, Qian leans in and kisses him again, cutting off his breath completely. This time though, Zhang Hao's mind begins to drift. He notices how tense Qian feels, more than before, and realizes her thoughts are somewhere else. She's thinking about something, or someone, other than him. Still, it's a passionate moment, and even though his thoughts are spinning, he can't deny it's a good makeout session. When she finally pulls away, he's gasping for air, dazed and breathless. Qian tries to play it off, saying that it was a little awkward but still manageable. Zhang Hao, still confused, asks again whose name she mentioned earlier and if she's still thinking about another woman. Qian quickly says that if she had thought about another girl, it would have been weird not to, though her tone gives her away. She's lying, and Zhang Hao can tell. He asks if that's the name of the girl she actually likes, and in that instant, it's as if her nose grows longer like Pinocchio's, revealing her secret without words. Chang Ha suddenly feels guilty. He starts blaming himself, thinking he didn't do well enough and that maybe he disappointed her. But Chen moves impossibly close again, her voice soft and caring, telling him to go to sleep because he has another long day of school and work ahead. Chang Ha hesitates for a moment, then quietly asks if she really does like women. That question makes her freeze for a second, almost as if he touched a hidden nerve. Then she smiles faintly and says she wouldn't lie to him. If she ever did, she adds teasingly, she'd accept the punishment of being his slave forever. She wraps her arms around him, whispering for him to sleep, and Jung Hao finally relaxes. That night, he drifts off feeling like the happiest man in the entire world. The next morning, while Jung Hao is still asleep, Chen gently strokes his face. Her expression softens with guilt. She didn't mean to lie to him, but the truth is, she's afraid he'll hate her if he knows everything. She wishes she could be honest, but the memories of the past and the weight of their current situation keep her trapped. She can't open up, so she convinces herself to twist things just enough to keep him close. She promises in her heart that she'll be twice as kind to him in the future, so that one day he might forgive her. At school, Jung Hao wakes up feeling exhausted, still worn out from the night before. His body feels like it needs a break. What he doesn't realize, though, is that just by showing up for swim class, he's turned into the center of attention. A group of girls nearby can't stop watching him, whispering and staring at his body. Meanwhile, his friend Yi stands beside him, looking self-conscious and shy. Jang Hao laughs and tells him to stop worrying and just be confident. But then he notices something strange. His fan club has gathered behind him, cheering and catcalling. Shouho hates it. Being ogled like that makes him uncomfortable, and he can't believe how loud they're being. Who would want to be harassed outside a swimming pool? It's enough to make him want to switch classes altogether. Even Yi suggests they should pretend to have stomach problems and sneak out, but Jang Hao shakes his head. He refuses to do that. He still has a promise to keep with Yue Hua, to help her learn how to swim. That matters more than anything, even if it means putting up with all the attention. When he walks to the other side of the pool, Yue Hua is already waiting for him. She's clearly trying her own swimming technique, but Jang Hao can tell it's all wrong. He warns her that if she keeps doing it her way, she's just going to end up drowning again. So he tells her they need to warm up first before starting real practice. They begin some light exercises, and as she stretches, Jang Hao accidentally takes a quick look at her. His heart skips a beat. She looks so beautiful that he can't help but feel flustered. He silently thanks his luck that she didn't wear the other swimsuit, because if she had, he would have not even been looking in her eyes. As if she could read his thoughts, Yue Hua suddenly asks if he really wanted her to buy that very revealing swimsuit. Jang Hao freezes, completely thrown off. He can't believe how accurately she guessed what he was thinking. Before he can even respond, Yue Hua steps closer, so close that her breath brushes against his ear. She whispers that if he truly wants to see it, he can come to her house, and she'll wear it just for him. The way she says it sounds like an invitation for something much more, and Jung Hao immediately starts to blush. He tries to play it cool, saying he did promise to teach her how to swim, and if that means giving extra lessons at her house, he's definitely not turning down that offer. But then he quickly catches himself and shakes off the thought as they both start focusing on their lesson. Yehua is supposed to take it slow and just get used to the water, but Jung Hao wants her to go one step at a time. However, Yue Hua is bold and jumps straight in without hesitation. A second later, she goes under and starts to drown. Jang Hao dives in after her and pulls her out of the pool. Now, she's standing in front of him, dripping wet and trembling from the cold and fear. Her body is shaking so much that he feels his heart tighten with worry. He gently tells her to take deep breaths, trying to calm her down. Yue Hua's eyes are wide and frightened, and then she pleads with him to hug her, saying she just needs some warmth. Jang Hao can't believe how terrified she looks. It's the first time he's ever seen her like this. Yue Hua then confesses, her voice trembling, that when she was little, she used to sneak out of her room at night. One day, she fell into a pool in her backyard and nearly drowned. If it hadn't been for the people who saved her, she would have died. Ever since then, she's been afraid of water. Jang Hao finally understands, and his heart softens. He feels like she really needs comfort, so he agrees to hug her. But before he can even move, Yue Hua throws her arms around him so tightly that he can barely breathe. He feels his body stiffen under the pressure, and to make things worse, he notices other people staring. Panicking, Jang Hao tells the instructor that Yue Hua has a cramp so no one gets the wrong idea. The teacher nods and lets them move to a more private spot. Later, in the locker room, Yue Hua is calmer but still shaken. Jang Hao asks if she's feeling better, and she nods slowly. She admits that she still hates pools and feels bad for disappointing him. Jang Hao shakes his head and says she shouldn't blame herself because he was the one who pushed her into facing her fear too fast. To make up for it, he offers to give her a massage to help her relax. As he starts, Yue Hua looks away, her cheeks turning pink. She murmurs that it actually feels pretty good, but then she adds, a little too quietly, that she doesn't want him to focus on her legs. She wants him to massage somewhere else, closer to her neck. Jiang Hao freezes as realization hits, his face burning red. He suddenly yells in disbelief, wondering where his sweet, innocent friend just disappeared to. Jiang Hao practically begs Yue Hua not to think about anything dirty because he only wants to give her a simple leg massage. But Yue Hua refuses, shaking her head. Jiang Hao tries to defend himself, saying she cannot ask for things like that and definitely shouldn't say them out loud in broad daylight. When Yue Hua innocently asks why, Jiang Hao gets flustered and blurts out that it's wrong, that only couples do that kind of thing, and even they keep it secret. He insists it's inappropriate to ask a classmate for something like that when teachers and others are around, and warns her that if she doesn't want people labeling her, she should be careful about what she says and where she says it. He tries to soften his tone, realizing he might have been too harsh, but it's too late. Yue Hua is already upset, her eyes welling up with tears. Jiang Hao panics, worried that everyone will assume he broke her heart or did something wrong. But before he can say anything more, Yue Hua wipes her tears and confesses that she doesn't mind being a little perverted. Her blunt honesty shocks Jiang Hao so much that for a moment, his mind goes blank. He thinks to himself that if they weren't in public, he would have scolded her for saying something so bold. Jiang Hao tries to reason with her, saying she clearly doesn't understand how gross perverts can be, but Yue Hua doesn't care. She just wants her massage and has no interest in learning to swim. Yue Hua starts acting spoiled, so Jiang Hao decides to make a deal with her. He promises that once she learns how to swim, he will grant her any wish she wants, as long as it isn't something too extreme. Yue Hua immediately agrees, and that's when Jiang Hao realizes she's far smarter than she looks. She really is a spoiled rich girl who knows how to get what she wants. Meanwhile, at the Feng Hong Group headquarters, Nan is buried in work. Her dark circles are heavy and her desk is a mess. She stayed up all night looking at Jiang Hao's pictures, and now she's paying the price. For the first time ever, she's falling behind schedule because she can't get him out of her head. Her temptation only grows stronger until she finally gives in, picking up her phone again and staring at it, lost in thoughts of their passionate kiss. At the same time, someone steps into an elevator nearby, chatting with an employee. The woman is openly flirty, teasing him as they talk. Meanwhile, Nan is completely out of it, daydreaming about Jiang Hao with a dazed look on her face. She's so distracted that she doesn't even notice when a woman who looks strangely similar to her suddenly snatches the phone right out of her hands. The woman comments on the kind of boys her daughter seems to like. Nan's eyes widen in shock, and she instantly grabs her phone back, demanding to know what her mother is doing there. Her mother gives her a sly smile and says she only wanted to see what kind of man her daughter is chasing these days, then asks her to introduce this new boy type. Nan, clearly embarrassed, tells her mother to stay away from him. Her mother crosses her arms, pretending to be offended, and asks if Nan really thinks she would go after the same men her daughter likes. She says she's just a little curious, nothing more. Nan doesn't want to continue the conversation and asks her to leave. Her mother agrees but scolds her gently, telling her not to sleep at her desk next time, or she'll catch a cold. As she leaves the office, she glances back at her daughter and shakes her head. Deep down, she knows Nan has fallen hard, and in her eyes, being lovesick is nothing but a dangerous weakness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a sad-looking woman sits alone in a quiet cafe. Jiang Hao happens to walk by and instantly recognizes her. She's Nan's former assistant. Shocked, he realizes her suspension still hasn't ended. He remembers how strict Nan was the last time she disciplined her, and it makes him feel bad. Out of concern, he walks up and starts a conversation. The assistant looks surprised to see him, but Jiang Hao smiles kindly and mentions how he found out that she and Nan once served as soldiers under Yue Hua's grandmother. The assistant nods, saying it's true, but adds that it's touching to see Nan has confided in Jiang Hao. She admits Nan never opens up to anyone. Jiang Hao quickly shakes his head, saying that's not exactly true. He claims Nan's just a good stalker, and he only pretends to act interested when he's actually not. He laughs awkwardly and says he doesn't even understand what she sees in him because she used to despise men, yet now she's obsessed with him. The assistant sighs and explains that Nan doesn't hate men for being men. She despises them for being weak. Her father was a quiet, obedient man who always followed Nan's mother's lead. But when her mother left for the city, Nan's father grew sick and eventually died alone in the hospital. Even on his deathbed, her mother never returned to see him. When he passed away, Nan blamed his weakness, not her mother's coldness. She convinced herself that men are dependent creatures who always end up clinging to women. That belief hardened her heart, but the assistant tells Jiang Hao he's different. He's strong both physically and mentally, someone who can actually handle a woman like Nan. Jiang Hao listens in silence, realizing with a sinking feeling that without even meaning to, he's become the man of Nan's dreams. He jokes that maybe he should start acting weak and clingy just to scare her off. The assistant chuckles softly but warns him that he could also just agree to go out with Nan. She assures him Nan would never mistreat him. She's actually very sentimental and even hired her retired comrades to work for her. Nan pays them more than anyone else in the industry. She spoils the people she cares about. But Jiang Hao shakes his head again, saying she's too bossy for him. He's not the type who can handle being ordered around. He's still explaining himself when a voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. It's Nan's mother. She walks right up to them, saying she'll take it from here, that she's got this little interview covered. Both Jang Hao and the assistant stare in confusion as the older woman greets him with a charming but intimidating smile. Without wasting time, Nan's mother uses her influence to clear out the cafe. She wants privacy. Once the doors are shut, she looks Jang Hao up and down and smirks, commenting that her daughter's type seems to have changed because he's got a pretty face and a nice body. She even asks how long they've been dating. Jang Hao, completely startled, denies it right away, but she only laughs and calls him a womanizer, saying he probably has multiple women chasing after him. Jang Hao, trying to stay calm, asks why she's looking for him. The mother says she wants to have a private talk somewhere quieter. The assistant immediately steps in, sensing danger. She lies, saying Nan already arranged a meeting with Jang Hao and that she's here to take him there. She tells Nan's mother she can discuss business directly with her daughter instead. Nan's mother narrows her eyes, clearly not buying it. With one sharp snap of her fingers, she calls the assistant closer. The poor woman hesitates but obeys. The moment she gets within arm's reach, Nan's mother punches her so hard that she collapses, completely unconscious. Jang Hao's mouth goes dry. He presses his lips shut, terrified that he might be next. Nan's mother smiles, clearly pleased with herself, and flexes her hand slightly, saying it's good to know she still has her strength. Then she turns to Jang Hao and orders him to follow her, and he realizes that once again he's gotten himself into serious trouble. Inside the private room, Mrs. Wei studies Jang Hao carefully. She comments that he is surprisingly calm for someone his age, because most high schoolers would panic in a situation like this. But Jang Hao isn't an ordinary student, and she can tell. Jang Hao smiles faintly and says that he has seen a lot of strange situations ever since he got involved with Nan. Inside, though, he's tense. He knows that Mrs. Wei used to be a gang leader, and if he's not smart about what he says, things could turn ugly fast. Mrs. Wei leans back and says she actually likes that Nan didn't fall for a man who's delicate or weak. But she notices that Jang Hao doesn't seem very fond of her daughter and bluntly asks why he doesn't want to be part of their family. Jang Hao keeps his tone polite yet vague. He gives an answer that neither confirms nor denies any relationship with Nan. Then, he says that if she has no other important questions, he should get going because his family doesn't allow him to stay out too late. Mrs. Wei smirks and says that since he's in such a hurry, she'll get straight to the point. She actually wants to make a deal with him, something only he can do. She explains that she has noticed Nan's obsession with him and that Nan would never reject any suggestion that comes from him. Jang Hao blinks, caught off guard, not sure where this conversation is heading. Mrs. Wei goes on to say that she wants him to invite Nan on a trip. She will give him the address, and once he takes Nan there, her men will capture her. In return, Jang Hao will receive a huge amount of money, enough to move abroad with his family and live a luxurious life. Jang Hao can hardly believe what he's hearing. Nan's own mother wants him to betray her. He argues that she's her daughter, and that no mother should plan something so cruel. But Mrs. Wei replies coldly that this has nothing to do with family. She wants control over the company again. Between her and Nan, there are no mother-daughter feelings left. They are rivals, competitors for the family's throne. Jang Hao insists that maybe it's time for her to stop. Nan deserves to be the head of the corporation because she's strong and capable. Under her leadership, the business is stable and thriving. But Mrs. Wei laughs softly and says that it's not about money. It's about power, the kind that comes with the crown. She adds that since Jang Hao doesn't even like Nan that much, he might as well take her offer and get rid of her once and for all. Jang Hao goes quiet for a moment, pretending to think. But deep inside, he knows he could never do something like that. Even if he accepted the money, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Nan's assistant is chained to a chair. She's bruised and tired, but she's a trained soldier, and her body can handle pain. When she realizes she must warn Nan, she uses her emergency communication bracelet to send a distress signal. Nan receives the message and instantly understands that her mother has gone completely out of control. Without hesitation, she orders her staff to prepare the car. She's not wasting a single second because this time, she's the one rescuing someone in trouble. Back in the private room, Jang Hao tries to find middle ground. He calmly explains that Nan has strong allies supporting her, and kidnapping her won't be easy. He says that no matter what grudges they hold, it's better for the family to sit down and resolve their issues like normal people, rather than destroy each other. Deep down, he's begging the universe not to drag him into this mess again. All he wants is peace, but peace clearly doesn't want him. Mrs. Wei's expression darkens. She calls Nan ungrateful, claiming she has never appreciated her. She rants that Nan is still angry about her father's death, and any chance of peace between them died long ago. She spits bitterly that if she had known Nan would turn out like this, she would never have given birth to her. Jang Hao watches her and feels disgusted. He thinks she's a terrible adult, someone who can't take responsibility for her own actions. He tells her to calm down because she's talking nonsense. It's not Nan's fault. Her anger is justified. If it weren't for her mother's neglect, Nan's father might still be alive. He tells her to face her mistakes and apologize to Nan. From what he's seen, Nan might actually forgive her if she tries to make things right. He reminds her that family is supposed to live in harmony, not in war. Mrs. Wei narrows her eyes, realizing Jiang Hao is trying to protect Nan. She laughs, thinking he must really care for her. She says she declared war on Nan the moment she struck her secretary, and since the secretary still hasn't been reinstated, that war continues. She tells Jiang Hao he can hold the girl for a few days while he lures Nan into her trap. All he has to do is take the money and disappear. He'll never have to work again. Jiang Hao refuses immediately. Mrs. Wei stares at him for a moment before letting out a sinister laugh. She stands up slowly, her expression turning cold. Then, in a chilling tone, she warns that if he doesn't accept her deal, both he and his family will become her hostages and live entirely at her mercy. Jiang Hao's anger flares as he asks if she really thinks she has the right to threaten him or his family. He stands up, saying he is leaving now, and warns that if she tries to stop him, he will defend himself. He reminds her that it is her fault for not bringing an escort. Mrs. Wei actually enjoys hearing that kind of confidence from a man, and teases him, asking if he really has the courage to use force on her. Jiang Hao coldly tells her to find out for herself. Meanwhile, Nan and her men arrive at the cafe. As she orders Mrs. Wei's bodyguards to move aside, her secretary spots her and rushes forward, panicking. She screams that both of them are inside a room together. Nan stays calm and tells her man to untie the secretary. She says she will go in alone and that they should wait outside until she gives the signal. Then she storms toward the bathroom, shouting and cursing her mother under her breath. When she gets closer, she hears strange noises from inside. It is Jiang Hao's voice. He sounds upset, asking if all of this was just a test and if Mrs. Wei was only pretending. Nan freezes outside the door and leans in, trying to hear everything. Inside, Mrs. Wei calmly explains that people who approach her daughter usually have bad intentions. Since Nan is deeply in love with him, she only wanted to see what kind of man he really was. Jiang Hao sounds frustrated as he asks if Nan even knew her mother was here and if she had actually touched him. Mrs. Wei answers quietly that Nan has no idea. She says Nan would probably be furious if she found out her mother pulled something like this. She sighs, saying her daughter has always hated when she interferes in her affairs. But the truth is, this is the first time Nan has fallen for someone, and she was too curious to stay away. Mrs. Wei then admits that Jiang Hao is impressive and says Nan clearly has good taste in men. She smiles and adds that there is something else she wants to ask him. Jiang Hao listens, cautious but curious. Mrs. Wei explains that Nan's birthday is coming up in a few days, and she wants him to give Nan a gift on her behalf. She says Nan would never accept it if it came from her directly. Jiang Hao feels annoyed, thinking that if she had just started with this, they could have avoided all the drama and had a real conversation. He asks her why, if she cares so much about her family. She wasn't like this before. Mrs. Wei lowers her head and finally speaks the truth. During her time, many things were decided by the elders, she says. Their family was large and always focused on preserving its legacy. But after Nan was born, her father fell seriously ill, and they could not have more children. At that time, Nan's grandmother began pressuring her to find a new partner for the sake of the family's future. She resisted, but the arguments grew ugly. In the end, her husband chose to support her mother instead, saying he could endure his wife being with another man if it meant protecting the family line. But for Mrs. Wei, that was too much. It felt like a betrayal of her love, so she left. She chose to live a comfortable, carefree life, pretending she had escaped her problems. Years passed before she realized that Nan had already grown up without her. Now she only wants her daughter's forgiveness and trust, and she hopes Jiang Hao can help her. But Jiang Hao quietly shakes his head. He apologizes, saying that it is one favor he cannot do. If Mrs. Wei truly wants to make amends, she has to do it herself. No one can replace a mother's love, and no gift passed through someone else will heal what was broken in childhood. With that, Jiang Hao walks out of the room. But as he steps into the hallway, he freezes. Nan is standing there just a few feet away. As expected, Jiang Hao is riding with Nan and asks if she really did her best. She replies that she did, then softly apologizes. She reminds him that she had warned him this might happen, yet he still went and put his life at risk. Jiang Hao asks if she plans to talk to her mother, but Nan says nothing will change. Their relationship is already over, and now they are just strangers. Besides, she asks what he would do if her mother suddenly came to see him. Jiang Hao realizes she might have a point and thinks about how nothing like this happens to him because his own mother left when he was a child, and he has never forgiven her. Nan then asks if he is happy with his new family, and even with his new stepsister. Jiang Hao replies that he is. Nan smiles faintly and says she was thinking they could all move in with her. It would be easier for her to protect him if they lived together. Besides, her family would not be able to manipulate her through him in the future. Jiang Hao thinks she is moving too fast and asks why they should live with her. Nan answers matter-of-factly that he is her man, so they should live together. That confuses Jiang Hao because he does not remember agreeing to be her man. But Nan insists that one way or another, they are going to be together. This starts to get on Jiang Hao's nerves. But before he can argue, Nan suddenly slams on the brakes, and the car screeches to a stop. Zhang Hao shouts, asking what she is doing. Nan takes a deep breath and starts talking, finally letting everything out. She says her father chose to settle instead of facing his feelings, and her mother chose to run away instead of confronting hers. She says she will not repeat her parents' mistakes. Then she cups Zhang Hao's chin, her voice low but firm, and declares that he is hers. She says she will never give him to anyone else and will keep pursuing him until he accepts her. Zhang Hao thinks her words sound a little extreme, but when she runs her finger across his lips, he freezes under her gaze. He feels her eyes holding him in place, and when he finally snaps out of it, he tells her to slow down and not push herself so hard. Then he reminds her to focus on the road because they are still driving on the highway. Nan glances at him and quietly asks if they should go back to her house. Zhang Hao groans and shows her the middle finger, telling her to take him home. He takes out his phone and sees that Chen Qin is calling. Zhang Hao hesitates, then answers. Chen Qin's worried voice comes through, asking where he is since it is late and he is not home. Zhang Hao lies, saying he is at Yi's house and will be back soon. Nan glances at him suspiciously as he hangs up. Zhang Hao turns to her and tells her to take him home immediately. Nan smirks, saying he has become good at manipulating people. Zhang Hao replies that he learned from her test. For some reason, that catches Nan's attention, and she comments that Chen Qin seems very interested in him. Zhang Hao explains it is only because they live in the same house. But Nan does not like that answer, thinking it is never that simple when two attractive people live together. Soon enough, Zhang Hao arrives home. Chen Qin greets him at the door like always. Zhang Hao apologizes, saying he lost track of time, but Chen Qin is not in the mood for excuses. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks why he lied to her. Zhang Hao tries to hold himself together, thinking he might get out of this if he lies. But Chen Qin has already done her research. She calmly admits that she called Yi a long time ago, and he told her Zhang Hao had left for a while. Zhang Hao freezes and panics, wondering when she started digging so deeply into his life. Chen Qin takes a breath and says she is not Zhang Hao's mother. She explains that she has always felt lonely, with their mom working overtime, and that she only feels less alone when Zhang Hao is around. She admits that she really does see him as her favorite person in the whole world, but now it feels like she has been too sentimental, too attached, while Zhang Hao never shared the same feelings. From now on, she says, she should take a step back, stay in her limits, and stop meddling in his life. Even after saying all that, Chen Qin is barely holding it together. Her voice shakes, and tears start to fill her eyes. Zhang Hao can't stand seeing her like that. Panic sets in, and he quickly reaches for her hand, begging her to wait and let him explain. But instead of telling the truth, he lies again. He says he went to dinner with a friend and didn't tell her because he was afraid she would worry. He adds that the person was just a casual friend, and if he had told her it was a woman, she would have been worried sick. His voice turns weak as he apologizes, but Chen Qin doesn't want to hear it. She turns around and says it's a price he has to pay for a while. Zhang Hao feels crushed. He can't bear this rejection. He falls to his knees, thinking Chen Qin is disappointed in him. She has always been kind and caring, and now he has let her down. He curses his life, wishing he could take everything back. On the other hand, Chen Qin tries to keep her calm, but inside she's panicking too. She feels torn because she's glad Zhang Hao came clean, but she's terrified that he might get angry and stop talking to her forever. She gives herself a quiet pep talk, trying to sound confident even when her heart is racing. She reminds herself that she needs to show some restraint, to act like she knows what she's doing, because deep down she knows Zhang Hao feels something for her. She can't just act like a foolish girl all the time, but the guilt eats at her. She drops to her knees, realizing she slapped his hand away earlier, and that might have been too harsh. Her mind starts to drift toward the woman Zhang Hao had dinner with. She needs to know who she is. Later that night, when everyone is asleep, Chen Qin sneaks to the laundry hamper and picks up Zhang Hao's Zhang Haoette. She smells it carefully, and her heart sinks. The perfume on his clothes is the same scent as the garments she burned last night. When she smells another girl's perfume on him again, her suspicions only grow stronger. She wonders if that's the woman, and she decides this will be her next target for now. The next morning, Zhang Hao yawns as he gets ready. Apparently, the family is going to pick up their older aunt and Zhang Hao's cousin. Zhang Hao's father calls him a lazy kid who sleeps on his belly all day, but Zhang Hao defends himself, saying he's just tired. Chen Qin adds that he can sleep in the car if he wants, but there's a sharp edge to her voice that makes Zhang Hao nervous. He still needs to sort things out with her. As he gets into the car, Zhang Hao thinks about his cousin and aunt. He remembers his cousin as a handsome guy and a good friend. He misses him and feels a bit excited to see how he is in this world. But suddenly, Zhang Hao's father slows down and asks who the girl staring at them is. They all turn their heads and see Yue Hua standing in the driveway, her eyes fixed right on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's father asks who that girl is, and Zhang Hao quickly says she's just his classmate and nothing else. Then he turns to Yue Hua and asks what she's doing there. Yue Hua, unaware of how awkward the situation is, says she came to ask if he wants to go together to see a painting. That's when Zhang Hao's parents realize Yue Hua isn't just any classmate. She's a suitor, and bold enough to show up at their house uninvited. Qian doesn't like it one bit. Zhang Haosen decides to introduce Yue Hua to his family, and when Yue Hua realizes how serious this moment is, she bows in front of them. All her years of training come rushing back. Her manners are flawless, her tone graceful, and her presence refined. Even Zhang Hao's parents notice how polite she is. Yue Hua remembers the butler's manual that says if she wants to win a good man, she must make a good impression on his family. But the one person who doesn't recognize her right away is Qian. She looks Yue Hua straight in the eyes and asks if she really wants to date Zhang Hao. Without hesitation, Yue Hua says she does like him. Zhang Hao freezes. Everyone is shocked except Qian. She's ready to scold and crush Yue Hua on the spot, but Zhang Hao's father steps in first, lecturing Zhang Hao not to fall in love at this age. Zhang Hao defends himself, saying it's not what it looks like. Yue Hua was homeschooled before joining a real school, so she hasn't had much contact with people. She's awkward and not good with her words. When he noticed that, he and Yi helped her learn how to talk to others. Now she's just a good friend. But his dad doesn't buy it, thinking Zhang Hao is treating him like some clueless fool who can't read a simple situation. Still, he smiles at Yue Hua and tells her it's fine if she's interested in Zhang Hao, but she shouldn't try to pursue him. Zhang Hao quickly says they have relatives coming over and they'll talk later. He urges his dad to go back to their original plan, but Yue Hua stands there, quietly wishing he'd just fall in love already. Zhang Hao's mother joins in, saying Yue Hua can fall in love, just not with Zhang Hao. Poor Zhang Hao can't take it anymore. He's losing his mind because the entire situation is spinning out of his control. Qian steps in, asking everyone to calm down. She says they can go pick up their aunt while she takes Yue Hua back home. Zhang Hao's parents almost agree, but then his mother hesitates. A thought crosses her mind. She remembers that Qian might be into girls, and when she looks back, she sees Qian standing a bit too close to Yue Hua. What she doesn't know is that Qian's intention is different. She wants to question Yue Hua to see if she's the one Zhang Hao's been having secret dinners with. But Qian's mother misunderstands and thinks she just wants to flirt with another girl. Yue Hua isn't exactly innocent either. She looks right back at Qian and lightly swipes her lips, saying they still have each other and can talk and fall in love. Qian's mother immediately pulls her daughter away, practically dragging her off, and tells her to behave and control herself. Zhang Hao decides that's enough embarrassment for one day. He tells Yue Hua to come back later and go home for now. Yue Hua bows once again, all polite and graceful, and everyone agrees she's cute but unusually formal. Qian, however, can't stop thinking about something else. The scent she smelled on Zhang Hao before wasn't Yue Hua's. That means another woman might be involved, and she needs to have a serious talk with him soon. At the station, Zhang Hao's father greets his sister and her son. Zhang Hao looks at his cousin, the so-called femboy of the family, and can't help but think how much he misses the handsome man his cousin used to be. When the whole family returns home, their aunt looks around and beams, saying how good Zhang Hao looks. She teases that there must be plenty of girls drooling over him by now. Zhang Hao's mother laughs, saying that one even showed up at their house earlier, but then left soon after. The whole room fills with chatter, and the atmosphere feels light. Their aunt comments that Qian has grown into such a cute woman too, and wonders how many admirers she must have herself. Zhang Hao's mother smirks and can't help but tease her daughter. Qian glares at her mother, clearly annoyed, while her mother insists that she should at least blush a little when someone calls her pretty. Zhang Hao gets up, saying he's going to help his dad with the cooking. Deep down, he knows his father doesn't have many years left, and he just wants to spend time with him, and also see his aunt and cousin again. But before he can leave, Qian interrupts his thoughts, complimenting how much Zhang Hao has grown and how handsome he's become. He jokes that the two of them will be picking up girls together with their looks. Zhang Hao doesn't like this at all, but it's obvious they've both changed over the years. Trying to avoid the conversation, Zhang Hao asks if he should stay with the women instead, maybe help out his mother and sisters. Qian quickly waves the idea away, saying that they only talk about boring adult stuff like money and men, and he has no interest in that. When Zhang Hao suggests they could at least help his father with the food, Qian panics and stops him. He says there's an important lesson Zhang Hao needs to understand about being handsome. A handsome man, he claims, should only do handsome things. He warns Zhang Hao not to ruin his soft, smooth hands by cooking. If he really wants to marry rich and live an easy life, he should stay far away from the steam of the kitchen. Zhang Hao sighs and says he'll only help if his father asks, but Qian isn't done. He insists they go hang out in Zhang Hao's room instead. Once they're there, Qian looks around and chuckles. He says the room is cute but too plain, not at all like a young man's space. He jokes that with a room like this, Zhang Hao will never get a girlfriend. Then, out of nowhere, he asks if Zhang Hao likes someone or has a girl in mind. Zhang Hao quickly denies it. That's when Qian starts bragging, saying his girlfriend bought him his outfit. Zhang Hao realizes in that moment that his cousin is a complete gold digger with no morals whatsoever. Qian asks if Qian is good to him and whether she has a boyfriend. Zhang Hao says Qian treats him well but doesn't have a boyfriend, though many men are after her. He even mentions that he met a stalker a few days ago. Chen laughs and says their mother always brags about Chen being a famous genius in the medical field. Then he adds that if he were in Zhang Hao's position, he'd have a huge crush on her too. Zhang Hao immediately panics inside, thinking that Chen already has a girlfriend, and shouldn't he be focusing on her instead of saying things like that? But Chen just smirks and admits he has needs. He doesn't want to limit himself to one person. That's when the door opens, and Chen steps in, saying that lunch is ready and they should both come down to eat. Chen instantly switches to his good boy act, smiling politely, and Zhang Hao can't believe how fast his cousin can manipulate people. As they head out, Chen stops Zhang Hao for a moment. Her tone softens as she says her attitude hasn't been the best lately, and that they should talk privately later to sort things out. Zhang Hao agrees, and they both head to the table. The lunch goes quietly. Zhang Hao barely eats, and Chen notices but doesn't say anything. Just as Zhang Hao finishes his meal, his phone starts buzzing. He excuses himself and answers the call. It's the girl from the art shop reception, the one who took his broken bowl for repair. Zhang Hao asks about the cost, but the receptionist says it's already been paid for by his girlfriend, and she left a note. Zhang Hao freezes. He's completely confused because now he doesn't even know which one of his girlfriends actually paid for it this time. Zhang Hao realizes that he needs to get to the bottom of this, so he decides to leave right away. Chen feels a little hurt because they were supposed to talk things through after lunch, but she quickly reminds herself to stay calm and show some restraint. She doesn't want to control Zhang Hao like before. She simply tells him to come back early because she doesn't want the family to worry about him. Zhang Hao feels grateful that she didn't get angry over something so small and leaves with a lighter heart. Chen, still lounging at the table, keeps the conversation going. He comments on how kind and considerate Chen is for worrying about her brother like that. Chen calmly replies that she worries about all of her family, not just Zhang Hao. But Chen keeps talking, saying that since Zhang Hao is so handsome, she should be careful letting both guys and girls talk to him. Chen gives him a sharp look and tells him to keep his mouth shut because she's got everything under control. At the repair shop, Zhang Hao collects the fixed bowl from the receptionist. She smiles and hands him a small note, saying that a girl already paid for the repairs and left a message asking him to visit her later. Zhang Hao instantly recognizes the handwriting. It's Nan. Without wasting a moment, he takes the package and heads straight to the Fang home headquarters where she works. When he walks in without knocking, Nan looks up and frowns, teasing him about his lack of manners. Zhang Hao says that if she doesn't want him there, he can just leave. But Nan doesn't let him go that easily. She tells him to wait, saying they'll have dinner together once she finishes her work. Zhang Hao sighs and pulls out the package, explaining that since the bowl has been repaired, the cost should be deducted from the total amount they discussed. To get a better price, he plans to auction it off later. Nan looks at him and says, if the bowl is repaired, he should just give it to her so they can finally move on. Zhang Hao hesitates, realizing that with Nan, things always go her way. He's tired of it. Every time it ends the same, and it wears him down. He tells her that since she's acting strange again, he'll just sell the bowl. Nan suddenly steps closer, her expression unreadable. She takes the bowl straight from his hand, and without a word, throws it into the trash bin. Zhang Hao freezes for a moment, his mind blank. Then the horror hits him all at once. He remembers everything he went through to fix it, the people he met, the favors he owed, and the money he spent, all for nothing. He rushes toward the bin, his voice cracking as he cries out, begging for it back. His heart aches at the sight of something so precious and expensive ruined in an instant. But Nan doesn't flinch. She tells him coldly that a broken bowl isn't worth that much and that she doesn't care about money. Before Zhang Hao can react, she grabs his wrist, her grip unnervingly tight. There's a sharp sound, a crack that makes his blood run cold. Pain shoots up his arm, and he realizes in disbelief that his hand might actually be broken. Zhang Hao remembers in that moment that he is no longer in his previous world. In this one, men are far more fragile, and his weak body reacts too easily to even a simple touch. Nan looks genuinely sorry and a little sad as she examines his wrist. She says there is no harm to his joints or tendons, only a light sprain, but insists that a doctor should still check it. Zhang Hao feels strangely touched by her concern. Then, trying to shift the mood, he asks if it is the right time to ask whether Nan is really a retired soldier. He wonders aloud how her skin can still look so smooth. Nan smiles faintly and says that she truly was a soldier and had fought on the battlefield, where she almost died once. She looks at him seriously and says, if he is really interested, he can ask her anything. She will tell him everything, but only if he stays the night with her. Zhang Hao instantly feels that she is crossing the line again and changes his mind. Just as he is about to go, Nan asks him to stay for dinner. Zhang Hao mutters that she is stubborn and spoiled as ever. Nan only smirks and says that she read the novel he wrote, and that the world he described felt so real to her that she has to talk about it with him. Her words make Zhang Hao nervous because it sounds like she might have figured something out about him, but at the same time, he is curious to know what she has discovered about the Red Moon. He sits down, pretending to talk casually about his novel, while his stomach growls from hunger. He has not eaten since morning because he was too anxious around Chen. Nan looks at him and finds him both cute and arrogant as he impatiently waits for the food. She suddenly asks what it would take for him to spend the night with her. Jiang Hao, startled, asks her not to be so persistent. Nan then stretches her legs and tells him to look into her eyes when he says things like that, since she has already caught him checking her out. Jiang Hao tries to lie, saying he was only admiring how expensive her clothes looked, but it is an obvious excuse. Nan takes her chance and sits right on his lap. Jiang Hao freezes and asks her to behave herself, but Nan replies softly that since he is destined to be hers, there is no reason for her to show restraint. The poor boy is confused and nervous, not sure what is happening to him. He wants to push her away, but at the same time, the warmth of her body on his lap feels too good to resist. He blushes without meaning to, and Nan notices it. She does not like losing control. Jiang Hao warns her that if she keeps teasing him, he will give her a good spanking. He tries to push her off, but she barely moves. It feels like pushing against a wall. His body is still weak, and Nan calmly tells him to slow down because his wrist is still injured. Jiang Hao grits his teeth, feeling a burst of strength rise inside him, and in one quick motion, he manages to push her down and ends up on top of her. For a moment, the air between them changes. Nan looks into his eyes and feels something powerful, something she cannot quite name. She whispers that it must be connected to the blood moon she has been studying, and says that she wants to share it with him. Back at the residence, Chen is lying around lazily, yawning and doing almost nothing. He keeps wondering why Chen is not interested in him because, in his mind, he only wants to have a bit of fun with her. But suddenly, he notices Yue Hua standing outside the house and instantly perks up. He thinks that he has finally found a worthy opponent and feels lucky because he has seen two beautiful women in one single day. He cheerfully greets Chen as she walks by, but she only sidesteps him and keeps going, completely ignoring him. Chen stands there awkwardly and wonders if maybe he smells bad or said something wrong. Just then, Jiang Hao's parents arrive at the door and ask Chen what he is doing outside when they notice Yue Hua standing there as well. Jiang Hao's father looks annoyed and scolds Yue Hua for hanging around their house again instead of being on her own. But Yue Hua remains polite as ever and bows her head slightly, surprising both of them with her calmness. She then hands them a bag, saying that it's a small gift from her for the family, and that there's a separate one for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's father sighs and tells her that she should give up already and stop chasing after Jiang Hao. He firmly says he will never allow his son to fall in love while still in high school. Even Jiang Hao's mother looks a bit sorry for Yue Hua, gently warning her not to waste money like this. Chen standing by cannot believe what he's hearing. The fact that such a pretty girl is actually chasing Jiang Hao shocks him completely. But Yue Hua defends herself quietly, saying that she does not want to fall in love with Jiang Hao. She only wants to stay by his side for the rest of his life as a close companion. Her words, however, do not sit well with Jiang Hao's parents. They exchange looks, thinking she sounds shameless for saying that so boldly in front of them. Still, seeing how desperate she seems, Jiang Hao's father hesitates and looks at the gift bag again, unsure what to do. Jiang Hao's mother, however, keeps her composure. She gives Yue Hua a polite but firm smile and asks her to keep her distance from Jiang Hao, saying it would be better for everyone. Chen quietly watches all this unfold and begins plotting in his head. He thinks that if he plays this right, he could use this situation to gain control over Yue Hua and maybe make her fall for him instead. But before he can act, Yue Hua shocks everyone once again. She looks straight at Jiang Hao's mother and says with calm determination that she will not leave Jiang Hao alone. She insists that he is an important person to her, and she wants to stay by his side in any way possible for the rest of his life. Her words silence everyone, and for a moment, even Chen is impressed by her courage. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Nan are together, and Jiang Hao finally asks her about her near-death experience. Nan's expression softens as she begins to explain. She says that during one of her missions, she was gravely wounded and thought her life was coming to an end. Just as her vision began to fade, she saw something extraordinary in the sky, a blood-red moon, glowing brighter than anything she had ever seen. Then everything went black, and she fell into a deep, endless dream. When she finally woke up, she was alive again, miraculously healed. Since that day, she has believed that it was the power of that blood moon that saved her. Jiang Hao listens carefully but cannot help feeling skeptical. He says maybe what she saw was just an illusion caused by the trauma of her injuries. But Nan shakes her head and says that is impossible because her wound was fatal, far beyond what any normal medicine could heal. She explains that ever since then, she has been studying the strange phenomenon and has recently seen the blood moon appear again. Her voice lowers as she looks directly at Jiang Hao and says that the night she saw it for the second time was the same night he appeared in this world. Nan says that after she started getting a little suspicious, she began observing Jiang Hao's behavior closely. Soon, she noticed that something about him felt completely different compared to the information she had before the appearance of the blood moon. His actions, his words, even the way he looked at the world seemed unusual. Then, after reading the world he described in his novel, Nan realized something chilling. The world in his story was eerily similar to the one she had seen in her dreams. That was when she became convinced that he and the Blood Moon shared a mysterious connection. Jang Hao sits frozen, realizing that this smart and beautiful woman genuinely trusts him, maybe more than anyone else ever has. Nan suddenly stands up and walks toward him, her eyes sharp but calm. Jang Hao blinks, completely confused, as she starts unbuttoning her shirt, making him shriek in panic. But Nan only lifts her top slightly, revealing a small part of her stomach. Her tone is serious as she explains that she once had a fatal wound there, but now it's completely healed without leaving even a scar. She tells him that she was the only survivor in a mission where everyone else died, and that she has been trying to uncover the truth ever since. What she wants now is to know more about the world he came from. Jang Hao realizes that he cannot keep lying anymore. He takes a moment and says that he will tell her the truth, but only under a few conditions. He explains that he will help her, but only when he is free, meaning she cannot just summon him whenever she wants. He also warns her not to contact his family or use him for her research without permission. Nan listens quietly, then sighs and smiles a little, saying that his conditions sound rather dramatic, but she agrees. With that settled, Jang Hao takes a deep breath and finally confesses. He tells her that he indeed came from another world, and after seeing the Blood Moon, everything around him changed. When he woke up, he found himself in a completely different world, one where everyone was strangely feminine and delicate, and that's where his story began. Meanwhile, at home, Jang Hao's father is still thinking about Yue Hua and her stubbornness. He notices the backpack she was carrying and how her clothes were sticking to her from the heat. She must have been standing outside for a long time. Feeling a little guilty, he says that none of them have bad intentions toward her and that she really can be friends with Jang Hao if she wants to. He gently tells her to go home now because it's getting late and her family might worry. But Yue Hua shakes her head and says she wants to come inside and play with Jang Hao. When she learns he isn't home, she hands over the gift bag again, bows politely, and leaves quietly. Jang Hao's parents exchange a look, realizing how persistent and determined that rich girl really is. When they come inside and open the gift, their eyes widen. Inside the bag are pieces of expensive-looking jewelry that sparkle under the light. Chen Chen, however, looks annoyed, unable to stand the fact that such a cute and elegant girl is chasing Jang Hao and not him. Jang Hao's mother examines the jewelry carefully, saying that it all looks surprisingly real. Just then, Chen Chen walks in and asks what all the fuss is about. When she sees the jewelry on the table, she raises an eyebrow and asks who gave it to them. Jang Hao's mother replies that it was Yue Hua. Chen Chen scoffs, saying the jewelry looks fake and that Yue Hua's feelings must be just as fake as her gifts. Chen Chen frowns and picks up a sapphire ring from the pile, her eyes narrowing. After a moment, her expression completely changes. She recognizes the ring immediately. It's a well-known national treasure, one that doesn't even have a market price. If it ever did, it would be worth tens of millions. Everyone freezes in shock. The entire room goes silent as they realize they just called such priceless jewelry fake, simply because they were poor and couldn't imagine owning anything so valuable. Jang Hao finally lays everything out, saying that his real name is Jang Hao, but he does not belong to this world. Nan listens in stunned silence as the truth sinks in. She realizes that parallel universes and alternate spaces are real. Her mind races with possibilities while Jang Hao continues, explaining that in his world, things are very different. Over there, men chase after women. Nan, curious and amused, asks if the men even go as far as showing off their chests to attract lovers. Jang Hao awkwardly admits that yes, it's quite normal. In fact, he says he's just an ordinary guy. Ignoring the part about him leaving, she leans forward and mischievously asks him to take off his shirt to prove what he just said. Jang Hao blinks, completely thrown off, but tries to explain that back home, men often took off their shirts shamelessly, especially after a fight or when it was hot. Just hearing that makes Nan blush deeply. She has never heard something like this before, at least not in real life. She's only ever seen it in questionable corners of the internet, and now curiosity gets the better of her. She urges him again to prove it. Jang Hao looks nervous, scratching the back of his neck, but slowly begins unbuttoning his shirt. When he notices the hungry glint in Nan's eyes, it hits him that he's walked right into her trap. He feels embarrassed, yet he can't back out now. As the shirt comes off, a wave of awkwardness rushes through him, and he suddenly remembers the warning of the Moonblood goddess. If he fails to become a real man, he'll be completely assimilated into this world. That thought chills him for a moment, making him wonder if he's already starting to change. Nan, however, is completely mesmerized. She has never seen anything like this before and can't help but stare. Her face heats up as she murmurs that the men of his world truly are incredible. But even in her daze, she finally asks him to put his shirt back on because she honestly cannot take it anymore. Jang Hao hurriedly does as told, feeling like he's lost a lot today. His composure, his dignity, maybe even his sanity. Nan finally clears her throat and says that from now on, they'll work as partners. She agrees to all of his terms and conditions. Jang Hao no Diaz, relieved, and adds that he'll be busy for a while and has things he needs to handle. Nan gives him a teasing look and still invites him to stay the night. but Zhang Hao instantly refuses, saying that not even if she paid him would he do that. Meanwhile, back at home, Qin is sitting quietly, examining the sapphire ring again. The glow of it reflects in her eyes as she realizes just how easily Yue Hua can give something so rare and expensive to Zhang Hao. A wave of jealousy runs through her. She can't compete with Yue Hua's wealth, but then a sly thought forms in her mind. If she plays her cards right, she can use this gold digger gemstone to her advantage and make sure Zhang Hao stays hers, no matter what. When Zhang Hao arrives back home, his father instantly starts scolding him for staying out too late. Then he demands to know why Yue Hua sent them such expensive gifts. After checking, they discovered that nearly 80 of the diamonds were real and extremely valuable, and they simply cannot accept them. Zhang Hao's eyes widen in shock, and he thinks Yue Hua must have gone completely insane to give him something so expensive. Meanwhile, Qin comments on how rich, beautiful, and attractive Yue Hua is, emphasizing once again how unbelievably rich she seems. Zhang Hao's father quickly scolds him again, warning him not to get involved with anyone just because they are wealthy, not even in friendship. Zhang Hao insists that there are no romantic feelings between him and Yue Hua, and that they are just good friends. Meanwhile, Qin, who hasn't received a single gift from Yue Hua, feels miserable. If she had given him such expensive jewelry, he would have been the happiest person alive. Jealousy eats at him as he wonders why Yue Hua favors Zhang Hao and not him. A sneaky plan forms in his mind. He vows to win Yue Hua over and become rich through her, and if that fails, he can always turn to Qin, who he thinks is even hotter than Yue Hua. After all, he's surrounded by beautiful women everywhere. All he needs to do is rely on his so-called power of seduction. Later that evening, Yue Hua arrives at Zhang Hao's house, and Zhang Hao immediately asks her to take back the gifts because they're too expensive and his family cannot accept them. Qin now feels like it's his time to shine. Apparently, the first rule of being a charming man is to act weak and close the distance between himself and the stronger woman. The second rule is to make small, lasting impressions, so he quickly starts trying to build a connection with Yue Hua. The third rule is to create physical contact, so he pretends to stumble, expecting Yue Hua to catch him gracefully. But Yue Hua, who has not a single graceful bone in her body, kicks him away instead. Then, in an innocent tone, she asks if he's okay, pointing out that he tripped over nothing. Zhang Hao feels embarrassed, asking her to stop kicking his cousin, while Qin is humiliated that his entire seduction plan has fallen apart. Yue Hua then turns to Zhang Hao and asks if he doesn't like the gifts she brought. Zhang Hao's parents quickly explain that the gifts are simply too expensive and it isn't right to accept them. Zhang Hao adds that he doesn't need gifts to prove their friendship, and the family politely tries to return her kindness. But Yue Hua takes it the wrong way. She thinks everyone hates her now, and even Zhang Hao doesn't like her anymore. That's when Zhang Hao's parents realize they've made a serious mistake. Qin steps in again, saying that since Zhang Hao and Yue Hua are just friends, there's no reason for anyone to dislike her. In fact, if Yue Hua stays friends with Zhang Hao, Qin will be happy to have her around. Of course, Qin's real motive is to make sure Yue Hua doesn't make a move on Zhang Hao, keeping him all to herself while quietly removing the threat. She offers to take Yue Hua home, but before she can, her mother interrupts, insisting that she'll take her instead. The mother clearly knows her daughter too well and suspects that Qin's interest in girls might not be entirely pretend. Qin realizes that her little strategy of acting like a lesbian might be backfiring on her. Inside the car, the situation gets awkward. Because of the mother's suspicion, Qin's sister is asked to sit in the front seat, leaving Qin and Clark together in the back. Qin, ever the opportunist, tries once more to impress Yue Hua, suggesting they connect on social media because he wants to buy some jewelry. Zhang Hao quickly steps in to defend her, saying that Yue Hua has a busy life and can't just mingle with random people. Qin ends up embarrassed again. Then Zhang Hao, without realizing how it looks, keeps his arm around Yue Hua, which immediately catches Qin's eye. She warns him not to get too close, using the excuse that the car is too small. But Zhang Hao completely misreads her tone, thinking she's jealous about how close he and Yue Hua are sitting. Zhang Hao thinks that his sister must have fallen in love with Yue Hua, which explains why she is acting so strange. Because when it comes to Yue Hua, she has a charm that works on both men and women. That is why Zhang Hao decides he needs to work harder over the next few days, so he can treat Qin's condition and help her return to normal. The next morning, Qin calls him for breakfast. When he comes downstairs, he asks where their parents are. Qin replies that they stayed over at the cousin's house and left early in the morning. Zhang Hao realizes this means they are alone, which makes it the perfect chance to carry out his plan to help her. He walks closer to her and suddenly wraps his arms around her from behind. Qin freezes, her face turning red. She doesn't understand what's happening. Zhang Hao quietly says that he lied to her before and he is sorry for it. Qin, who had been planning to make up with Zhang Hao after breakfast, is completely caught off guard by his sudden affection. His touch feels warm and comforting, and her heart starts to race. To her, it feels like the best morning she has ever had. She smiles shyly and says that what happened before was sad, but it's all in the past now. They should focus on the future instead. From now on, she says, they need to be honest with each other. Zhang Hao agrees, but deep inside, he still hides something from her. The thought brings him a small wave of guilt, though he promises himself that once everything is solved, he will tell her the truth. They both reconcile, and Zhang Hao takes this chance to ask if she has fallen in love with Yue Hua. Chen Qin looks shocked and a little disgusted that he would think that way. Then she bursts out laughing, saying Zhang Hao should not bring Yue Hua home again because she cannot control herself around her. She reminds him that he was the one who wanted her to be steered in the right direction. Zhang Hao no Diaz and says it's time for their special training. Chen Qin blushes instantly, her heart beating faster. She knows what that means, and she can't help but feel excited. They go into Zhang Hao's room, and for a long while they stay close to each other. The air between them grows warm, and Chen Qin feels like she's living one of the dreams she's always secretly had. She can hardly believe that it's really happening. For her, it's a moment she has imagined her entire life, and now it feels almost unreal. Meanwhile, far from their home, the secretary visits the kindergarten where Zhang Hao and Chen Qin once studied. She greets the teacher politely and asks for details about the two of them when they were children. The teacher hesitates but eventually opens an old envelope filled with records and photos. The moment she does, her expression changes. Her hands tremble slightly, and a wave of dread washes over her. The secretary watches quietly, and then says that she is looking for something specific, something unusual about a girl who once attended the school. She asks how a young girl could have had the power to blackmail a teacher into covering up for her. The teacher's face goes pale as the truth from the past starts to resurface. The teacher used to see Chen Qin's face in her nightmares, and now those nightmares are coming true. She trembles and asks the secretary how she found out about all this. The secretary simply replies that it is not her concern. She only wants to know what happened back then. The teacher takes a shaky breath and says that she will never forget Chen Qin for as long as she lives. Years ago, she was the teacher on duty when it all happened. She was the one who interrogated little Chen Qin, begging her to tell her where she had taken Zhang Hao the previous day and what she had done to him. But Chen Qin was a strange child. She listened quietly and then lied, saying that they just played together all day, even asking if Zhang Hao was all right. The teacher tried to argue back, saying that Zhang Hao could never be fine after what happened. Chen Qin had taken him without permission. She had kidnapped him, and she had put his life in danger, all for a game. The teacher lost her patience and threatened to call Chen Qin's mother. She said that Chen Qin was too unstable and dangerous to stay in their kindergarten. That's when Chen Qin, still calm, said something that made the teacher freeze. Little Chen Qin told her that it wasn't smart to snitch because, in the end, it was the teacher's fault too. She reminded her that she was the one in charge that day, and if she hadn't been so careless, Zhang Hao would never have been kidnapped. If anyone found out the truth, the teacher would lose her job and reputation. Chen Qin said that if she wanted to expose her, she was welcome to do so, but she would be going down with her. The teacher realized the terrifying truth in Chen Qin's words and started to panic. Chen Qin smiled and said that she would keep quiet about everything as long as the teacher did the same. All she had to do was keep Chen Qin's secret, that she took Zhang Hao outside, because if one truth came out, the other would too. The secretary listens carefully and then asks if the teacher ever healed from that incident or from the threat. The teacher shakes her head and says that it didn't end there. Even after Chen Qin's threat, she contacted the girl's house and tried to report her, but things didn't go as she expected. The family told her that Chen Qin wouldn't return to the daycare and that they were moving away. After that, Chen Qin stopped coming to the kindergarten, and the whole matter was swept under the rug, but the teacher says it never truly felt resolved. The secretary then asks if she has any idea what happened to the boy while he was kidnapped. The teacher says she doesn't know the full story, but she heard from other students that Chen Qin used to treat Zhang Hao like her personal toy. She sighs and says that, looking at them now, it almost feels like those stories came true. Zhang Hao and Chen Qin are together again, and no one realizes the manipulation behind their relationship. Meanwhile, Chen Qin is lost in her own thoughts, completely unaware of the dark conversation about her past. She is on cloud 9, feeling closer to Zhang Hao than ever before. She had once believed that Zhang Hao would prefer a strong woman, but now she realizes he likes being the one in control. She gazes at him with admiration and affection, her heart full. Smiling softly, she says that he is simply the most amazing person she has ever met in her life. Zhang Hao feels that he might be having a moment with Chen Qin, so he asks her if she wants to continue their training. Chen Qin tilts her head in confusion and asks what he means. Zhang Hao says that she needs to get more comfortable with a man's touch, and if she keeps trying and doesn't give up, one day she will be able to accept herself completely. He is determined to be there for her no matter what. Chen Qin can feel that he's trying to stay calm on the outside, but deep down he is just as passionate about her as she is about him. Chen Qin blushes and softly says that he can do whatever he wants with her, and she won't complain. Zhang Hao starts to sweat, feeling both nervous and excited, and slowly takes off her Zhang Haoette. The air between them grows heavy as they both share one moment after another, losing track of time, lost in each other. They are breathless, their hearts pounding, unable to stop. Jang Hao takes off his own shirt, and Chen Chen almost bursts from shyness as she stares at him, her face bright red. She can't believe he took the lead again, doing something so bold and unexpected. To her, it feels like a dream come true. Every part of her plan worked out exactly how she hoped. She smiles cunningly, thinking that all her effort in training him since childhood wasn't for nothing. She remembers how she once kidnapped him to teach him a few things, and now it has finally paid off. Her goal was to make him a playful man who would chase her around, a charming husband and a loving father on the outside, but someone who could also be passionate and daring behind closed doors. To her, it's perfect. Now there is only one last step left, to be completely open with him. Zheng Hao continues their intimate moment, but this time Chen Chen starts to feel a little nervous. She worries that they might be crossing too many lines too quickly. Zheng Hao, on the other hand, feels that he can't hold himself back anymore. Ever since he came back to this world, he has longed for a woman's touch, and now he finally has it. He tells Chen Chen that this is how she will overcome her fear of the opposite gender. Chen Qin's heart races, torn between fear and desire. She feels happy, but at the same time she realizes things are slipping out of her control. Zheng Hao gently calms her down, and in that moment, Chen Chen understands that for once, she is no longer the one in control of anything. She starts wondering if Zheng Hao is already this intense as a young man. What will happen when he grows into a proper adult and becomes a husband? The thought makes her blush and worry that her body might never get any rest. She even finds herself thinking about what kind of doctor she would have to see when Zheng Hao is finally done exhausting her completely. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao finds Emma adorable. She's scared and embarrassed, and he never imagined that women in this world could have such a shy and hidden side. He smiles faintly, saying there's no time to dwell on the past, but just as he's about to continue, a sharp pain shoots through his stomach. Emma immediately asks what's wrong, but Zheng Hao starts to look pale and unwell. She realizes that it must be because of a hormonal shift and quickly does the math in her head, remembering that she thought it would happen at the end of the month, not now. That's when Zheng Hao suddenly understands that in this world, men experience menstruation instead of women, and he did not expect the pain to be this bad. Emma rushes to his side, telling him to stay put while she gets him some water. Later, she feels stressed thinking how close they came to going too far, and how she completely forgot that it was the end of the month for Zheng Hao. But one thing becomes clear to her. Zheng Hao definitely has deeper feelings for her than he admits. That realization gives her courage. She decides that, no matter what happens, she will confess everything to him soon, even if it risks their relationship. She can't keep her true feelings hidden anymore. She makes breakfast for him and tells him to eat something warm so he can feel better. Zheng Hao slowly starts to recover, though he still doesn't feel his best. He asks Emma if she has any medicine for the pain since she's a doctor. Emma says that medicine can help, but it might have some side effects. Still, she explains that it's a good sign, because this process helps regulate his hormones and release the stress that builds up in his body. Once it's over, he will feel more balanced and calm. She then offers to give him a gentle massage to help with the discomfort. Emma starts to softly massage his stomach, asking him to relax while she plays some quiet, soothing music. The peaceful atmosphere makes him feel safe and content, something he hasn't felt in a long time. As he listens to the music and feels Emma's careful touch, he realizes that he doesn't want to go back to his original world anymore. He wants to stay here, with her. The thought of leaving and returning to a world where Emma doesn't exist feels unbearable. Meanwhile, Nan is in her office, furious as she looks over the old kindergarten files of both Zheng Hao and Emma. She knows something is deeply wrong with Emma, but she needs more evidence before making a move. Her secretary asks what their next step should be or if they should invite Emma directly. Nan takes a deep breath, knowing she's about to break her promise to Zheng Hao, and says that even though he asked her not to contact him, she has no choice but to do it. On the other hand, Chen Chen looks at Zheng Hao's peaceful, sleeping face and thinks he looks absolutely adorable. Just then, his phone starts buzzing. She quickly turns it off, relieved that she caught it in time. If it had gone on any longer, Zheng Hao would have woken up. She sighs, realizing she was careless, and decides she needs to be more cautious next time. As she picks up his phone to silence the notifications, a message flashes on the screen. It's from an unknown number, and it includes her kindergarten file, asking her to come meet the sender. Chen Chen freezes, her mind racing. Someone is investigating her, and that is not good at all. She looks back at Zheng Hao's calm face, leans down, and kisses him softly on the cheek, whispering in her heart that she will do everything to make sure he always stays hers. Meanwhile, Nan sits in a quiet restaurant, waiting for Chen Chen to arrive. When Chen Chen walks in, she wastes no time. Her first question is direct. She asks if Nan is the one investigating her. Nan remains calm, her tone light as if it's no big deal, but Chen Chen is already on edge. She asks who Nan really is. Nan answers without hesitation, saying she likes Zheng Hao and that Chen Chen should leave him alone. Chen Chen almost laughs, pretending to find the situation amusing. She always knew a day like this would come because Zheng Hao is tall, kind, and handsome. Of course, many girls would be after him. She shrugs, calling herself just another normal admirer, nothing special. Then she smirks, teasing that Nan should be the one to back off, because Jung Hao clearly likes someone else. Nan doesn't flinch. Instead, she takes out a neat stack of photographs and lays them on the table. Her voice stays cool as she asks what Jung Hao would think if he found out these pictures existed. The photos show Chen Chen watching Jung Hao for years, following him, keeping track of every move. But Chen Chen stays unfazed, her expression steady. She asks if Nan really thinks she can threaten her with these. She says Jung Hao will believe her no matter what because if she tells him she was protecting him, he will believe it. Nan clenches her jaw, saying she's the one who has protected Jung Hao since childhood, not Chen Chen. She insists she cares about him for who he is, not his looks, and that is why he can only belong to her. She accuses Nan of trying to twist the truth to make Chen Chen look bad. She even points out that if Nan could dig up this kind of information so easily, she must be rich and powerful. Chen Chen's voice turns sharp as she says Nan can use all her money to make others bow, but not Jung Hao. He's a man of strong morals and a good heart, which is exactly why Nan is drawn to him. She calls it nothing more than spoiled stubbornness from a rich girl who can't stand rejection. Then she adds that it's too bad because Jung Hao truly likes her, not Nan. The tension between them thickens. Nan claps slowly, her smile cold. She says Chen Chen really is someone capable of blackmailing a teacher even at 7 years old. Then she introduces herself as the CEO of Feng Hong. The name hits Chen Chen hard, and for a moment, fear flashes in her eyes. Nan calmly sets down her coffee cup and says she promised Jung Hao she would never hurt his family. But if Chen Chen crosses the line, she won't see her as family anymore, and will make her regret it. As she stands up to leave, Nan adds one last thing. She says Chen Chen talks so confidently about liking Jung Hao, but she wonders if Chen Chen has noticed that Jung Hao isn't the same person he was back in kindergarten. Those words strike a nerve. Chen Chen's smile fades as confusion mixes with anger. Something about that sentence doesn't sit right with her. Deep down, she feels a spark of suspicion growing. She starts wondering if the Jung Hao she's been with all this time is truly the same one she's known her whole life. Back at home, Jung Hao wakes up from his nap and sees Chen Chen sitting by her computer. When she notices him stirring, she walks over with a warm smile and hands him a hot water bag for his cramps. But then, in her usual teasing way, she drops a small bomb. She says that while he was asleep, she read his novel, and the world he wrote about feels oddly real. Her tone softens, and she says it almost sounds as if Jung Hao actually came from that other world. Chen Chen comments on how vivid Jung Hao's imagination must be to write something like that. But Jung Hao quickly tries to argue, saying it's nothing special and that he writes rather recklessly. Chen Chen laughs and says she didn't expect him to like girls so much since the protagonist of his book seems to be surrounded by them. Then she teasingly asks if he got so lonely that he imagined a girl to take care of him. They start talking about it, and Chen Chen even offers to take him to a psychiatrist if he ever feels too lonely. She hands him the hot pad again, reminding him to take care of himself. Then, without warning, she hugs him tightly and says that if he ever feels uncomfortable or has something on his mind, he should always tell her. She promises she'll always be on his side. The next day, Jung Hao is still thinking about their strange conversation and how oddly Chen Chen behaved. While having lunch with Yue Hua, she surprises him by offering a toy she made just for him. Jung Hao smiles and asks if she's kept all her previous jewelry safe, and Yue Hua nods, saying she has. Then she opens a lunchbox filled with food and tells him she brought a buffet just for him. Jung Hao laughs a little, telling her to calm down and relax, that she doesn't have to act perfect all the time or try so hard to impress him. But Yue Hua insists that she just wants to be there for him in any way she can. Jung Hao explains that sharing small things like toys is fine, but giving jewelry can be a little too much and even controversial. Yue Hua frowns, saying she only wanted to show her kindness. She then asks if she's somehow made his family hate her even more. Jung Hao smiles softly and tells her she's adorable, and that's not how people work. He explains that she needs to observe how others behave and then decide how she should respond. Yue Hua admits she's never really talked to many people before, and whenever she does, she just wants to make them happy. Jung Hao reassures her, saying he's always happy when he's with her. Still, Yue Hua can't stop worrying that Jung Hao's family might dislike her. Jung Hao sighs and tells her that they don't hate her. They just don't want the two of them to fall in love too soon. But Yue Hua starts thinking about how Chen Chen treated her and says that Chen Chen seems to be the one who doesn't like her very much. She says she felt hostility from her, as if Chen Chen wants to keep her away from Jung Hao. Jung Hao realizes Yue Hua is feeling insecure and stands up, telling her not to force anyone to like her. He reminds her that she's Yue Hua, the granddaughter and heir of a powerful family, and that she's amazing just the way she is. Yue Hua smiles and suddenly mentions that she's learned how to swim. Jung Hao grins and says they should celebrate that, and an idea sparks in his mind. He tells her they're going to have some fun that weekend. When the weekend arrives, Jung Hao waits for her and is taken aback when he sees how beautifully she's dressed, almost as if they're going on a date. Yue Hua blushes and shyly takes out a small diary titled, "Things to Do for a Great Date with Jung Hao." Zhang Hao realizes she's been preparing for this for a long time. He didn't even think something like that existed, but when Yuehua opens it, the first item says they should go to the cinema. She proudly shows him the tickets she already bought, saying she's been planning this for weeks. It's their first date, and she wants to make him the happiest guy in the world. Zhang Hao smiles warmly, takes her hand, and tells her he'll always be happy as long as she is. With that, they hold hands and walk together toward the movie theater. Yuehua looks a little uneasy as they step into the crowded movie theater, and Zhang Hao immediately notices. He leans toward her and asks what's wrong. She hesitates for a moment, then admits that there are a lot of people around and asks if everyone eats popcorn while watching movies. Zhang Hao chuckles and tells her that of course they can, as long as they're not too loud. They find their seats, and Yuehua quietly looks around, amazed by the huge screen and all the people laughing and talking. Zhang Hao watches her for a moment and realizes that she must be used to watching movies privately in her luxurious home. He's sure of it because he knows Nan owns a private airport, so it wouldn't be surprising if Yuehua had a personal theater too. Just as the lights dim, Zhang Hao's phone starts buzzing. He glances at the screen and sees Nan's name. Yuehua looks at him and asks softly if he's busy. Zhang Hao thinks for a second but decides that this is Yuehua's special day, something she's been looking forward to for a long time. So he ends the call and puts his phone away, choosing to give her his full attention. The movie begins, and they sit quietly at first. Zhang Hao soon realizes it's another typical romantic film, the kind he usually finds boring. He didn't expect Yuehua to pick something like this, since she's always been into action, soldiers, and guns. But before he can complain, he feels her hand gently touch his. He turns to her and whispers, asking if she needs something. Yuehua blushes slightly and leans close to his ear, whispering that the guide she read said couples can hold hands during a movie, and that afterward, they can even share a kiss. Zhang Hao blinks in surprise, realizing once again that Yuehua has her own unique way of doing things. She looks serious though, and softly says that they haven't kissed in a very long time. Zhang Hao sighs, trying to keep things under control, and explains that kissing is something people do when they really like someone, and it's something that usually happens between married couples. Yuehua looks straight at him and replies that if marriage is what it takes to get a kiss, then maybe they should get married. Zhang Hao is completely thrown off. He tells her she's depending on him too much, but Yuehua shakes her head and flips open her little guidebook, pointing to a line that says, "Girls should be more dominant." Before Zhang Hao can react, she leans forward and tries to kiss him. He panics and whispers that they're still in a movie theater, but Yuehua doesn't stop. She climbs onto his lap, looks him in the eyes, and confesses that she really likes him. Then she starts kissing his neck, and Zhang Hao feels his thoughts blur, his heart racing as he struggles to hold himself back. He knows it's wrong, but he can't deny that he's enjoying the closeness. When the movie ends, they walk out of the theater, the air between them heavy and tense. Yuehua happily pulls out her little guide again, flipping through the next page as if nothing happened. Zhang Hao, however, looks frustrated. He tells her sharply that from now on, she should stop following that guide and listen only to him. Zhang Hao is still a little curious, so he asks to see Yuehua's diary. The moment he opens it, he realizes it's a complete mess. She has been taking her romantic advice from all the wrong places. Zhang Hao sighs, rubbing his forehead, and scolds her gently, telling her that she should do anything but not follow these ridiculous lessons because none of this is acceptable. Yuehua looks a bit embarrassed but admits that she just wants to be with him, and that he can ask her to do anything he wants. Zhang Hao realizes that for her own good, he needs to show her what a real date should feel like. He confiscates her diary and promises to teach her the meaning of genuine happiness himself. To start, he takes her to a video game cybercafe. Yuehua looks completely lost as soon as they step inside, her eyes darting between the flashing screens and loud players. Zhang Hao laughs a little and asks if she has ever been to a place like this before. Yuehua shakes her head and says that her family doesn't allow it. Zhang Hao grins and tells her that this will be their little secret. If anyone finds out, he'll be the one in trouble for bringing her there. He asks her to pick her character avatar, explaining that even though she grew up with strict rules and formal education, she should still learn how to loosen up once in a while. He reminds her that she's already amazing, smart, well-mannered, and from a good family, but what he truly wants for her is to be happy. He starts teaching her how to play, showing her how to aim and shoot. Within a few minutes, Yuehua gets the hang of it, and Zhang Hao can't help but smile. He realizes she's a fast learner and that her love for action movies and weapons gives her a natural instinct for games like this. She's focused, competitive, and surprisingly good. When their time runs out, Yuehua pouts, saying she wants to play more, but Zhang Hao tells her that they shouldn't get addicted, and it's time to move on. They step out into the bright sunlight, chatting about the experience. Zhang Hao admits that even though he has a computer at home, going to a cyber cafe feels different, more nostalgic and strangely comforting. Yuehua nods an agreement, clearly thrilled by the day so far. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing. She picks it up, listens for a moment, and then hangs up. Zhang Hao asks if she needs to head home, but Yuehua shakes her head and says she wants to spend the entire day with him. Zhang Hao smiles at her determination, and they continue their day together. Their next stop is the arcade. They play all kinds of games, laughing and cheering for each other like kids. After a while, they leave the arcade and stroll through the mall, still buzzing with excitement. Yehua looks around happily and says she wants to take a lot of pictures to capture every moment of their day together. Zhang Hao smiles softly and tells her that it doesn't matter, because they'll have plenty more fun dates like this in the future. Just as he says that, a sleek black car suddenly pulls up beside them. Zhang Hao's heart skips a beat, thinking it might be Nan. But when the door opens, he realizes it's not her. It's Yuehua's butler, who steps out and bows slightly before saying that Yuehua's father has returned. He adds that her father not only wants to see Yuehua, but also wants to meet Zhang Hao. On the other hand, Yuehua's father is thinking about everything he knows so far about her friendship with Zhang Hao. He remembers how Zhang Hao asked Yuehua for money not long after they met, and the amount wasn't small either. On top of that, Zhang Hao often gets into fights and has become a small internet sensation. And now Yuehua has even brought him home. The whole situation is strange, yet exciting, and Yuehua's father feels curious to finally meet the man who has been spending so much time with his daughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is nervous and a bit scared. He wonders what Yuehua's father wants with him today. The whole situation feels so tense that he almost feels like he's being kidnapped. In his mind, it even feels like everyone might accuse him of kidnapping a lady from a noble family. The butler, noticing his anxiety, tells him to relax, assuring him that his master is a decent man who doesn't usually mock others. When Zhang Hao enters the room, he sees Yuehua's father sitting at the head of the table. They greet each other politely, and Zhang Hao immediately notices that Yuehua's father looks a lot like her. Yuehua's father starts by asking Yuehua if she had fun that day, then tells her to go change because she looks a little messy. After she leaves, Zhang Hao feels a strange heaviness in the air, as if something bad is about to happen. Yuehua's father begins to eat and says that Yuehua always talks about how Zhang Hao takes good care of her. He adds that, as her father, he wants to thank him for that. Zhang Hao says it's not a big deal, but he notices that the man doesn't even look at him while speaking. Something about his tone feels cold and distant, as if he already doesn't like him. Then suddenly, Yuehua's father drops his polite act. He says that if Zhang Hao really wants to be close to Yuehua, he should just name his price to stay away from her completely. Zhang Hao is stunned but not surprised. It feels like a typical cliché. He insists that they're only friends, but Yuehua's father remains upset, pointing out that Yuehua skipped a family dinner just to go on a date with him. Zhang Hao feels nervous because he didn't know that. He quickly apologizes, saying that Yuehua never told him about the dinner. Yuehua's father sighs and says he doesn't blame him. In fact, he should thank him. Then he slides a credit card across the table. Zhang Hao is instantly offended. He tells him that he's misunderstanding everything, that he and Yuehua are just good friends. But Yuehua's father insists again, which only makes Zhang Hao angrier. He says that he feels insulted because if it weren't for the fact that he's Yuehua's father, he would have punched him. Zhang Hao takes a breath and stands up for himself. He says that Yuehua's father has it all wrong. When he first met Yuehua, she was a quiet and shy girl who seemed disconnected from the world. After spending time with her, he realized that she's actually very kind and gentle, but doesn't know how to express herself. He explains that he became friends with her out of kindness, and because she treats people with sincerity, not because she has money. He admits that he understands the difference between their worlds, but what he truly wants is to be there for Yuehua whenever she needs him. That, he says, is what real friendship means. He tells Yuehua's father to take back the credit card because it's an insult to him and to their friendship. Yuehua's father seems impressed by his words and even gives a faint smile. He says that being young and passionate is fine. Then, half-jokingly, he asks if Zhang Hao is selling his body since Yuehua brought him home, which makes Zhang Hao bristle. He says that he should trust Yuehua more because she's far stronger than he realizes. Yuehua's father laughs softly and admits that maybe his words were harsh. He admits that Zhang Hao seems like a nice boy and even attractive, and soon the two begin to talk more comfortably. By the end of the conversation, Yuehua's father says that he wants Zhang Hao to stay good friends with Yuehua. When it's time to leave, he and Zhang Hao walk together to the gate. He tells Zhang Hao that one day they should have lunch again and that he's proud of Yuehua for finding such a good friend. But before parting, Yuehua's father turns to him once more and, in front of his daughter, says he wants to make one thing clear. He repeats that Zhang Hao and Yuehua should remain only friends and must never date each other, which clearly upsets Yuehua. Zhang Hao doesn't say much, but promises that he will restrain himself. After a while, Yuehua's father mentions that he will be leaving for a month and quietly tells the butler to keep an eye on Zhang Hao while he is away. Once he leaves, Yuehua immediately turns to Zhang Hao and asks if her father made him uncomfortable. Zhang Hao smiles and tells her that it's not a problem at all. It only shows how much her father cares about her, and it's nice to see that kind of love. But then he checks his phone and sees several missed calls from home. When Zhang Hao returns home, he finds Chen Qin sitting alone and drinking. She looks tired, messy, and more than anything, disappointed. Zhang Hao walks over and asks what's wrong. Without waiting, she demands to know why he didn't answer her calls. She complains that he always comes home late, and it makes her worry about him. Jang Hao realizes he has messed up again. He apologizes, saying that he didn't hear his phone. He gently tells her to stop drinking and go to bed. For some reason, Chen Qin is in a strangely good mood tonight. She tells him not to apologize, saying it's normal for someone his age to hang out with classmates and friends. But if he's really sorry, he should spend the whole day with her tomorrow. Jang Hao agrees, saying that he only needs to talk to the streaming platform about work in the morning, and after that, he'll be all hers. Chen Qin smiles, saying she has a bit of work too, but after that, they can spend the day together relaxing and having fun. Jang Hao then tells her to wash up and says that she can give him a massage later. As he walks away, Chen Qin quietly realizes something. First, it was Nan, and now Yue Hua, and both of them are slowly trying to take Jang Hao away from her. She decides she needs to make Jang Hao someone who belongs only to her, and she needs to do it soon. The next day, Jang Hao has a meeting with his manager, Song. She clearly has a soft spot for him, though she hides it behind her professional tone. She tells him that his fan base is growing fast, and it's time to protect those numbers. She presents a plan, saying that they want to make a short video about Pure Land and promote it through different streamers. If he agrees, he will need to wear a very revealing outfit for the photo shoot. Jang Hao immediately refuses, saying he's not showing off his body just to get more views. Song smiles and says there's a second option. He can do a photo shoot in a King Arthur cosplay, wearing full armor. When Jang Hao looks at the reference photo, he actually likes it. The armor looks powerful and fits his tough image perfectly, so he agrees. The only issue is that the photo shoot will happen after they eat, which catches Jang Hao off guard. It almost feels like he just agreed to a date with Song disguised as work. Still, credit where it's due, Song takes him to the photo shoot, and it's all perfectly professional. Jang Hao wears the shining armor from head to toe, posing for photos on the beach. The wind blows, people stop to watch, and he quickly becomes the center of attention. The camera clicks non-stop and the crowd loves it. Meanwhile, in a corporate meeting somewhere else, a young woman is giving a presentation. She talks about how the beach where the photo shoot is happening is now attracting cosplayers and foreign tourists. She explains that it's a great opportunity for development and investment. She asks the drone operator to get a closer shot to show exclusive footage. But when the drone flies too close, Jang Hao notices it and doesn't like being filmed without permission. He grabs his prop sword and throws it at the drone, making it crash into the sand. The presentation ends in awkward silence. The presenter panics, apologizing and promising to find out who did it. Suddenly, a commanding voice fills the room. Nan, sitting at the head of the table, tells her coldly that if she ever pulls something like that again, she'll be fired. Everyone goes silent. It turns out the entire meeting is hosted by Nan's company. They're planning to invest billions in developing the new beach area. Jang Hao comes home still wearing his costume, feeling completely worn out. It turns out that posing for a photo shoot is far more tiring than it looks. Just as he's about to sit down, the doorbell rings. He assumes it's Chen Qin and thinks she must have forgotten her key, but when he opens the door, it's Nan. She looks annoyed, especially because he accidentally calls her by another girl's name. Before he can explain, she suddenly hugs him tightly, saying that if he doesn't answer his phone next time, she'll just show up at his door again. Jang Hao tries to calm her down, and they both sit together in the living room. Nan insists that since their relationship is now professional, they need to trust each other and answer their calls. Of course, she still wants to keep tabs on him and stay in control. Jang Hao no-ds nervously and says he'll contribute more and be a better part of her research team. He offers to make her some tea, but Nan ignores that and instead starts teasing him about his cosplay outfit, saying it suits him far too well for someone who claims to be working. Jang Hao sighs and asks if she really came just to scold him. Deep down, he's thinking how ironic it is that Nan was the one who pushed him into becoming a celebrity, and now she can't handle the little fame he's gained. He tries to explain that in his world, men are strong, dignified, and true to their word. He insists that he's not selling his body, he's just doing cosplay. But Nan enjoys pushing his buttons. She grabs him by the collar and tells him that he still owes her for the drone he destroyed. Jang Hao immediately realizes his luck has run out. Of course, it would be her drone. He offers to pay for it, asking how much it costs, but Nan smirks and says she has a better payment plan in mind. Before he can react, she jumps on him and starts kissing him. Nan whispers that it's his outfit that's turning her on, and Jang Hao teases back, saying that in his world, she'd look perfect wearing cat ears and a maid costume. Nan laughs and says that if he wants to see her in that outfit, maybe he should be the one to dress her himself. Jang Hao starts to play along and pulls her onto his lap. Nan realizes that Jang Hao is becoming bolder and more confident, and she loves it. He tries to lift her, but she's stronger than she looks, and he struggles under her weight. Nan bursts out laughing and decides to let him go, realizing she's been a bit rough on him. Jang Hao curses under his breath for his lack of strength, and they end up kissing again, the tension between them heating the room for the next half hour. When it's finally over, Jang Hao lies there disoriented and asks what she actually came to talk about. Nan then gets serious, saying she wanted to discuss the blood moon. She explains that the blood moon appears irregularly, but before the last one, there was a lunar eclipse. Zhang Hao shrugs, saying that lunar eclipses happen every 14 months and aren't always visible, so it's nothing special. But Nan shakes her head and says that this one was different. Normally, eclipses happen on the 15th or 16th day of the lunar calendar, but this one occurred on the first day. A lunar eclipse during a new moon is almost unheard of. She goes on to explain that the same rare phenomenon happened again when Zhang Hao arrived in this world. There was also a nationwide magnetic disturbance, though it varied in strength across the regions. According to her research, the critical point of that disturbance was half a month before she first encountered the blood moon. That means there was another lunar eclipse during the new moon, and something about that event could be connected to Zhang Hao's arrival. Zhang Hao begins to piece it together, realizing there might be a direct link between the two phenomena and the transfer of his soul to this world. They continue their discussion, completely absorbed in the mystery, when suddenly Chen Qin's voice echoes through the house. She announces that she's home. Zhang Hao freezes in place, panic rushing through him as he realizes he still has another girl in his house. Chen Qin drops the bag of groceries, staring at Zhang Hao with wide eyes. She looks shocked, but not because there is another girl in the house. She is stunned because Zhang Hao is standing there in an unbelly-nambly cute costume. For a moment, it feels like she is hallucinating. Her legs feel weak as she asks why he is dressed like that. Zhang Hao quickly explains that it was the agent's idea to build a small fan base. Chen Qin realizes that Zhang Hao really works hard to keep himself in shape, and she cannot help but think he looks adorable with his blonde hair. Zhang Hao then says he is going to take a shower, and Chen Qin instantly offers to give him a massage afterward. Zhang Hao laughs and says he might actually need her help since the outfit is too tight to take off alone, so she should come to his room. Chen Qin agrees right away, clearly too eager. They start talking about how cosplaying can be a bit embarrassing, and when Chen Qin hurries, Zhang Hao tells her to slow down because they have plenty of time. In his head, he is desperately hoping Nan takes this chance to sneak out of the house. His whole body is soaked with sweat, and his shirt sticks to his back. Chen Qin's eyes follow him closely, thinking he looks incredibly handsome like this. She teases that he smells nice, and that the light fragrance suits him. Then, smiling, she says that if she keeps seeing him in cute outfits like this, it might just make her straight again. Zhang Hao chuckles and says maybe that is the goal, promising he will do it again. He adds that he plans to buy more cosplay costumes and even wear them during live broadcasts. Chen Qin loves the idea, and insists she will choose the next one for him. After that, Zhang Hao heads to the shower while Chen Qin daydreams about all the uniforms she wants him to wear. She has even secretly brought a flower for him to put in the bathroom. Zhang Hao keeps thinking about cosplay, and how odd this whole situation feels. But when he turns, he freezes. Nan is sitting on his bathtub. Shocked, he asks why she didn't leave. Zhang Hao frowns and asks what is wrong with her, but before she can speak, he hears Chen Qin's footsteps approaching. Thinking fast, he yells out that he just slipped on the marble and hurt himself a little, but it's nothing serious. Zhang Hao turns back to Nan, frustrated, telling her to leave before his stepsister comes in. Nan glares and says she never promised to go. Zhang Hao sighs and asks what is wrong with her this time, but she seems distracted. Then she quietly asks how men in his world can stand so close to a woman when they are shirtless. Zhang Hao fires back that it's easy because women here do not sneak into bathrooms like creeps. Nan rolls her eyes and mutters that Chen Qin must have wild fantasies, wanting him to dress up in all these different costumes. She calls it a dangerous game. Zhang Hao snaps at her for eavesdropping again, but Nan just smirks. She warns him that Chen Qin might not be as innocent as she seems. If Chen Qin ever finds out he is not her real brother, she might lose her mind. Zhang Hao tells her not to worry about it, just as Chen Qin calls from outside that the milk is ready and she will give him a massage after. Nan's face twists in jealousy. Zhang Hao insists she leave the house and stop meddling with his family. Nan, clearly unhappy, steps toward the window and says she knows Chen Qin is up to something bad. For now, she needs to stay quiet and gather proof so Zhang Hao will finally see the truth. With a sharp look, she climbs out the window, saying she will meet him at noon. Before leaving, she adds that she can handle his domestic matters anytime, and that soon she will expose Chen Qin for who she truly is. As promised, Zhang Hao visits Nan at her family's house, and is surprised to see that she is not only a master in the office, but also in the kitchen. He decides to help, rolling up his sleeves and commenting on how skilled she looks with the knife. Nan smiles and says she wasn't born doing this, then teasingly asks if it isn't normal for girls to cook in his world. Zhang Hao gets a little nervous and admits that it might be surprising, but guys in his world also cook. He adds that he isn't exactly delicate, just someone who lived alone for many years. When he tries to take over the wok, he quickly realizes the heat is far too high. Out of instinct, he moves close to Nan as if seeking protection, then awkwardly steps back, embarrassed. He laughs it off, saying it's been a long time since he cooked and that he's a bit rusty. Though the truth is, he never cooked before, and always relied on takeouts because of his overworked life. Nan gets a little bossy and tells him to sit down instead of interfering with her cooking. Jiang Hao quietly obeys, watching her move with confidence and grace. He never imagined that someone as dominant as Nan could have such a nurturing side. When she finally sets the dishes on the table, he is stunned. The meal looks like something straight out of a 5-star restaurant. He takes a bite and feels the flavor melt in his mouth. It's absolutely delicious. Nan smirks and asks if her cooking is better than Chen Chen's. Jiang Hao quickly says there's no comparison, because Chen Chen is family. Nan's expression changes as she asks how he really feels about Chen Chen. Jiang Hao replies honestly, saying Chen Chen is the best girl he has ever met, that she treats him well, and he is happy to be her stepbrother. Nan frowns and points out that a good stepsister doesn't use her identity to get too close to someone. Jiang Hao sighs and tells her not to spread such rumors. Women here, he explains, worry too much about reputation. He adds that Nan is always suspicious of others and needs to relax sometimes. He insists that he really likes Chen Chen. Nan looks at him carefully and asks if he truly means that. Xiao Hou nods firmly, saying he does. Nan sits quietly for a moment, realizing that Chen Chen has already gotten deep into his heart. She forces a smile and tells him to eat. Jiang Hao thanks her for the meal and reminds her again not to contact his family. Nan's smile fades. She knows Jiang Hao has a kind heart, that he treats Chen Chen like a family member, but she also knows Chen Chen sees him as something more, a toy she can control. Determined to prove her suspicions, Nan starts collecting evidence to show Jiang Hao who Chen Chen really is. Later, Nan's secretary walks in with new information. She reports that they followed a lead connected to a daycare and found something strange. After a deeper investigation, it turns out that the parents involved were mysteriously arranged together, and it seems Chen Chen was the one who orchestrated it all. Nan listens carefully as the secretary explains that Chen Chen has been manipulating situations for years, using others to get close to Jiang Hao. She's been persistent ever since they were kids. Nan clenches her fists and mutters that someone like Chen Chen has no right to stay by Jiang Hao's side. After Jiang Hao leaves, Nan makes another call to her secretary. She asks about the progress on the report connecting Chen Chen to the manipulation of Jiang Hao's father and her own mother's meeting. The secretary replies that the paper is nearly finished. Nan leans back, a confident glint in her eyes. She knows she's getting closer to striking Chen Chen where it hurts. Soon, she plans to make Chen Chen pay for crossing the line. Meanwhile, back at home, Chen Chen decides it's time to come clean to Jiang Hao once and for all. Chen Chen is in a cheerful mood, arranging flowers around the living room. The soft scent fills the air, and she hums to herself, enjoying the calm of the afternoon. When Jiang Hao returns home earlier than usual, she smiles and greets him warmly. She explains that their mother isn't home yet, so she wanted to come back early to tidy up the place. But her smile fades when she realizes Jiang Hao isn't alone. Standing beside him is Yue Hua, looking shy yet composed. Yue Hua politely greets Chen Chen and bows, trying to show respect. Jiang Hao immediately tells her not to do that again, saying it's a little embarrassing and too formal between classmates. Chen Chen forces a small laugh but feels her stomach twist. She wasn't expecting guests, especially not Yue Hua. Trying to stay composed, she asks Jiang Hao why he didn't tell her he was bringing someone home. Jiang Hao apologizes, saying next time he'll let her know in advance. Then he quietly leans closer and reminds her that Yue Hua has social difficulties, that she usually spends all her time at home studying, and that he only brought her here to help her relax and see something new. Yue Hua quietly changes into indoor shoes and tells Jiang Hao she's ready. Chen Chen watches the exchange carefully. She notices how naturally Yue Hua speaks to Jiang Hao and how comfortable they seem around each other. It feels too close, almost unsettling. She tells herself that they probably just trust each other, but something about it feels off. Jiang Hao then leads Yue Hua toward his room so they can talk, and Chen Chen forces a smile, saying she'll prepare food for everyone. As she turns toward the kitchen, her expression hardens. She tries to convince herself it's fine, but deep down, she feels an unfamiliar sting of jealousy. Jiang Hao asks Yue Hua what she wants to do, but Yue Hua is too distracted by the fact that she's sitting in his room. She can't stop talking about it, and her excitement fills the air. Jiang Hao feels embarrassed watching how thrilled she is over something so simple. He tries to calm her down and says that if she really wants to, she can learn a few things about how he keeps his room organized. That suggestion makes Yue Hua light up even more. Curious, she goes straight to his drawer to see what kind of organization he's talking about. But before Jiang Hao can stop her, she pulls out a very cartoonish pair of boxers and holds them up, asking what they are. Right at that moment, Chen Chen walks into the room. The timing couldn't be worse. Chen Chen's expression freezes, and she clearly doesn't like what she sees. Jiang Hao instantly starts begging her not to misunderstand the situation, but the tension is already thick. They all sit down together in awkward silence. Chen Chen breaks it by saying that the facts are plain as day. The girl walked into their house and immediately started touching Jiang Hao's clothes, especially the private ones. Jiang Hao tries again to explain that Yue Hua isn't being inappropriate. She just lacks common sense about personal space. Chen Chen studies Yue Hua for a moment, and slowly she starts to believe him. The girl really doesn't seem to have any hidden intentions. She's too naive, too open, and too clueless to be scheming. Still, Qianqin doesn't like how close they've become. She decides that it's time for Zhang Hao to spend less time with her. Trying to play nice, Qianqin invites Yuehua to her own room, saying that she can show her a few more things about proper organization. Yuehua smiles, thinking Qianqin is being friendly, but Zhang Hao doesn't like this at all. The idea of Qianqin, who might have her own confusing feelings, hanging out alone with his female friend feels wrong. He steps in and insists that Yuehua shouldn't bother Qianqin, pulling her gently back to his side. He even jokes that Qianqin might teach her the wrong kind of things. Qianqin doesn't appreciate that at all. She snaps back that girls should spend time with girls and not rely on boys for everything. The air between them grows heavy. They both start arguing over who gets to protect Yuehua, and before anyone can make sense of it, emotions flare. Qianqin leans forward and suddenly kisses Zhang Hao on the mouth. The whole thing happens so fast that Yuehua, caught right between them, doesn't even realize what's going on. She's squished between their bodies, unable to breathe properly, and starts to panic a little. When Qianqin finally pulls back, she's flustered and apologetic. Then, in a trembling voice, she admits that she had lied to him. Soon, Yuehua's taxi arrives, and it's raining outside. They both bid farewell under the gray sky. Zhang Hao, still nervous, asks again if Yuehua saw anything, but the poor girl looks dazed. She was suffocated so badly earlier that she can't even recall what happened. She just laughs awkwardly, saying she remembers nothing. Zhang Hao forces a laugh too, pretending it's fine, but his mind is clearly somewhere else. When Yuehua finally leaves, she quietly takes out the keychain she once gave to Zhang Hao. Looking at it, she realizes something strange, almost painful. Zhang Hao might actually have feelings for Qianqin. Zhang Hao turns back toward the house and sees Qianqin standing on the front porch. The rain falls between them, heavy and constant. His heart beats faster as he remembers what she had just confessed to him moments ago. Qianqin looks at him and admits that she had lied before about being a lesbian. Her voice shakes a little, but her words are steady. Zhang Hao asks if her whole story about her orientation was a lie from the beginning. Qianqin nods, saying yes it was. She's sorry, but not entirely sorry because that lie brought them closer than ever. Zhang Hao stands there, stunned. He cannot believe what she's saying, and yet something inside him already knew it. Qianqin takes a small step forward, her hair wet from the rain, and starts confessing how much she truly likes him. She explains that her mother would have never approved of their relationship, so she pretended to be gay to divert her mother's attention. Zhang Hao thinks the whole plan sounds completely insane, but before he can say anything, Qianqin's desperation grows stronger. She steps out fully into the rain, forgetting her umbrella and her shoes. She keeps talking, her voice trembling but full of emotion. She says she knows it's a crazy plan, but she's even crazier about Zhang Hao. She doesn't want to lose him again, not after everything. Zhang Hao tries to calm her down, telling her she'll catch a cold if she keeps standing in the rain. But his curiosity takes over, and he asks what she meant by lose each other again. He wonders if she's talking about that one incident in kindergarten. Qianqin looks at him with soft, teary eyes and says he must not remember it, but it was a moment that changed everything for her. It was deeply painful, something that stayed with her all these years. She promises that she's willing to do anything now, just to stay by his side. She tells him she wants to make it up to him, that she wants to spend the rest of her life with him. She reveals that she has been following him secretly since elementary school, always watching over him from afar. The rain keeps pouring as they talk. Qianqin is about to finally confess her love for Zhang Hao, when suddenly, someone interrupts them. Nan appears, stepping out from the shadows, her voice sharp and steady. She declares that everything she told Zhang Hao earlier is true. She insists that Zhang Hao only thinks of Qianqin as family, but the truth is far from that. She accuses Qianqin of being a manipulator who has been lying to him from the very start. She urges Zhang Hao to come with her so she can show him what's really going on. Qianqin immediately steps in front of Zhang Hao, shouting at Nan to leave their house. Her voice breaks with emotion as she tells her to stop spreading lies. She insists that she can protect Zhang Hao and that he doesn't need to listen to Nan's poisonous words. Zhang Hao stands between them, silent for a moment, torn between confusion and guilt. Then, he gently hands Qianqin the umbrella, asking her to go back inside and wait for him. He promises her that once he gets the answers he needs, he'll come back and give her his final decision on everything.